Yorkshire both win. Yorkshire qualify if they beat Hants at Scarborough on Tuesday, which is, will you be travelling up there?
I won't, no, unfortunately not.
Have you been there before?
I haven't actually, no.
Beautiful ground. It's
so I hear.
You've got to tick that one off the list. If Essex and Yorkshire both lose, Essex are not out of the competition, but they would need 3 results to go their way on Tuesday. And there's another connotation as Holland bowls again. That's defended back. If Essex lose and Yorkshire win, Essex are out.
Well,
so you got all that?
Yeah. Pretty well summarised.
I'll be testing you later on that. It's quite amazing. The last time I came down here was that amazing day. It was about 3 years ago when Ben Stokes' innings against Australia up at Leeds.
Yes.
But also Essex were playing down here, and it was the year they won the 2020 competition. But it was the final group game against Hampshire as Holland bowls again, and another thick inside edge. That's through the legs of Das and out into the leg side, and it's a dot ball as the bowler picks it up off his own bowling. And they needed, throughout that whole week, they needed about 16 odd results to go. The odds of it happening were very, very long.
Right.
Anyway, amazingly it happened,
okay.
And they ended up going on and win the competition. So, never give up.
No. Keep
trying to win the games that are in front of you, and you never know what might happen. We've got 1 delivery left in this over, 5 off the over so far. Essex 18 for no loss, Das on 7, Cushi on 11. Das punches that one in the leg side. Is that going to interest the fielder down at deep mid wicket? It won't. It may in fact go all the way for 4. It does. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and over the rope. Fielder was interested briefly there, but it was hit square enough of the wicket and away for 4 runs. So Essex 22 for no loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, pretty lively start actually, and quite a lot happening already in these first 3 overs. Robin Das and Feroz Kushi have come out and played their shots, which has been pretty good to watch. As Hampshire will, like we say, look to bounce back from that defeat to Glamorgan, but there'll be no panic in the Hampshire ranks. They've played pretty well this tournament. Obviously had a few good wins in terms of getting over the line. They'll be keen to put in a good performance, obviously looking to get that top spot and maybe secure themselves a home semi-final, which is always good, and try and play in front of this crowd, this home crowd that's always so passionate, as John Turner comes in from that pavilion end and bowls to Feroz Kushi, who just pushes that one into the leg side, no run, as the ball comes back into Ben Brown.
So the table as it stands, Lancashire are top, played 7 with 11 points. Hampshire are second, played 6 with 10 points. Essex are third, 7 with 7 points. Kent played 7 on 7 points, and Glamorgan and Yorkshire the other 2 in the reckoning.
As Turner comes in and bowls again to Kushi, who just pushes that one out to Fletcher Middleton at point, and no run.
So Kent played 7 on 7 points, and Glamorgan played 7 on 6 points. And Glamorgan, though, has got a vastly inferior net run rate, and you would expect Kent to finish above them anyway. But that is the standings at the moment. Everyone else is out of the race to finish in the top 4. Lancashire and Hampshire are guaranteed a top 4, 2 top 4 positions.
So Turner comes in again and bowls slightly back of a length, and Kushi pushes this one out to mid-wicket, where Scott Curry does the fielding. So still quite a lot going on actually on the table, and still quite a few teams in the mix, obviously all looking for that 3rd spot, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoyed this competition last year. I know people were putting it down before it even started, but I really enjoyed it. And it also gave a chance for the youngsters to come in the side and show what they can do.
Definitely, as Turner comes in, bowls short, back of a length, and Kushi pulls that one away in front of square for another boundary. So this pretty aggressive start seems to have continued, and that was a good shot.
Yeah, both positive players at the crease, Das and Kushi, so they won't die wondering here. They will hit out, and they won't let themselves become curtailed by the bowling.
Definitely not. So lots to think about for Hampshire so early on, as Turner runs in from that pavilion end past the umpire and bowls slightly fuller and driven down the ground this time again from Kushi. That's a commanding stroke, and probably as good as we've seen on the up, and past mid-off for another boundary.
Yeah, it's early morning, but that's the best stroke, right out the middle of the bat, straight down the ground. Gave both the bowler and the man at mid-off absolutely no chance. He's playing well here, Kushi, again.
Definitely.
I will say I've seen Kushi 3 times in this competition. He scored a century on each occasion, so.
As Turner comes in again, it's back of a length this time, and another short ball that's Kushi goes for the pull shot again, and that's through to Ben Brown with no run. Essex moved to 30 for none after 4 overs, so pretty lively start.
Yep, they've got off to quick starts in all their games so far. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Helps the day go a little bit quicker for us as well. We're here to the bitter end. Hopefully it won't get too cold though. Clouds breaking. We could see a bit of sunshine around here.
Potentially.
In fact, I see a bit of blue. Where does the weather come in from over the ground? Does it come from
I think the sun comes from our left, so if we're in the
Just
Hilton end behind, and it comes over towards the pavilion side.
Okay, cool. So over the hotel and towards the pavilion on the diagonal. Here comes Holland for the 5th over of the morning. Holland bowls full and brings the batsman forward. He's certainly bowled an attacking line as Holland. That's defended out into the offside and there's no run. Just testing the batsman in and around that off stump. So the 4 games on today: Middlesex, Gloucestershire. Middlesex are batting first. They're 11 for no loss after 3. Warwickshire, Durham. Warwickshire are batting first. They're 9 for no loss after 3. Derbyshire, Yorkshire. They're 10 for no loss after 3. So that's the game that Essex fans will also be keeping an eye on. And Essex here are 22 for no loss. 30 for no loss. That one's driven through the offside. Lovely stroke, that one from Das. Outside the offside. Not too much room, but he dealt with it imperiously and gave the man extra cover. Absolutely no chance. 4 runs, 34 for no loss.
Yeah, not the worst ball there from Ian Holland, but I think noticeably already we can tell that there's a lot more pace in this wicket, and it looks like it's a lot easier to time the ball, which is, I guess, good signs for Essex. And that was another lovely shot through the covers.
Looks as if they can trust this pitch as well. They're hitting through the line nicely. So Das on 15 off 13, Kushi 19 off 13, 4.2 overs gone, 34 for no loss. Here comes Holland again. That's on the leg side. That's flicked away by Das down towards deep mid wicket. It's going to be just the single. Das goes to 16. Essex are 35 for no loss. Who's been the standout players for Hampshire in this competition? Who's really stood out for you?
Yeah, we obviously got quite a lot of young players in this side, and quite highly talented. Obviously, we got Tom Prest, who scored that big 180 at the start of the tournament. Hasn't probably quite kicked on as well as he'd like after that start, but he's been pretty impressive. Nick Gubbins has been solid with runs at the top of order. Toby Albert, for me, has been the standout. He's managed to get Hampshire over the line in a couple of games and batted really well, particularly with the lower order as well.
Holland in, right arm over. That's a big appeal for LBW. Umpire not interested. Height maybe, as Kushi tries to play that way through the leg side. Misses it. Just flicks out his way down towards first slip. There's no run.
Pretty big shout there. And like I said, Ian Holland looks to bring the ball back into the right-handers and try and move the ball off that seam. So that like it was pretty straight, but possibly, like you say, Dave, the height might have saved Feroz Kushi there.
Kushi 43 in the last game as well as Holland bowls. That flicked off the pads, nicely timed, but there's a fielder down in the deep, and that'll just be a single. 20 to Kushi. Essex are 36 for no loss. 1 ball left in the over. Not too bad a crowd. I guess there'll be more people coming in the morning. I guess a few people grabbing their breakfast as well. Maybe mid-morning brunch.
Yeah, it's a slightly smaller at this moment in time than they were last Sunday, but again, like you say, it's pretty early, so hopefully a few more people will come down.
Holland bowls full again, and Das trying to whip that the one way through the offside, a thick inside edge down towards mid-on, and there is no run to finish. 6 off the over. Essex the 36 for no loss. We're looking at the menu earlier. Very, very nice. There was lots of tempting stuff on there, so I wouldn't blame the members for just taking a little bit of time just to choose what they want. I can see you got the bacon and egg roll, battered fish finger,
yeah,
baked jacket potato, traditional ploughman's lunch, fish and chips, obviously there, beef casserole and dumplings. Oof, lots of stuff.
So much choice.
So much choice.
Yeah, it was quite exciting to get that email actually this morning with our lunch orders. I'm
hungry already, and we ain't getting anything until about 2:30 this afternoon.
Definitely looks like there's a change of bowling actually from that top end from the pavilion, and Jack Campbell comes up with his left arm over as he comes running in and slightly short of a length again and pulled away with disdain from Feroz Kushi. He's been really strong on that pull shot. Anything that's been back of a length, he's pounced on, picks himself up another boundary.
Yeah, at Chelmsford, that would have been 6. That was one bounce about, I don't know, about 5 yards inside the boundary rope for 4. He likes that shot, Kushi. Hit 3 huge ones for Essex last weekend in exactly that area.
As Campbell comes in again, and slightly back of a length this time, and uppishly driven towards Felix Organ at cover, who cleans up. So a pretty strong start from Essex, and Hampshire will be slightly rattled, I guess, and they'll be having to think hard on what they need to do and what their plans are going to be to these 2 Essex batsmen who seem to have come out with one intention, that's to put pressure on as Campbell comes in, back of a length again, and no run off the thigh pad.
Yeah, certainly so far, anything short has been pretty easily swatted away by both batsmen. Slightly fuller, that one just tucked Kushi up, leading edge, but well short of the bowler on his follow through. Yeah, 40 for no loss for Essex after 6 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, online as well, and you can follow us on the live feeds if you go to Hampshire and Essex websites.
As Campbell comes in, back for length this time again, slightly short and pushed away through the covers, and this can be another boundary for Kushi as he moves on to 28 as the score moves on to, what are we looking at? Well, we're just waiting for the scoreboard to come up. Score moves on to 44 for no loss. So Hampshire all of a sudden under a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, beautiful drive through the covers, that on the up. Nice looking stroke from Kushi, full of confidence. Plenty of runs in the competition so far.
Field stays the same, there's still a slip in place. Still the short fine leg, backward, deep backward square leg, mid wicket in mid on, mid off cover, point and a third man. Potentially Jack Campbell might be changing his line, and he's going to be coming around the wicket. Looks like slip's going to be coming out as well, and maybe making his way into like a short cover. Ideally probably want to get the length sorted out. It's been a bit short so far from Hampshire as Campbell comes in. Slightly fuller, edged and gone. That's the first wicket for Roz Kushi. Flirted with one outside the off stump, and a much tighter line from Jack Campbell, and he continues his merry way in picking up wickets early on. And that's the first wicket. Kushi caught Brown, bowled Campbell for 28.
Yeah, it's been a nice start from Essex and Kushi, but that one just got a bit big on him, trying to drive through the offside. It took a thick outside edge and a nice take from the wicketkeeper. But an end of an enterprising innings, that from Kushi. 28 to him, he goes. But a nice delivery and a bit of bounce as well. First time we've seen that this morning. That Hampshire will be intrigued by that, see whether that manages to carry on through the morning. But a bright and breezy innings from Kushi, 28 off 20 deliveries. It's helped Essex go 44 for 1 midway through towards the end of the 6th over.
Yeah, Hampshire will be really pleased with that actually. Like we say, that was an enterprising innings from Kushi, and he was starting to look dangerous actually with those pull shots, and he'll be slightly annoyed with himself that he almost just sort of hung his bat out and didn't really go for it, and got that outside edge, and that's gone through to Ben Brown, who completes a relatively simple catch, which now brings Tom Wesley to the crease, and one of the form batsmen for Essex this season, top scoring so far with 335 runs. So again, Hampshire will be looking to put some sort of pressure on him and continue that good start that Jack Campbell's just given them.
Yeah, captain as well. Got a blob in the last game, but happens to everyone.
Does.
Again, an excellent puller and driver of the ball. So I don't think they want to go too short on Wesley here. I want to pitch it up as much as possible outside the off stump. Try and tempt him with the drive.
Yep, definitely try and get him driving. There's a slip in place just for that, so I think they're going to try and push that length up, like you say, Dave, just a bit closer to him. As Campbell will run in from the pavilion end, buoyed by that wicket as he bounds past the umpire, slightly fuller this time, and through to Ben Brown outside that off stump. 44 for 1 as he ends pretty good over, and managed to get that breakthrough, and nice applause from this slightly passing crowd that haven't not quite as many people here as last week, but they're starting to come in, and I'm pretty sure they'll be in good voice as they look forward to what should be an entertaining match.
Yeah, there's a few people still dotted around getting their breakfast. I can see a queue just forming away to one of the vans over to our right hand side. I can also see there's a DJ sound stage away to our left, just above where the ground staff are sitting. That's for the 100. Have you been here for a 100 game yet?
I actually haven't, unfortunately. But by all accounts it seems to have been quite good fun. Obviously not quite the results that Southern Brave would have been.
Holland bowls, and that's driven back past the bowler, crashes straight into the stumps, but Wesley well back in his ground. There's no run. Start of the 7th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Silent, myself, David Brett and Stanley Marissa. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. 44 for 1. Yeah, from the TV it seems very noisy and very bright and loud as Holland moves in, bowls back of a length, pulled away, and that's just short of the man at short mid-wicket. It's misfielded, I'll say, away to the boundary for 4 runs. It was a difficult one. It was aimed down. There was never a catch in it. It just died in front of the fielder. It was hit with force, and 4 runs to the total. 48 for no loss. Das goes to 20 off 17.
It's one of those ones as a fielder you don't really want. It's kind of hasn't bounced far enough in front of you for you to have a good look at it. It's almost that it kind of tempts you into a potential catch, but it's nowhere near, and it looks like it's gone for the boundary.
Holland bowls. That one's defended into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, it's risk of taking out your teeth, I think, if you get the dive wrong. So I said it's 48 for 1. I said 48 for no loss. It's 48 for 1. Cushy had gone in the last over for 28.
Particularly fielding on those used wickets as well, so it's always really tricky.
Yeah, it can't be pleasant when you dive on those. Yeah, he's continued to wipe some of the dust off his forearm. That was flicked away into the leg side. Now it's going to interest the fielder, and it's caught down at the man at deep mid-wicket, just run round towards deep backward square leg. Wasn't quite timed well enough by Das, just hung in the air, and in the end, pretty simple take, about waist height, and was well judged by the fielder. Got the length right, about 10 yards inside the rope, and Essex lose their 2nd wicket. They're 48 for 2 in the middle of the 7th.
Yeah, big wicket there actually. Robin Das was actually starting to look pretty dangerous. Him and Feroz Kushi at the top of the order. We saw that deep backward square leg that's been in place pretty much throughout this innings, and he's managed to pick him out on the longer side of this boundary. So he's just, basically chipped that one, and you'll be quite disappointed with that, and maybe didn't go through with the shot as well as he wanted, and he managed just to pick the man out for a pretty simple catch in the end. And 2 down now, Essex, so quite a lot happening, runs, wickets. So yeah, it's attempt at a pull through, flick through mid-wicket. I presume he was trying to get it a lot more in front of the square, but it just came out too square and interested the fielder too much. So Das goes. It brings Grant Rollison to the crease, who has been in good form for Essex, but 2 wickets early on for Essex. They'll still go for it though, so with their attacking top 4. Yeah, it definitely does look like they're trying to put the pressure on this Hampshire side and try and come out and play out as positively as possible and try and put a decent score on and try and defend those runs later on. So wickets falling in consecutive overs might just halt things a touch here for Essex, who got away to a pretty decent flyer. Holland, top of his mark, just waiting for Rollison to take his guard, surveying the field. 1 slip in, man just in front of the square on the leg side, outside the rope, and 3rd man, the 2 men outside the 30-yard circle. And that's well wide of off stump, so it's an easy leave for the batsman. And through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. A rebuilding job for these two to do, having lost 2 wickets in quick succession. Sun's still trying to break through. It's glary out there, but it's not too bad. It's nice and cool up here where
quite high up, got a bird's eye view down on the pitch as Holland bowls, and that's a decent delivery. Blossom draws the bat inside the line, but I suspect it was after the ball went past the outside edge. End of another good over for Hampshire. 2 wickets in the last 2 overs, 7 overs gone. Essex Eagles are 48 for 2.
Yeah, a really good set from Ian Holland there, and managed to look like the ball was starting to seam about a little bit. So they'll be pleased with that. After a pretty bright start from the Essex openers, to have pegged them back to 48 for 2. As Jack Campbell will get us underway in this, the 8th over. 48 for 2 Essex are a slip in place as he bounds in past the umpire from the pavilion end, back of a length, and Tom Wesley gets in behind that one. No run. So Hampshire looking to continue their fine form in this competition. 6 wins out of 7, suffered their first defeat to Glamorgan on Friday. And they'll be looking to try and put that pressure on and continue to try and get themselves that home semi-final spot as Campbell comes in past the umpire and bowls back of a length, pulled away softly in the air by Tom Wesley, and another wicket falls. He'll be really disappointed with that one, slightly back of a length, but didn't go through with that shot, and he's just chipped it to Scott Curry, who takes a simple catch. And Essex now 48 for 3 after that lively start they had.
Yeah, toppling over here a little bit. Essex, Wesley going for a consecutive ducks in 2 games, and that was a timid shot from the captain. And it puts a whole new complexion on Essex's start. They were rattling along. They were 44 for no loss off the first 6 overs. They're now 48 for 3 at the start of the 8th. And I must apologise, it's the top 3 that qualify for the knockout stages of the one-day competition. So Essex battling a few other teams to try and get that 3rd place. So my apologies. Nick Hines, thank you for the email.
Yes.
Hard to keep up with all these rules and regulations these days. So many different competitions. I read in the paper that they were thinking about another Red Bull competition for next season.
Oh goodness!
To fill in the gaps when the 100 is on, and they don't play any white ball stuff. And obviously at the moment there's no Red Bull stuff in the county championship. So it's trying to get players playing Red Bull cricket whilst white ball competition is going, or while the 100 is going on, and to give them a bit of practice for the test matches restart.
That's not a bad point actually, because you've got, I guess if you're looking at it from a Hampshire point of view, you've got a few players in that county championship side, Kyle Abbott, Mohammed Abbas, Keith Barker, who are I guess potentially solely red ball players. So yeah, if they're not involved in the 100 or in this one-day cup, then they might not play cricket for the best part of 5 to 6 weeks, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bit chaotic though. It's another competition, which sort of county cricket does not need.
No.
But anyway.
Nick Brown has come to the crease to join Grant Rulofson, left-handed Nick Brown, who lines up to face the left arm Jack Campbell with a slip in place as he comes in from that pavilion end and bowls back of a length, and Brown gets solidly in behind that one. So 48 for 3 Essex are from that lively start that they had. They look to be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, Essex firmly in rebuilding mode now. As a few people have got in touch with us on email, I'll get to it at the end of this over. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. If you want to get in touch and have a say on anything, start any topics, that's absolutely fine as well.
Definitely, as Campbell comes in again, back of a length. Nick Brown in behind that one. For myself as well, if we need any sort of communication, of course, Kevin is not with us today, so I am on Twitter at StanMarissa85, and we'll try and get as many of those out as possible. Kevin James taking a well-earned break, so it'll be myself together with David Brett from Essex, and Dave Allen will join us later as Campbell comes in back for length this time and pushed out to Felix Organ at point, or should I say Fletcher Middleton, sorry, who does the cleaning up. So like you say, David, a rebuilding job here. After that lively start, they're going to have to look to maybe go through the next few overs and try and get their side back into a position where they can actually maybe accelerate towards that back end. As Campbell comes into Brown and bowls again, back of a length this time, and into the thigh pad to end that over. Another really good over from Jack Campbell, who's got figures of 2 wickets for 8 runs with 1 maiden. I think that was a wicket maiden actually from Campbell, as Essex move on to 48 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, decent start from Campbell. I've got to say though, probably not music to the ears of fans of attacking one-day cricket. If you ever want someone to drop anchor and stabilise the side, then probably Nick Brown is your man. But that's probably not what the listeners want to hear. But it is what Essex need just at this moment in time. I can't really afford to lose a 4th in the first power play. Holland is going to continue from the. Is it called the Hotel End, or is it?
I think it is called the Hotel End.
Okay, absolutely.
Actually.
It's a lovely hotel as well. I stayed here once for one of the England one-day games. Highly recommended. Good fun. Here comes Holland. Right arm over to the right-handed Roelofsen, who leaves well alone outside the off-stump. So as I said, bbcscricket@gmail.com, and your Stan Marissa85
yes
on Twitter if you want to get in touch with that. Now, unfortunately, poor old Paul emailed us, and it only just came through. And his opening message was, hope you're all well. A big day for Essex today and need a good innings from the captain. Well,
that's not going to happen.
Yes, unfortunately that good innings from the captain only lasted 2 balls. So apologies, Paul. It did come in just as the wicket fell, as that's defended back to the bowler by Roelofsen. And he's finished off. Let's hope for a win today. What's the wicket like? Well, it's actually playing really nicely at the moment. I don't see any too many demons in it. The one that got Cushy lifted a little bit, but apart from that, I think it's played pretty true. Yeah,
definitely. We've seen a few. I think the sign of a good pitch is when people can actually drive on the up. We've seen a cover drive from Cushy, and we also saw him play that beautiful off drive past the bowler. So, when you see that, then you know that the pitch is pretty good and true.
Full leading edge, turn the batsman around there. Roelofsen just trying to drive through the onside, I think, and just turn the bat around, and it ended up on the bounce in the hands of the man at backward point. No run, 48 for 3 here on BBC Essex BBC Radio Silent, midway through the 9th over. Remember, Essex really do need to win to give themselves a decent chance of making that top 3 to get through to the qualifiers next Friday, I believe. Here comes Holland again. Back of a length that time. Oh, and it just jags away a touch. Keeps low as well. Roelofsen just playing inside the line. But again, another tester. And Holland's actually bowled really well from the Hotel End. I think his figures don't reflect just how well he's bowled. 4.4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. I think he's deserved a bit more than that. He's been testing.
Yeah, that's what he does, Ian Holland. He looks to bowl, sort of bringing the ball in and then moving the ball off the seam. So he's a really good all-round cricketer.
He's probing away. There's 2 slips and he bowls full again. He's not afraid to bowl full. Oh, and there's a touch onto the stumps. The umpire says not out. And Brown resting on his bat. Umpire said no straight away. A big appeal from the bowler. Got a finger on it as it drove back towards the stumps. Stumps got clattered, but the umpire says not out straight away.
Well, that would be the last thing that Essex need, a run out on the bowler's end. Looked like Nick Brown was actually really aware, and he didn't show too much panic. He just turned around nonchalantly and just said, I'm in my crease. So yeah, good awareness from him, and another little scare there for the Essex changing room.
Yeah, no runs off the over so far. The benefit of getting off to a quick start, despite the fact they've lost those 3 wickets, is they can afford a few overs just to knuckle down. As this next delivery is down the leg side, that's going to be called a wide. Taken by the wicketkeeper, 49 for 3. Lee's been in touch with us as well. Looking forward to this must-win game for the Eagles, though my enthusiasm has been somewhat dampened by those 2 quick wickets. Well, unfortunately, it's now 3 quick wickets. So again, apologies for that. Just came in just as the 3rd wicket fell. Hoping for an Essex win to go with the one for the mighty Shrimpers that he watched yesterday. Yes. Football League season well and truly underway as Holland bowls again full, bringing the batsman forward. Roelofsen full face of the bat, pushes it down towards the man at mid-off, but it's a wicket maiden, and that's the end of the over. 5 overs from Holland, no maidens, 1 for 23. A decent start from Holland, and Essex at 49 for 3.
Yeah, really good again from Ian Holland. Slightly spoilt that over with the wide, otherwise that would have been two maidens on the bounce. Sun starting to come through just a little bit. The weather is looking a little bit brighter.
Yeah, apologies, I said wicket maiden. I meant to say a maiden, but with a wide in there.
Yeah. As Jack Campbell comes in from the pavilion end to Nick Brown, who waits patiently and gets in behind it and pushes that one into the offside for no run. So the crowd actually thickening out and quite a few people coming in, and they'll be pleased to see the start. Would have been slightly worried after Essex had raced to 44 for no wicket, but 3 quick wickets on the bounce from Ian Holland and Jack Campbell, who continues on his merry way and picks up wickets throughout this tournament. Comes in to Nick Brown and slightly outside the off stumper, he pushes that one out to cover, no run. 49 for 3 Essex. Rulofson to get off the mark, Nick Brown to get off the mark as well. So Hampshire will hopefully look to sit in and try and squeeze these two, and while they try and rebuild this innings and get things going again for Essex. As Campbell comes in halfway through this over and bowls to Nick Brown, slightly back of a length, and he just pushes that one into the leg side and trots through for a single. Scott Curry does the fielding, whips that one into Ben Brown, who cleans up, and 50 up for Essex. A bright and breezy 50 runs. They've got off 9.3 overs in just 40 minutes, so lots going on, lots of boundaries and wickets, so pretty entertaining stuff for this crowd so far.
Yeah, they'll rule those 3 quick wickets, but 50 up on the board. As we keep saying, just got to rebuild and then go again.
As Campbell comes in from the pavilion end to to Grant Rulofson, who faces up and back of a length, pushes that one out towards mid-off wind, sets off for a run, but decided against that one. So it's always been relatively low scoring ground this season so far, and it looks like a score of 250. We saw that last week where Lancashire limped to I think it was 190 in the end, and we thought that might not have been enough runs, which it turned out to not be, as Campbell comes in and bowls back of a length to Rulofson, who pushes that one out towards mid-off and no run. Like we say, Lancashire scored 190 odd last week, and we potentially thought it wasn't enough runs. It turned out that it wasn't enough runs, but Hampshire struggled chasing that total down and managed to get over the line, though, thanks to another top innings from Toby Albert and the lower order, as Campbell comes in back of a length and a bit stoppy, as Grant Rulofson pushes that one out into the offside, and 50 for 3, and good strong applause for Jack Campbell as he finishes another impressive over. 50 for 3, Essex move on to.
Yep, home side definitely on top, and you can see the class they've certainly got in the bowling unit, keeping the pressure on the batsman. There's been some good changes as well from the captain, already keeping Essex under the cosh after that quick start. 10 overs gone. Here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, and online as well. And if you go to the Essex and Hampshire websites, you can catch the live feed as well. Our commentary's over the top of that. Holland's going to continue from the hotel end. Now, how long will he bowl for? Is it just another 1 over, another couple of overs, and the same for the back end? Is he a death bowler, Holland?
I think with Ian Holland, what you want to try and do is use him when that ball is slightly hard, because his strength, like I say, is just moving that ball off the seam. So when the ball is nice and hard, I think he's probably at his most dangerous, and he's in what we'd probably describe as a pretty decent spell.
So Brown on strike, still the one slip in. They can have more fielders outside the circle, and they've got one more, and that's left alone outside the off stump. They're keeping a catcher in with Brown, relatively new batsman, just 7 balls faced. So the fielders outside the circle, they can have 4. They've only got 3 at the moment. There's third man fine leg and deep backward square leg. So if he wants an effort ball here, he can put in a short ball if he likes, with protection on the boundary. There's no one in front of square on the leg side. Holland coming right arm round the wicket to Brown, the left-hander. Up to the stumps now, and he bowls. That just moves a touch off the seam, but it's well judged by Brown, who drives back to the bowler and there's no run.
Pretty good stuff from Ian Holland again, keeping it tight, like we say. Just runs in and puts the ball on a good spot, good length. And just a really good cricketer to have in your side. Bats well and bowls well and fields well. Started well for his side here.
1 off 9 for Brown so far. Certainly batting like a red ball player here. That drives down the ground, but it's fielded by mid-off, and there's no run. But I hate to say it, just at the moment, it's what Essex need. What they can't afford to do is not use up their overs, which they have been guilty of a few times in this competition already.
Yeah, definitely. Still a long way to go in this innings, like you say, and you've got to give yourself a chance. I know it's obviously the idea is to try and go as hard as you can possibly at that top, but you need to make sure that you bat those overs and give yourself a chance, especially batting first. Get the runs on the board and then put the side under pressure, because you don't know what will happen.
Absolutely. It's a fairly lengthy tail as well for Essex as Holland bowls. Oh, that's full. That's swung away and right out the middle of the bat from Brown, but it's superbly stopped at short extra cover, diving to his left-hand side and just wringing his fingers out there. A couple of overs ago, he had another one which just bounced in front of him and he grazed his arm on the pitch, used pitch away to our right-hand side. That one there, though, hit hard and stopped well by short extra cover. Holland kicking in again, up to the stumps, bowls. Oh, and that's an attempted drive off the back foot by Brown. Got big on him, beat the outside edge through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's really good bowling again from Ian Holland. That one looked like it took off that surface and went through actually at quite a good height, possibly waist height for Ben Brown. So it looks like there might be a little bit of life in this pitch, and it's just, I guess, finding that area and trying to hit that spot consistently.
Holland in again, bowls on the pads of Brown this time, and that's worked away to short mid-wicket, and there's no run, and it's another maiden. So Brown just 1 off 14 so far. And Essex just stalling here a touch. So it's all right to drop anchor, but you just need to tick the scoreboard over as well. I mean, to come for batting, I mean, Luke Benkenstein currently in to bat at number 6, followed by Neja, Snater, Richards, Allison and Porter. I wonder if they might push Snater up the order. Potentially Richards as well, who's been batting pretty decently.
Yeah, on the contrast, actually, Hampshire probably been strengthened in terms of their batting with the inclusion of Felix Organ. Scott Curry actually at the moment down, listed to come in at number 9, and he's played some handy innings in this tournament so far, so they'll be pretty confident in terms of being able to chase the score down, and with the first signs of this pitch look pretty good, so they're hoping that batting might get easier as the day goes on. Always a little bit of life in the pitch first up as Campbell comes in to bowl to Grant Rulofson, and who pushes that one out off a slightly outside edge and squirts it away to Fletcher Middleton at point. No run. So yeah, it looks like still a little bit of life in this pitch. And
yeah, relentless line and length at the moment from the Hampshire bowlers, and it's allowing the captain to keep all but 3 fielders inside that circle, and the pressure on Essex. I mean, Rulofson, who's an attacking batsman, he's 0 off 12 so far. Brown 1 off 13. And Essex have come to a standstill.
As Campbell comes in again, and Rulofson pushes that one out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 50 for 3. Like you say, a little bit of a standstill. I guess when you're setting, you always want to be getting that scoreboard moving, but I guess those 3 wickets would have rocked them slightly. And a little bit of a rebuilding phase, but what they won't want to do is rebuild for too long and then lose a wicket and then potentially put themselves under more pressure. But good bowling this from Jack Campbell as he comes in past the umpire. Grant Rulofson drives down the ground. Will this beat mid-off? But no. Looks like great fielding there from Anarian Donald, who came running across and cut that one off to just a single. So pretty well played there by Rulofson, who drove well down the ground and looked like at one moment that he was going to beat the mid-off fielder, but good work from Donald as he came bustling round to his right and put in the dive and stopped what would definitely have been a certain boundary. 51 for 3 halfway through the 12th over. As Jack Campbell continues to pick up wickets and continues to bowl well for this Hampshire side, as he has done throughout this tournament. Runs in past the umpire and bowls to Nick Brown short. That looks like it could be a no ball. Tried to go for the short ball, but That's just gone through to the keeper, probably above head height. Nick Brown didn't look like he even had to duck for that. So he's going to have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, we've got a few emails in, so I'll get to those at the end of the over. One is on Josh Rymore. Paul's asking whether he's injured. I'm just messaging Essex to see what's happening with Josh.
As Campbell comes in and bowls to Nick Brown, and he pushes that one into the leg side. And no run. Sun coming out and actually starting to warm up. On my way down, we saw a few spots of rain actually, Dave, and I thought, oh, could we be in for a little bit of a rain break at some point? But it looks pretty still out there, and good conditions for cricket. As Campbell comes in, bowls back of a length again, and Nick Brown goes for that hook shot again, and this time gets a top edge as the ball goes towards the fine leg boundary, and he picks himself up his first boundary of his innings. Not convincing there.
No, not at all. And if you remember early on in the innings, Feroz Kushi and Robin Das were putting away those short deliveries with quite a bit of ease. So I don't know whether the pitch livened up at all, but that again got big on Brown. He was lucky to get a top edge straight over the wicket-keeper's head.
Did.
But at least the scoreboard's ticking over.
Definitely, he'll be happy with that. And I guess as a batsman, you don't really care which way that first boundary comes, as long as you get that and you can get yourself moving, and you can look up to that scoreboard and you can see your score just moving slightly. So he'll be pleased with that as Campbell comes in. Last ball of this over, outside the off stump, and Nick Brown went for a cut shot and play and a miss. Looked like it was a bit close to him to cut, but luckily for him, no damage done as it ends the 12th over. 57 for 3. Essex have moved on to Rulofsson on 1, Nick Brown on 5.
Yeah, so as I was just saying, at least Essex to get the scoreboard ticking over. It's quite frustrating actually. There's quite a lot of blue sky away to our right. There's no wind at all, there's no breeze, so the clouds aren't moving whatsoever. So we're just waiting for the clouds to break somehow. And unfortunately we've just got cloud over the ground and away to our left-hand side. But it's, apart from that, it's a lovely day. Very, very pleasant to be watching cricket, and it's not too warm, not too cold. Still as you like. The one thing I like about this ground, and certainly one thing I like about being this high up, is the beautiful tree-lined background we get behind the pavilion. It's a real beautiful sight. Here comes Curry coming in, taking over from Holland from the hotel end, and that's just played away into the leg side and fielded by mid-on. No run. Essex 57 for 3 here on BBC Essex. BBC Radio Solent online as well, and if you go to the Essex and Hampshire feed, you'll be able to see live coverage with our commentary over the top in the start of the 13th over. As the number 44 Curry comes in, right arm over to the right-handed Rulofsson, oh, thick outside edge, tried a square cut over the wicket-keeper and away for 4 more runs. I was just thinking, actually, it's all well and good saying this in hindsight, but I did wonder, bearing in mind these two hadn't scored much, whether they could afford to keep a slip in. I wondered if, I don't know how high that got, but that was probably straight down the throat of a wideish first slip, second slip. 61 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of width afforded there by Scott Curry. Rulofsson put his hands through that one and got a decent chunk of it, and yeah, flashed hard.
Curry again, that's Fuller, and brings Rulofsson forward. He defends into the offside, and it's a dot ball. 61 for 3. Mike's been in touch. He was just listening to us chatting about the potential for a new red ball competition in sort of August next year. That's been talked about. Certainly was been written about in the Times. I don't know how accurate the reporting is, but we shall find out as Curry moves in again. Again, full-length delivery, and Rulofsson can only come forward and defend down the pitch to mid-off, and there's no run. He said, I'm afraid with Andrew Strauss at the helm, we will continue to go down the slippery slope of nonsense. It's your opinion, Mike. Why not just keep the 2 divisions of the Championship, but with 3-day games, and each club playing each other home and away, and during the Daft 100 as well. County members and supporters will have more full calendar to enjoy throughout the summer. As this next delivery is a thick inside edge, attempt to drive down the ground from Rulofsson, ends up in the hands on the bounce of the man at mid-on. 3-day game should also help to get rid of those negative pitches and negative batting. Yeah, well, many ideas being floated about. Again, county championship, it always seems to be, is in some sort of transition. I'm sure one day they will come up with a calendar that works for everyone. That one flicked it to the leg side. Oh, it's a drop catch. The man at short mid-wicket flicked away. It was flicked hard by Rollofson, came in quickly, but I'm afraid it should have been taken. And it's got away with that one. That was the end of the over as well. 4 runs off it. Essex 61 for 3, and Rollofson on 5 is given a life. Can't see who the fielder is at mid-on because he's been in the game quite a bit.
I've got a feeling it might be... Not sure if that's Tom Prest.
Wait for him to turn round.
Can't see his number at this moment in time, but he'll be disappointed with that. It was definitely clipped really well, but it was at a catchable height. So he'll be definitely disappointed that he didn't actually manage to hold on to that one. That would have definitely put Hampshire in the driving seat. Is it number 24?
Yeah, that would have been disastrous for Essex. 4 down with 61 on the board.
As Campbell comes in from the pavilion end, bowls with a little bit of width to Nick Brown, who pushes that one out to Middleton at point. No run. So yeah, a little bit of a let off there for Roelofsson as he clipped that one off Scott Curry. And looks like Tom Prest put that one down at mid-wicket. Still disappointed with himself as he puts his hands on his head. It's one of those ones. As Campbell comes in and bowls it short back of a length again, and it's another top edge. This time Ian Holland tries to do the cleaning up at deep fine leg, but he's managed to knock that one over the boundary for another boundary. So they seem to be persisting with this short tactic to Nick Brown, possibly a flaw they might notice.
Yeah, well, there's 2 top edges. I wonder if fine leg can come a little bit finer. I feel sorry for Holland there. He's running at full pace round the boundary. Awkward bounce just in front of him. It crashed into his thigh and over the rope. It was a difficult one to take. I think he's got a little bit of a bruise on his leg as well.
Yeah, as Campbell comes in again, bowls to Nick Brown, who tries to go for the big drive on the up and maybe gets an inside edge on that one as it comes crashing back in. So this is good stuff from Jack Campbell, putting a lot of pressure, and Nick Brown not looking fully confident and looking maybe slightly tetchy against Campbell.
Yeah, not entirely convincing, is it? He's got 9 runs on the board, 2 top edges down to fine leg for 4.
It's not surprising though, with the way Jack Campbell's bowled this tournament, that he's putting this pressure on him, and as he comes in again, as he bowls another inside edge, as they scamper through for a single, a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end, but they trot through for a single. 66 for 3. Brown moves on to 10. Roelofsson on 5. So pretty tidy stuff this from Campbell, and bowling with some good pace by the looks of it.
Yeah, probing from Hampshire. They really haven't taken their foot off Essex's neck since the first wicket went down. Feroz Kushi falling in the 7th over.
As Campbell comes in to Roelofsson, who drives aggressively and gets a big outside edge, skews over the offside and is trickling away to the boundary, and just managed to hold that back in. Good work there from the fielder as he run back through for 3. And that's a pretty aggressive shot there from Roelofsson.
Yeah, ironically, we were talking about had they had the slip in place in the previous over when Rollofsson got the thick outside edge, which flew down to 3rd man for a single. They had a fielder out at deep backward point. Had the fielder been out at deep backward point for that one, that would have been a simple catch. But he was brought in to slip. They've now got a deep backward point out.
Definitely. As Campbell comes in for the last ball, goes short again for the 3rd time this over, and Nick Brown this time sways out the way, and that's through to Ben Brown. 69 for 3. Essex have moved on after 14 overs.
Harum scarum stuff from Essex so far. Nothing entirely convincing since those certainly the openers fell. Really did put Hampshire under the cosh for those first 5 overs, but it's been all Hampshire since then. Really pulled Essex back. 69 for 3. But Essex really do need to win, otherwise they need lots of results to go their way. Still need results to go their way, but even if they do win, but if they lose, could be in a bit of trouble. Curry continuing from the hotel end, and forward comes Rollison, pushing into the offside, and short extra cover fills. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us. Stan Marissa 85.
That's it.
On Twitter, if you want to get in touch with Stan. It's been a very welcome addition to the Radio Solent crew, and now the BBC Essex stations as well. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, and online if you want to listen to us. Full delivery down the pitch. Oh, it's another drop, and Rollison's got a second life on 8 this time. Punched down the ground towards mid-on, straight through the hands of Holland. And Curry, well, he's not being blessed at the moment. That's 2 drops off Rollison, off his bowling in consecutive overs, and Rollison goes through for 2 runs, 71 for 3, and Essex really should be 4 down by now.
Yeah, very un-Hampshire-like. I think the side pride themselves on their fielding, and two pretty simple catches really, because they've had both fielders had a good look at those balls.
I would say Holland's a lot easier than the previous one. That one's flicked down towards fine leg for a single, 72 for 3. At least the previous catch was going at pace at a very close distance. This one had plenty of time, and Holland's berating himself there, slapping his hands together. He knows he should have caught that. It was right back on the edge of the 30-yard circle. It's probably one of the easiest catches a mid-on fielder could have that far back, and it just burst through his hands and agonisingly onto the floor from a Hampshire point of view. Essex, though, they're riding their luck here. 72 for 3. Brown on strike. Right arm over to the left-handed bat, and that's driven out towards deep cover for a single. It's a sharp bit of fielding from the man running around from point.
So, lots going on this morning, Dave. We've seen wickets, we've seen boundaries, we've seen drop catches.
Yeah, it's all going on. Lively stuff. 73 for 3, Essex. Rollison 11 off 24. Brown 11 off 23. Starting to get the scoreboard ticking over, though, Essex. They ground to a halt for a couple of overs as Curry comes in wide of off stump. This one slower ball delivery, and that one's just driven towards cover. Bit of a misfield, but no damage done. Still a few people milling about on the concourse. Of course, that's the area where they have international games. Usually have a stand behind a temporary stand built up. As I said, they've got a DJ complex for the 100 that's currently there at the moment. It's full-length delivery on the pads of Rollison. He whips that on the way down towards deep square leg for a single. 1 run to the total, 74 for 3. And that is the end of the 15th over. Here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, Essex being pegged back, 74 for 3. It's pretty much all Hampshire at the moment. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us. And if you're in and around the ground and got a loose end this afternoon, why not pop down to no, Hampshire have qualified, all right, don't need to rub it in. Essex still grimly hanging on in for their lives by their fingertips, but it could be quite an interesting afternoon. Essex, though, need to rebuild from here.
Yeah, and I think the idea for Essex is to try and get some runs on the board and try and maybe come in with their spinners and try and put some pressure. Obviously, it's a big playing surface here, so if you can get a decent score, we've seen that it's quite a difficult ground to maybe chase. So hopefully, well, I guess from an Essex point of view, they can get a good score and try and put some pressure on this young Hampshire side, as we see our first sign of spin in the 16th over. Felix Organ coming in from the top end, from the pavilion end, and he'll be bowling over the wicket to Grant Rulofsson as he comes in and slightly back of a length and pushed out towards mid-off where Scott Curry does the cleaning up. It looks as though that ball was slightly fuller, and Rulofsson was on the back foot and pushed that one out towards mid-off to get himself through. 75 for 3. As Essex, after that bright and breezy start, 44 for none at one point, 44 for 1 they were when Feroz Kushi managed to play and got caught behind off Jack Turner as Felix Organ comes into Nick Brown and beats the bat on the offside. Slip in place, short third man, deep cover, mid off, deep long on, mid wicket, deep backward square leg and a short fine leg as Organ comes into Nick Brown and bowls back of a length again. So a pretty good start from him.
Yeah, love the introduction of the spinner at this stage. Essex searching for runs, and the spinner just taking the pace off the ball. Big ground as well. They've got to really hit through it to get over the boundary rope.
Nick Brown down the wicket and pushes that one down to long on. Yeah, Felix Organ missed out the last game against Glamorgan, so he'll be pretty keen to get himself back in and back into this game, and it probably adds a little bit of a better balance to this Hampshire side. Obviously no out-and-out spinner, but hopefully Organ and Nick Gubbins with his leg spin as a reverse sweep attempt from Grant Rulofsson, who missed that one, and that's gone through to Ben Brown, who maybe looked like he whipped the bails off and attempted stumping, but
yeah, sharp wicket keeper from Brown there. Bails are off before you knew it.
No damage done as Organ comes in and bowls back of a length and worked into the leg side to deep mid-wicket, and a pretty good start from Felix Organ. 3 off that over as Essex moved to 77 for 3 after 16.
Yeah, and it's not really Nick Brown's game to hit out here, so you know these are big boundaries to clear with pace off the ball. He's got to put all his effort in to get it over the rope, and with 4 fielders out, it's going to be tough for Essex to score quickly off the spinners. Certainly at the stage of the game we're at, where Essex already 3 wickets down, but still plenty of overs to play with, just 16 gone so far. 77 on the board. We'll run through some of the scores elsewhere around the country, but let's see what Curry serves up with his first delivery of the 17th over. As he moves in now, right over up to the stumps, bowls down the leg side. Is that what's that taken? The pad? No appeal from the umpire. Lovely take from the wicketkeeper, but it's come clattering off the pad. That was the sound that we could hear from up here, and there's no run. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Middlesex are 60 for 2 at the start of the 17th at home to Gloucestershire. Warwickshire is 74 for no loss at the end of the 17th at home to Durham. Curry in again, short of a length, pulled away into the leg side, and that's in front of the fielder down at deep backward square leg. That's a good diving stop. It was in the air for some time. It was well struck by Rollison. In fact, they only get a single off that. That was deep out there, but excellent fielding by the man in the deep. A good rolling stop and a pick-up, and the throw-in prevents a second run. Rollison moves to 15 of 31 deliveries, and Essex is 78 for 3. Derbyshire are 30 for 3. So stodgy start for Derbyshire off start the 15th over at home to Yorkshire. That's punched away up in the air. Now that's going to interest the fielder at short mid-wicket. It's coming down and it's taken. That is a good take, under pressure as well, having 2 been dropped already. Nick Brown trying to take the attack to the bowler, a thick inside edge, looping up in the air, and Essex lose their 4th wicket. Brown goes for 12 off 26. A lovely catch. It was steepling up in the air, falling backwards. And Essex are in deep trouble here. 78 for 4 off 16.2.
Yeah, pretty tame and soft end to what's been a bit of a sketchy innings for Nick Brown. He'll be disappointed with that. Went to look to go over the top, but managed just to get a pretty thick thick inside edge, and the ball's just gone straight up. And that still had to take some catching. It looks like Nick Gubbins who completed that, running back and took the catch above his head and tumbled as Essex slide deeper into trouble here at 78 for 4.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy take at all. If you can watch on the live stream, it was going up in the air. It was well judged in the end, but falling backwards. He had to keep his eye on it, and just managed to keep it in the big mitts. Just watching the replay, yeah, it was a really good take, stumbling backwards. And Essex are 78 for 4, and that's not good news, bearing in mind Yorkshire have got Derbyshire 30 for 3 after just 15 overs in their match, and Yorkshire are the main threat to Essex finishing in the top 3 in this division. Hampshire, remember, already qualified along with Lancashire.
I think Scott Curry would have had his heart in his mouth there, obviously having had those 2 drop catches in his first 2 overs. So as soon as that ball went up in the air, he would have been hoping that this time the catch was taken and Nick Gubbins secure, and yeah, took a really good catch.
Okay, so 2.3 overs, 1 for 10 for Curry so far. And again, only 3 men outside the circle when they could have 4. New batsman is Luke Benkenstein, right-handed. Curry right arm over, bowls, and Benkenstein just defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. So Essex in a bit of a quandary here, because they've got some very attacking batsmen to come, but a long tail that hasn't really wagged too much in this competition. And they are far from posting a competitive total at the moment. 78 for 4, coming towards the end of the 17th. Keep your emails coming in. Drop short, pulled away. Lovely shot by Benkenstein. That should go for 4. Deep backward square legs running around, but he won't catch up with it. Stand to deliver from Benkenstein, pulled in front of the man at short mid wicket. Danger was there, but he was onto it early and guided away for 4 runs. That will do him the world of good. Benkenstein 4 off 2. Essex 82 for 4.
Yeah, really strong shot, and we've seen it today. Anything that's been slightly short or back of a length, the Essex batsmen have pounced and actually played that pull shot pretty well and got good results from it.
Curry in again, right arm over to Benkenstein, drives down the pitch this time, nicely struck, but it's going to go straight to the fielder at mid-on. And it's a dot ball to finish the over. Essex at 82 for 4 and 17 overs gone. We've had an email in from Jonathan saying he can't seem to watch the live feed on the Essex website Match Zone, so if anyone's listening in, if they can check that out, that would be great. Otherwise I'm sure the Hampshire one will be working, but that's the shout out. Essex in a lot of trouble here, and the locals supporting Hampshire will be very, very content with what they've seen from their side so far. Just those first 5 overs where it threatened to get a little bit out of control for Hampshire, but they've reined it in superbly. I reckon Essex have scored something like 40, so if they were, I reckon they were about 44 off the first 5,
Yep.
so they've scored another 40 off the next 12 overs.
Yeah, and that's obviously thanks to Jack Campbell, who came in and sort of put some decent pressure on Ian Holland as well. Bowled in a good partnership and managed to pick up those wickets just to stifle that Essex top order, who managed to get off to a pretty fast start as Felix Organ comes in and Grant Rulofsson just pushes that one down to deep long on for a single.
Imran's been in touch, and he was asking a question that we sort of posed ourselves earlier. He says, has the wickets changed? These 2 batsmen are struggling to score, whereas Cushy was looking brilliant, timing the ball beautifully. It does seem to have, something seemed to have gotten into the pitch. Certainly the ball's kicking up a little bit more.
As Organ comes in and Benkenstein pushes that one slightly uppish towards mid-wicket, but no harm done as that falls just in front of Tom Prest. Yeah, it's a good question actually. I guess almost maybe the situation, losing a couple of wickets, you kind of have to sink, maybe drop anchor and try and, as Felix Organ comes in, no run, push back to him, you possibly have to try and rebuild the innings after losing a couple of wickets. I think it was Cushy we lost in the 6th over, and then Robin Das followed in the next over, and then Tom Westley the following over. So 3 wickets in 3 overs as Organ comes in. Benkenstein pulls towards towards mid-on, and no run again.
Credit to Benkenstein, he's trying to play aggressively. He's trying to play as safe as possible as well. He's not desperately trying to pull these ones in the air. He's trying to get over the ball. That short mid-wicket fielder's still in.
As Organ comes in from that pavilion end, slightly wider, as Benkenstein pushes that one to deep cover, where Fletcher Middleton does the cleaning up. One bounce into Ben Brown. 84 for 4.
Not seeing huge amounts of Luke Benkenstein play, but he looks a decent bat out there actually.
Yes, Organ comes in to finish this over, and a little bit of turn actually. That looked like it gripped a little bit. So Benkenstein himself, who's a leg spinner, that ends the over. 84 for 4, and warm applause for that good over for Felix Organ.
Yeah, from up here, that just looked as if it gripped and turned and just tucked Rollison up and forced him to change his stroke. Yeah, so perhaps the pitch has changed since early this morning. Can see some pitch maintenance come on here. I think it's going to be the footmarks that need digging up and compacting in. You're the batsman, Stan. What do you make of Luke Benkenstein? It looks as if he's a...
yeah, I think, given his age, I think he's only 17
yeah.
and he looks pretty solid so far. Obviously, he would have I guess, the best possible coach and his dad, Dale Benkenstein. So I'd expect him to be a really good player. Obviously, Dale Benkenstein was a fantastic player for Durham for many years, in South Africa as well. So Luke looks like a good talent. Bowls a bit of leg spin as well.
Yeah, well, he got a 6 for in the match at Chelmsford last weekend. I interviewed him after the game. He looked a little bit like a rabbit caught in the headlights. Not quite expecting to get that, but yeah, he bowled beautifully. Helped Essex to a win that day. You're not missing anything. They're digging up some footmarks at the hotel end and relaying and then compacting it in. So he got one of the groundsmen out there doing a sterling job. He's brought out some dirt. He's got the broom out now, just sweeping up. And of course, so important for a bowler, right? If you're charging in at full pace, you want to make sure that when your foot hits the ground, it's sturdy.
Definitely. And I think there's nothing more off-putting, I guess, for a fast bowler if you're steaming in from 30 yards and you just don't feel like your foot is landing correctly. Because what you want to be doing is trying to make sure that you're focusing on where the ball actually ends up, and that should be the only thing that you're thinking about. So if you've got any issues around your feet, then that's just the most off-putting thing. So hopefully all okay for Scott Curry.
Yeah, terrifying amount of pressure that goes through that front foot when it lands, so you just want to make sure that it's as flat and as sturdy as possible. But he's seems to be happy with it now. Curry coming in, right arm over to the right-handed Benkenstein. Bolt short, cut away through the offside. That's going to go down towards deep point for a single. Got on top of the bounce, nicely played by Benkenstein. He goes to 6 off 8 deliveries, and Essex at 85 for 4 at the start of the 19th here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent. Myself, David Brett, and Stanley Marissa, and we've got Dave Allen coming up in the next 45 minutes, the Hampshire historian, not the comedian. As that one's dropped short. Not that he's not funny, I'm sure he's hilarious. That's pulled away down towards deep fine leg for a single by Rollison. He goes to 17 off 34, Essex at 86 for 4. Sun's breaking out, which is always nice to see. It is a very picturesque ground. Certainly when the sun comes through as well. Obviously you've got the arid hills away to our left where very little rain has been had around these parts. That one's defended back to the bowler and there's no run. But a lush green outfield here at Hampshire. Do you know when the next 100 game is here at all?
Ooh, that's a good question,
actually. I put you on the spot there. Apologies for that.
I've got a feeling that they might be away their next game. So I think.
Did they win it last year?
They did.
They did win it.
Yeah, they did. They did. Not going as well this season so far, but still a few games to go.
Curry in, drops short, back of a length, and that one's defended down the pitch, and there's no run. Benkenstein on 6, Rollison on 17, Essex at 86 for 4. Remember, we're only coming towards the end of the 19th over. I've got an email in from Ken. He's very disgruntled, is Ken, but he always is when it comes to red ball cricket. And it's being at the mercy of some of the white ball competitions. As Curry in again, right arm over, up to the stumps, cut away in the air, and that's caught at backward point, and Essex lose their 5th wicket. Didn't quite get on top of that one. Did Benkenstein maybe a little bit bigger on him than he thought. He walks off with his head hung low, but he goes for 6. Essex 5 down in the 19th over, right at the end, and in deep trouble. 86 for 5. Oh dear.
Wow. The procession continues, and obviously after that rollicking start, it just doesn't seem like anyone's wanted to sit in and bat for an extended period of time. Obviously Benkenstein, that was slightly short and slightly wide. Probably thought he'd have had a good, I mean the shot was on, but he just played that in the air, and again another, I guess, fairly tame dismissal. So they'll be disappointed with where they're at after that pretty good start they had, really.
Yeah, caught by Middleton. It was a fairly regulation catch for a man at a backward point, slightly low, but down on his knees. It was into his midriff, and Essex lose their 5th wicket. So all going a bit pear-shaped. Remember, as well as Essex not doing so well here, Yorkshire are pegging Derbyshire back 31 for 3. Coming up to the end of the 18th over at Derbyshire, and Yorkshire are the 3rd team in the hunt. Sorry, the 4th team in the hunt for that 3rd spot in this division. So Ken's been in touch. He says, as I have said umpteen times before, in about 10 years, unless the 100 competition is completely curbed and preferably killed off altogether, there will be no worthwhile red ball. Quite amusingly, it's auto-corrected as red ball, as in the drink. Rather than red ball cricket, because red ball cricket would be more like the 100. Anyway, red ball cricket, BALL, to be seen in this country. This is not just doom and gloom prediction, but it's plain enough for everyone to see. And you can't train Utah Test players if they are brought up in a world where proper cricket is non-existent. Again, I think that's an autocorrect. Maybe young Test players. Anyway, yeah, we get your point, Ken, and I agree. There's a lot of white ball cricket on. However, as Curry right him over to the left-handed new bat, which is Nijar, defending out into the offside, and there's no run to end the over. 19 overs gone. Essex in the quagmire. They are 86 for 5. Problem is, the white ball stuff pays for the red ball stuff, and until they figure out a way round that, I'm not entirely sure how you stop that juggernaut.
No, yeah, you're right, and I think it's so difficult to try and, I guess, please every single facet in terms of red ball, white ball. But I think, at the moment, I personally think that the 100 is a pretty good competition. I think it brings, a bit of glitz and panache and all that sort of stuff and excitement. And I guess with the county championship, the way they've sort of maybe started the season with it, as Organ is going to come from the pavilion end, and he bowls to Rulofsson, who just flicks that one down towards fine leg for a single.
Stop it. You're lucky that Ken's about 125 miles away. Otherwise he'd be steaming down to the ground to have it out with you.
I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? It is difficult.
The one thing I do like about the fact the 100 competition has come along is that it's made die-hard county supporters that maybe hadn't had so much interest in county 2020 become die-hard county T20 fans, because they just want the county version to survive.
As Organ comes into Aaron Nisha, who just pushes that one down back past the bowler for no run.
And the slightly annoying thing is, over the past few seasons, the county championship T20 county T20 stuff has been really, really interesting, really good fun to watch as well.
As Organ comes and bowls to Nija, who pushes that one back on his stumps, and no run again. And
as I said at the start of this game, I really love this competition. It just gives a chance for some youngsters to get involved.
As Organ comes in, Nija drives, and Tom Prest looks like Nick Gubbins does some good work, to some good applause from this crowd who are appreciative.
All over Essex here, just the 2 men outside the 30-yard circle, and we're in the 20th over.
Felix Organ comes in and bowls again. Nisha defends that. Yeah, like you say, it's a fantastic tournament for giving the young players opportunity, and I think that's the only, we have to look at it that way, as how big a positive that is. And Organ comes in and bowls to finish this over. So 20 gone. Essex, after being 44 for no wicket, stumbled to 87 for 5, and Hampshire all over them, as David Brett said, and Essex with it all to do.
The one thing I don't like about its timing, obviously going with the 100, is that the 100 seems to just be able to come and pluck players out, and it ruins the team makeup. So the coaches might have an idea of what a team might look like, and then suddenly there's injuries in the 100, so they come and pluck someone else out, and it forces late changes. That's one thing that maybe needs to be looked at next season. I don't know, maybe you do make it a mainly youth competition, and maybe you have only maybe one over two or three overage players in the side. Here comes Curry, bowls back of a length, that's pushed away into the leg side, and there's no run. 87 for 5 at the start of the 21st over. Lots of things to think about. It's just difficult to
balance it, isn't it?
Balance it. It is.
It's interesting you say that. I don't know how many people are selected in the 100 squads, or what, because I guess they obviously have a squad. How many of those players are actually playing in the 100, and how many of them aren't actually playing?
Exactly. Yeah, a lot of players will be sitting on the touchline, twiddling their thumbs as Curry bowls full, defended out into the offside. And as vulgar as it is, it's it's a big payday for a lot of these players. Counties can only afford to play certain amounts to players, and it's a short career, so if they get the chance to earn a few extra grand to go and play for 3 weeks in the 100, you can't really blame them.
No, you can't.
Here comes Curry, 44 on his back. He's up to the stumps now, and he bowls. That's flicked off the pads by Rolifson. I think that's going to be leg byes down towards fine leg. He's going to come back for a second run, as well as the keeper races round to pick it up. 89 for 5. I hate bringing all these things down to money, but you sometimes have to put yourself in the player's position. And a lot of those players won't get the chance ever to play test match cricket, where certainly in this country is where you get paid the money, or international cricket in general. So they've got to take the money while they can. It's not a nice thing to say, but it's just the fact of life. Here comes Curry, bowls back of a length. That's off the pads as well. That's wrapped him Nijar high on the thigh pad. He's yet to score, but that's a leg bye to the total. 90 for 5, Essex, in the just over midway through the 21st over.
Just a further point on that, in terms of what it does provide, I guess the 100 is a good opportunity for players that you don't really sort of see, and with all these leagues around the world, it could be an opportunity for them to get maybe a call up for something.
Curry right arm over to the left-handed Nijar, just pushes down towards third man for a single. He's off the mark, Nijar, 1 off 7, 91 for 5.
Rebuilding job required from him and Grant Rulofsson. Obviously they would have been in a decent position and they would have thought that things were going quite well, but I guess for now it's just making sure that they can try and get use of all those overs.
4 runs off the over so far. Bowled down the leg side. That's an appeal for caught behind, but that was just an attempt to fool the umpire that it came off something, and the umpire gives it a wide. 1 run to the total and an extra delivery as well. 92 for 5. You played cricket to a pretty decent level. You must have played around quite a lot of players that had those sorts of things on their mind about securing a contract so they could make sure they could do it for a living. Yeah,
definitely. I think any time that you are a young player or...
Curry in again. Right arm over to the right-handed Rolifson, who just turns it square of the wicket on the leg side for a single. That should be the end of the over. It is. Essex are 92 for 5, 21 overs gone.
Yeah, to carry on with that point, I think as a young player, if you are, obviously if you've got the talent, and if that, I guess what you're potentially looking for it is to be a profession. So I guess whenever you're doing anything as a profession, you're trying, obviously you want to showcase your talent and you want to, play at a high level and show people what you can do, but ultimately it's about securing your future and securing your financial future. So yeah, and
we're still not talking about like the millions that are thrown out for the Premier League or anything. We're talking probably what a lot of people would quite easily earn in their lifetime, but for most players, they've got like a 10-year period maybe to earn all that.
They do, and it's a tricky one. I myself played for Zimbabwe under-19 and played for Zimbabwe A, and I was selected at a very young age. So for me, the way that things were going was that my career would potentially be as a professional cricketer, and I was hoping that it would be a long-term sort of thing. As John Turner comes in, change of bowling, as he comes in to replace Felix Organ from the top end and starts with a full toss, and just driven out by Rulofsson to Gubbins, who does the cleaning up at cover. Yes, so I guess for myself, you want to potentially make that your career. Obviously, growing up in Zimbabwe, I grew up at a time when I guess there was a little bit of unrest in the country and financially things weren't going the same way. So you have to then make a decision for yourself. Is that what you want to potentially carry on with? As Turner comes in to Rulofsson, who drives just to Gubbins again, you then have to make that decision. Would that be, you can stick around and maybe not quite get what you're trying to get, but you're still playing international cricket, you're still playing cricket at a high level, but at the same time you don't have that financial security and that security for your future. So you have to make all those decisions. So yeah, it's all important things as Turner comes in past the umpire and bowls to Rulofsson, who drives and calls himself through for a quick single, and Jack Campbell at mid-off was unable to effect a clean pickup and a run out. So yeah, like you say, it's financially, it's these young players have to think about that. And
have you now fully stepped away from cricket, or are you still playing?
Yeah, I still play club cricket. I still try and do some coaching and helping the younger players as well. So I'm still involved in it, and obviously doing this as well. So yeah, cricket's something that's always going to be, part of my life. And as Turner comes into Aaron Nija around the wicket, and he just defends that one and pushes that on for no run. Yeah, look, I obviously played cricket since I was a young lad, and yes, it's my favourite sport, and yeah, I love it. So yeah, I'll always be in it, and I'll always be watching it. So like, yeah, things like the 100, the T20 competition, there's obviously always a keen interest in it. As Turner comes in 94 for 5 round the wicket to Aaron Nija, pulls back of a length and pulls hard in front of square, potentially looking to come back for 2 and throw to the keeper's end and safely through for a couple of runs. Nija moves on to 3.
And do you miss Zimbabwe?
I do. I've got family over there, so my mum lives in Zimbabwe still, so I try and get out there as much as I can. And Turner comes in, and Nija just clips that one off his legs into the onside for no run. End of another fine over actually for Hampshire. 96 for 5. Essex move on to.
Yep, that's still in a lot of trouble here, but Rollifson's still out there. That's the important thing for Essex. If he can stay out there for a long time and just eat up those overs, you never know what could happen in those last 10 overs. But Essex do need to keep wickets in hand, slowly tick it over. If they can get up somewhere towards 250, if they eat up those whole 50 overs, I think they'll be pleased with that. Pushing it towards 300 might even be better, but still back Hampshire to knock them off. But it's a decent effort from where they are at the moment. So Organ's switched ends. Is that a natural? Is that a good decision?
I think he might want to bowl with the 2 right-handers. He might be trying to bowl towards that bigger side, as turning the ball into the right-handers.
Organ bowls. That's down the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah. So the fielders. So. I mean, they're big boundaries here anyway, but the slightly bigger one is out away to the right-hand side of the pavilion as we look at it, and there's 3 fielders deep backwards. This one swept and hit the pads, and there's no run, 97 for 5. So we've got a fine leg, got the man in front of the square on the leg side, and long on. They're all covering the boundary, and there's a man at deep backward point outside the 30-yard circle. Everyone else inside. It's Organ bowls, and that's clipped down the ground. That'll be a single to Rollifson. He goes to 22 or 45. Essex are 98 for 5.
Yeah, big rebuilding job, and I think for Essex it's just a case of maybe trying to edge their way to 200 and start that as a mark, and then try and get a score really.
Rollifson right arm round to the left-handed Nija on the full. That's clipped down towards mid-on, and there's a dot ball. Still 98 for 5, coming midway through the 23rd over. Organ in again, that's a decent length, brings Nija forward, he guides it down towards short third man, and there's no run. A bit of bounce as well that looked from up here. Actually well played by Nija in the end. Soft hands guiding it down into the ground. Number 3, Organ, all in navy blue, comes in again, flatter delivery, outside off stump, cut away by Nija down towards point, deep point, and that's fielded, and there'll be a single to the total. Nija goes to 4. Essex are 99 for 5. Last ball of the over. Long on goes back. Tossed up by Organ, hit firmly into the offside, well fielded at short extra cover, and that's a dot ball. That's why there's a vociferous round of applause to end the over. Nice bit of fielding, that one. That prevented any runs. Essex are 99 for 5 and 23 overs gone in the match.
Yeah. Good over there from Felix Organ. He's bowled his first 4 overs just for 9 runs. I think the crowd will actually be pleased with the change of kit actually, with the kit that Essex have got, because we saw last week Lancashire were playing in all navy as well with Hampshire, who play in all navy. So there was a bit of a kick clash as Turner comes in and bowls to Nija, who pushes the ball to mid-on, where Jack Campbell does the fielding. No run. So
We had exactly the same thing down at Northants.
Did you?
A couple of weekends ago, and it was exactly the same strips. They both had sky blue shirts and navy blue trousers.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a debate. A few people emailing in, and as Nijar plays this one off the outside edge and down to Felix Organ, a third man for a single, to bring up Essex 100 runs of 23.2 overs. So good applause here from this crowd, appreciative crowd. At 44 for none, they would have probably been looking at maybe not, or getting to this point without 5 wickets down. But Hampshire fought back, and Turner comes in and bowls to Rulofsson, who pushes that one out to Fletcher Middleton, who does the fielding at point.
Well, good news is that Len is watching the live stream via the Hampshire site. So if the Essex one's not working, try the Hampshire feed. But it doesn't matter what feed you're listening to or watching, Essex are in deep trouble.
Yes. As Turner comes in and bowls to Rulofsson, who pushes through for a quick single again to Jack Campbell at mid-off, who maybe slightly on his heels, or he's just a little bit deep, but they come through and scamper through for another single. Rulofsson moves on to 23, so a lot of what Essex do from here on in will probably be dependent on what he does. And hopefully get the support from Aaron Nijar, who's facing up to John Turner as he comes in from the pavilion end. Bowls short and pulled well by Nijar and gets his boundary. A valiant effort there from Tom Prest, who's had an interesting time in the field. He's dropped one catch and now he's scampering around and diving, so all action for him, but a pretty good shot there from Nijar.
Yep, just going down the leg side, helps along its way. Painful for the fielder there, just rolling over the boundary rope. Can't be comfortable going at full pace.
You don't want to get too close to that rope, because if you do slide on that rope at high speed, you might get some sort of burn. As John Turner bowls and pushes this one up a bit further actually, and no run as Nijar defends to end another over. So Essex fighting back here and trying to get some sort of partnership going, and 105 for 5 they move on to after 24.
Well, there's nothing like mentioning the 100 to rile up the locals. So Lee's been in touch. The ECB have pushed this nonsense 100 competition at the expense of domestic cricket. The fact it was launched off the back of England becoming 50 over world champions makes it all the more laughable. I'm dismally confident in my prediction that we will never come close to winning it again, as none of our current pool of ODI players are playing 50 over cricket. Organ continuing from the hotel end, that's pushed away into the leg side, there's no run. Rulofsson on strike, Essex 105 for 5 at the start of the 25th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent online, and if you download the BBC app you can actually listen to us on the go as well. Organ, right arm over to the right-handed bat, Rulofsson, that's turned away into the leg side, there's no run. I could go on, but I'll just end up venting a spleen, yes. You won't be the only one. Here we go, Organ's coming round the wicket to the right-hander now. Rulofsson adjusts his stance, really open stance this one. He's going to try and open up that leg side. That's clipped down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 106 for 5. Keep the emails coming in, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Always welcome, even if it is to have a little bit of a moan. We don't mind. I'm reading a book actually at the moment called Hitting Against the Spin, and it's about some data analysts that work with the England team. As Organ bounds in towards Nijar, round the wicket to the left-handed Nijar, and he clips it back to the bowler, and there's no run. It's all about the stats behind the game, and one thing they were talking about is when the 40 over competition, I don't know if you remember that 40 over competition vaguely. Yeah, that was about, well, Essex won it I think back in 2007. Yes. So there's Organ in again, bowls to Nijar, and that's clipped down towards mid-off, and there's no run. Now that's the end of the over, 175. Now ironically, the members of the England team that won the 50 over competition were basically brought up and raised on the 40 over competition, so the reduction in the amount of overs they were playing in one-day cricket didn't affect them in the end, as this next delivery is cracked away into the offside and there's no run. Fielded on the bounce at short mid-off. End of the over, 106 for 5. So, you know, all these different competitions doesn't necessarily mean we definitely won't be able to win the competition. I just think the focus has to be there for whomever's in charge. But who knows? Only time will tell. Thanks. That email was from Michael. Oh, sorry, no, that email's from Lee. We've got another email in from Michael. Essex batters are making Yorkshire pudding today. Yes, they are. They do not seem to be able to differentiate between playing at Chelmsford, which has very small boundaries, and large test match grounds where you can build an innings by running 2s and 3s. Someone needs to get their heads down. Well, a few of them need to get their heads down. I thought Brown would have been in his element here.
As Turner comes in, and sorry, as Rulofson plays well actually down the ground.
Well, Brown was in his element for a while. I think he was 1 off 11 at one point, and then started to play some shots, and unfortunately ended up perishing.
Yeah, he did. He didn't look convincing, did he? He had a couple of those pull shots that came off the top edge.
Yeah, he didn't look convincing when he was trying to play an attacking shot. He looked convincing when he was trying to defend, but
definitely is. John Turner comes in to Grant Rulofson, and who pulls hard in front of square actually, and pulls that just slightly wide of mid-on. So a really commanding stroke, and he's looking really good here actually, Rulofson, as he moves on to 28.
Well, I said earlier, I think he's probably, maybe along with Robin Das, the find of the tournament for Essex. I mean, obviously Cushy's got the runs along with Wesley, but I just think he looks a class act as Rulofson, especially with the gloves as well. I love his wicket keeping.
Looks like he's got a lot of time on the ball, and then rocked back nicely and played that on nicely as John Turner bowls it wide, short again, and Rulofson went for the pull again, but it looks like it's come off the chalk end of the bat, and it's managed to make its way down to third man. So a really interesting shot there. Maybe didn't quite get up as quickly as he thought it would.
We had an email in from Adam, which I'll read in a second. It's the counter argument to the 100 being bad for county cricket in the long term. We'll get to that in a second.
Interesting.
Good to have both sides of the story. I think you were sort of saying the same thing yourself a little bit.
Definitely, as Turner comes in and Nisha pushes this to mid-on, and Jack Campbell pinch another single off him, and the score moves on to 113 for 5.
So the emails are coming in at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Stan Marissa 85 if you want to get in touch with us here today. We're only, what, 26 overs into this match, so a long way to go today.
As John Turner comes in and bowls to Rulofson, who drives and drives hard, and
dropped.
A valiant attempt.
It's 3 times he's been dropped.
It looked like it was Nick Gubbins who threw himself to his right, and it's an outstanding attempt actually, because Rulofson got a good chunk of that, drove it hard, and Gubbins threw himself to his right. It almost looked like he caught that, Dave.
Yeah, I thought he got 2 hands to it and pulled it in. Just as he landed, it came out of his hands. I was trying to look at the replay, but I think it just switched off. Just. Hang on, we're going to see the replay here. You commentate on the ball, I'll have a look at the replay.
As John Turner comes in and Rulofson pulls this time and pulls in the air. Could this be another chance? Deep backward square leg is coming, and it's taken. Went for that big pull shot, and he's managed just to sky that up in the air. And Toby Albert looks like it came running round, so dropped the ball before, went for another big shot, and he's just managed to just sky that up, and that's the end of Grant Rulofson.
Yeah, I'd suggest that's probably Essex's last hope of getting a decent score in this game. That's just gone with that one out. I mean, he's lived a charmed life. 3 drop catches off him before that one. It was well pouched, actually. That wasn't the easiest catch. That was a steepling hit. And the fielder running round had to keep his eye on it. Ended up taking it quite low. Good catch, but dropped 3 times. Rulofson couldn't go on. 29 off 55. And Essex, well, that could be their last hope. 6 down, and we're only just over halfway through the innings.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of action. Like I said, we've seen a lot of wickets. We saw boundaries at the beginning, and I guess Essex would have been really pleased with that start that they had, and Hampshire pegged them back and pegged them back, have they? And now they're 6 down.
Yeah, 44 for about 5 overs, and since then we've seen, what's that, 60 odd, 70 runs off the next
20 overs.
Yeah, it's not been great.
No, really good bowling though from a Hampshire perspective, and I think that's been the strength. You know, we've had Scott Curry, Jack Campbell, and John Turner, who've been pretty much the mainstay of this bowling attack throughout this tournament. And they've continued their good work and just backed themselves and put the ball in a decent area. They've been aided, I must say, by some indifferent Essex batting. It seems as though they've been, I think after that start, they've been hell-bent to try and score as many runs. So maybe some reckless batting. Aggressive, reckless batting. I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? It's difficult to tell.
Yeah, it was those 3 quick wickets over 3 consecutive overs that really pegged them back, and they just never got going again since then. Okay, so Adam's been in touch. This is the counter argument. In response to the argument that the 100 is bad for county cricket in the long term, is there not an argument that by getting more kids interested in cricket, they're more likely to join a local club? They'll then be taught the red ball cricket anyway, so it could end up bringing more young players into the sport in the future. Get Stan's opinion on that shortly. Here comes Organ, round the wicket, right arm over, bowls to Nijar, who plays down the ground, and there's no run. Because you were saying yourself, like T20 cricket and now the 100 has been like a staple diet for you, cricket-wise.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got to look at it from a young person's point of view, I think at the moment with so much going on in the world.
Here comes Organ again, back of a length carved away down towards deep backward point for a single by Nijar. He goes to 11. Essex are 113 for 6, 2 balls into the 27th.
I think what you want is things that are fast and fun and engaging, and I think that's what T20 cricket brings and the 100 brings. I mean, I myself personally, I love Test cricket. I could sit there and watch 5 days of a Test match. I love it. But at the same time, I can actually see obviously the points of the T20 and the 100, and it's about excitement and about keeping.
Organ tosses it up full, and that's defended his leg side. There's no run.
Trying to keep people engaged and keep things exciting, I guess. With so many different sports and so many different things to do, you want to be innovative and moving forward, I guess.
Full to Snater, who drives back to the bowler, who stops it on the bounce. It's not a clean field, but there's no run.
So I think, yeah, it's just about being adaptable to whatever format is on and trying to, I guess, enjoy it and see what it does provide for the young people in the next generation.
Again, Snater just trying to work it away in the leg side, but it's like leading edge. It's back to the bowler. There's no run. Just 1 run off the over so far. Essex 113 for 6, coming towards the end of the 27th. A whole heap of trouble. Attempted to pull away into the leg side, a thin edge down towards fine leg for a single. That's the end of the over. 2 runs off it. Essex are 114 for 6. And yeah, heading for not great a score. And as we said, got to keep an eye on that Yorkshire game as well. And Yorkshire well in control against Derbyshire. Derbyshire were 43 for 3. But my internet's just gone down, so I'll have to double check that. But yeah, it's a good part. I suppose I myself prefer the red ball game. I think the trouble is with this proliferance of the white ball game and the lack of red ball stuff on TV, certainly on terrestrial TV that gets coverage. The problem you might have is all these kids might not want to play the red ball game. You know, they see the razzmatazz of the white ball game, and anyone going into it, again, you can't blame them. If it's down to money, they're going to go for the white ball rather than red ball.
You can't. As Turner comes in and bowls to Snater, who plays that one outside off stump and pushes that down to third man for a single.
Adam also says, surely for young players like Crane and Smead, it gives them the chance to play with elite players, which benefits the 2020 county tournament and future England squad. I mean, that is certainly true. I think that's one of the points that Owen Morgan was trying to. It's not just the quality of players you play with, it's the crowd you play in front as well. It gets you used to the big occasion, gives you more confidence to, you know, display your talents.
Oh, definitely.
I'm also not convinced that the 100 is killing the Royal London Cup because the crowds are all big and it's just different tournaments for different audiences.
Definitely. I think what you want for your audience as well is to have that variety. So if people want to watch the One Day Cup, if they want to watch some T20, if they want to watch the 100 or the Championship, those options are there. As John Turner comes into Nijar, who goes for a big hoik, slightly short ball, and he's gone for a big pull shot. And that's just gone through to Ben Brown for a single.
There was almost an act of violence in that. The way he slashed away at that. I mean, it didn't go anywhere, but there was a lot of effort in it.
Did attack that aggressively.
Dave Allen's here. Hello, Dave. Gives us a wave.
He's here. A few changes in the field and mid-off, mid-on, cover, mid-wicket, point. Just 4 fielders out. Deep backward square leg as John Turner comes in, and Nisha drives nicely down the ground. Third man, fine leg, deep backward square leg, and a deep cover point. The fielder's on the boundary, so Hampshire pulling this back really well, and they'll be pleased with the position that they're in. 117 for 6, Essex. Sun shining here at the Ageas Bowl as Turner comes in from the pavilion and bowls short to Nisha again. He pulls, chance to a catch through the hands of the deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. That was a chance. And some indifferent Hampshire fielding today, actually.
I'd say they've dropped a few out there, haven't they?
They have.
Is that the 5th one that's gone down?
I think it was. There was 3 off Rulofson, that's for sure, and that was another one.
I think that just might have been misjudged. He's about 10 yards in. If it'd just been 2 or 3 yards further back, that would have been a simple catch head height.
Yeah, it's always tricky on those big boundaries because you want to be right on the boundary, but you also at the same time want to protect that too, as Turner comes into Nisha, who pushes again out to the deep backward square leg, who comes in and fields this one all along the ground. So lots to think about in this fielding performance for Hampshire. They'll be disappointed with the fielding so far, but still happy enough with the position that they're in. 122 for 6, Essex have moved on to.
Ken's been back in touch. Stan, brace yourself. He's coming off in a long run up.
Ken as John Turner and Shane Snacer pushes outside the off stump. What's Ken got for us now?
Yeah, he was trying a little ramp shot there. I'll get to it at the end of the over, I think. He's
okay, we need some time to prepare for this one.
Yeah.
As 122 for 6, and John Turner putting together some decent balls here as he comes in to finish his 6th over. As he bounces past the umpire and bowls to Shane Snacer, who gets in behind that one and pushes that into the offside for no run. So Essex move to 122 for 6 and limping along to try and put some pressure on Hampshire.
So Dave's going to come in at 1 o'clock for you, Stan.
Perfect.
Gives you a lovely half an hour break to go and rest the larynx.
Yes.
Right, okay, here comes Ken. I have nothing against the T20 game, of course. It's perfect for teams. It's perfect for teams that only play evening cricket. My objection to the 100 is that it's an artificial game invented purely for money making and foisted on the county members for a couple of years by a couple of years of propaganda by the BBC and other channels. My hope is that will change. Hang up. As Organ down the leg side, and that's taken by the wicket-keeper, but it's given a wide. My hope is that it will change with the change to the ECB and other county leaders. It will wither on the vine. Well, we shall see. It certainly doesn't look that way at the moment. It's getting plenty of healthy crowds in there. I don't know what the audience figures are like. Plenty of money being pumped in. Organ bowls off the back foot, that's cut away, and it's fielded, and there's no run. And again, just on the money side, it's vulgar as it is talking about it. You know, these players have short careers, and it is a chance for them to get a little bit of a payday. Organ bowls full, and that's punched back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, there's loads of different points, I guess, from all angles, isn't there, really? So I guess it comes down to a choice of preference of what you like to watch. And
Organ bowls again, and that's defended into the offside. Welcome 5 Live Sports Extra as well. You join us here at the Ageas Bowl down in Hampshire. Hampshire are all over the Essex Eagles. Essex got off to a flyer. We'll catch you up on that in a second as Organ bowls. That's down the leg side. That's going to be another wide. Organ's actually been bowling pretty well so far this afternoon. Yeah, Essex off to a flyer, 44 off the first 5 overs, but lost 3 quick wickets in consecutive overs, and they've gone pretty much nowhere since. Bowl full, clipped down the ground, and there's going to be a single for Nijar. He goes to 17 off 31. Essex are 124 for 6, so 44 off the first 5, and for the next 23 overs they've put on 75. It's been a struggle out there. Pitch seems to have livened up.
It does. I still think it's a decent wicket, and
Organ bowls, and that's again down the leg side. A bit of turn there, and 1 run to the total, 126 for 6. I should mention myself, David Brett from BBC Essex, BBC Radio Servant, Stan, Marissa, and we've got Dave Allen, Hampshire historian, will join us in about 7 minutes' time. Let's get to the end of this over. Here comes Organ, bowls full, and that's left alone outside the off stump. I think there was a bit of turn there, and from the look of it, the bowler thinks that's just missed the top of off stump.
Yeah, it looked like it came back in, actually. It looks like we have seen a little bit of turn from Felix Organ. He does spin the ball he does give it a good rip for an off spinner.
As Organ bowls again, and that's whipped away down towards deep square leg for a single by Shane Snater. Also, that was a good leave, that penultimate delivery from Snater. End of the over, Essex are 127 for 6.
As 127 for 6, so pretty good comeback from the Hampshire team, as Essex did get off to that flying start. We've spoken about that. They were 44 for none as they started in pretty aggressive fashion with Robin Darst and Feroz Kushi, who came out the traps and hit boundaries left, right and centre and put Hampshire bowlers under some good pressure. And we see a double spin, and as Nick Gubbins brings himself on from the pavilion end for his leg spin, as he comes in and bowls back of it, and Snater pushes that one down towards deep long off for a single. We say good afternoon to Dave Allen. How are you, Dave?
Hello, Stanley. I'm very well, thank you.
Good to see you.
Got here.
You well?
Yeah. I've had a busy morning, but I'm here. So.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, you've missed quite a lot, actually. To
I
be fair
have.
to you.
Yeah.
It's been pretty I guess pretty roller coaster stuff from this game so far, as Gubbins comes in to Aaron Nija from the pavilion end, who clips this one to Toby Albert Fletcher Middleton, and cleans up. Yeah, so Essex have started pretty aggressively, and they were shot off to 44 for none at one point it was.
Yeah.
And then a breakthrough and a few wickets they lost in 3 successive overs that pegged them back, as Gubbins comes to Snater, who pushes down to long on should I say, and the score moves to 130 for 6. So lots happening, and a few drop catches as well. And
all right. Yeah.
we have seen a few drop catches. I think Grant Rulofson was dropped 3 times and then finally pounced. He was actually looking quite good in amongst those drops, as Gubbins bowls to Nija, who defends well, and no run. So all to do for Essex here.
Well, that's interesting, because 136 looks a pretty good score, but the first over I saw was the last one, which we bowled 3 wides, and you said there's been lots of drops as well. So.
As Nija sweeps well behind square for another boundary for him, so he's looked pretty good actually so far in his short innings, as Essex move on to 134 for 6 and trying to mount some sort of comeback here.
Pitch looks flat and ordinary. I don't know whether you would say that there's been things happening.
As Gubbins bowls, and big shout and gone. Aaron Nija playing back to the leg spin of Nick Gubbins. Looked like he was caught in front, and that's a big wicket actually, because Nija was starting to get things going for this Essex comeback. So as soon as they start to have a comeback, another wicket falls, and Nick Gubbins gets rid of Aaron Nija. 134 for 7 now, Essex.
I thought when he brought himself on there, I mean, like I say, I haven't seen anything of this game, but I was a little surprised, because he did have one very good game in List Day last year. He took 4 for not many against Sussex, but this year he's taken one for 120 in the season and hasn't looked very effective. And I thought, this tight score, do we need to bring a leggy who's not very successful on? But clearly we did.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's due to maybe a little bit of turn that we might have seen from Felix Organ from this end. So potentially they think maybe see what the leg spin does.
I was glad to see Organ back, because he has a very good economy rate this year. He's going at well under 5s, and he's 7 for 17 today. So I think we really missed a trick by not playing him on Friday against Glamorgan. So I'm glad to see him in, but Gubbins is a bit. I mean, you can't be quite so sure about Gubbins. He's not a regular bowler in the way that Organ is. So, but that's worked for sure, definitely. Stanley's going. He's had an over with me, and he decided that's enough.
Yeah. Well, hopefully I'll last more than an over, but we'll see.
It's Dave and David.
Thanks, Stan. Stan will be back in about half an hour's time. Essex, though, I don't know how long the Essex innings is going to last. Much longer. They're in a whole heap of trouble, needing a win to give themselves a chance to reach the qualifiers on Friday. They're 134 for 7. Dave, I've got to admit, it does not look good from an Essex point of view.
No, I agree. I haven't seen much of it, obviously, but I agree with you. That's right.
Here comes Organ, tosses one up, a big swipe into the leg side, but that's come off the thick inside edge and bobbled down towards the man at mid-wicket. We've got emails coming in. There's people having their say on the 100, obviously. Here comes Organ, fires this one a bit quicker. That's whipped away into the leg side. There's a chase on here for deep mid-wicket who runs round. That's a good stop. And the throw comes in. It'll just be a single. Excellent bit of fielding. Fielding's been a bit indifferent. You turned up a little bit late, but I don't know if Stanley said that
he did.
5 catches have gone down today. And yet Essex are still in trouble at 135 for 7. Could have been a lot worse. Rollison dropped 3 times and caught off the 4th attempt as that one's defended into the offside, and there's no run. Richards on 0, Snater on 6, Essex 135 for 7. As I said, needing a win to give themselves a decent chance of getting to the qualifiers on Friday, but they're heading for defeat at the moment. That's defended into the offside. Obviously, you haven't seen Hampshire bat on this yet, but you suspect that the score they've got at the moment is going to be nowhere near enough, but we shall see. Just the 3 men outside the circle as Hampshire look to turn the screw. Richards just turns it into the leg side. There's no run for the short mid-wicket.
Similar-ish score to Lancashire a week ago. They got up to about 180, and we didn't chase it down. We got there in the end.
Okay, so a sign of hope for Essex as that one's defended back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 1 run off it. Essex are 135 for 7.
Hampshire have done very well with a very inexperienced squad, but they've done it to a large extent from difficult positions. Not always. They went down to Beckenham and absolutely stuffed Kent, but there have been 2 or 3 games when for large parts of it, you thought we're losing this. The one on the Isle of Wight against Northants, the one against Lancashire last week. And generally speaking, it's been the kids in the middle order, people like Middleton and Albert in particular, who've come to the rescue, done the business. So it will be Nick Gubbins again, who I wasn't too sure about, but he bowled that on about leg stump, which you might expect, and it's nicely fielded at a sort of more of a wide mid on than a mid wicket really on the ground. And no run. 135 for 7, and that's hit past that man and is going to make it to the straight mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs for Essex. That'll cheer them up.
Yeah, nice shot that all along the ground. Keep the emails coming in because the spinners are on. We will attempt to get to them at the end of the over. They tend to race through a bit quickly.
Yeah.
But bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Or Stan Marissa 85 on Twitter.
Gubbins in again. Wrist spin, right arm spin outside the off stump. I can't see with my old eyes at this distance whether that was the googly. It might have been, but it looked to me like it went straight through the brown keeping, and there's no run. Gubbins again, quite flat, and hoiked over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, lovely pick up that from the batter, Snater. Is that I reckon that might be the first 6 of the innings.
And it's 145 for 7. I was just wondering for a moment. I haven't quite got caught up with everything yet. I was wondering if they brought up that 150, but they haven't. So Brown is having a word with Gubbins. He doesn't need to bowl a lot, Gubbins, really. I mean, this is his second over and Organ bowled 8, so he could just go back to the quick guys who seem to have, particularly for all those catches going down, they seem to have done pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, when the opening batters were out there, it did seem to be a completely different pitch. I don't know if something's happened as the sun's come out or whatever, but everyone since has struggled.
I was in Pompey at 11 o'clock when you started, and it was pouring with rain. Very briefly, Gubbins in, very flat, on just outside off stump. and well, a sprawl at mid-off, and I did suggest at the end of the last over that I was delighted that Gubbins had taken the wicket, but I was surprised he was on, and I think this is why, really. He's gone for 21 now from 11 balls.
You're just relieving some of that pressure that was building on Essex, who just could not get the ball off the square.
Yeah, sure is. So in again to Snater, and Snater.
Oh, lovely. That turned.
Yeah,
that was the leggy, I think.
Yeah, that was the leggy, and Brown took it very low down as well. He was on the way up and had to go down. So there wasn't a lot of bounce. I mean, has there been bounce and carry with the Crooker guys?
Yeah, well, that's earlier there wasn't, but then suddenly after the first wicket fell, in fact, Cushy's dismissal was to a ball that bounced and carried through, bounced a little bit bigger than they had been at the start of the game. So I just wonder if the pitch has livened up a little bit. Organ is going to continue. Sorry, all the emailers. We have got a few lined up. We will get to them, but they're racing through their overs here. The spinners.
Yeah.
Organ from the hotel end. Essex 149 for 7. We're at the start of the 33rd. Right arm over to the right-handed. Richards are on the bounce, drives into the offside, and there's just a single down towards deep point. So Gubbins would be more a part-time spinner.
Yeah. One for 120 this year. I mean, he's got the courage to bring himself on, but he's now got 2 for 141 or something. Yeah, but Curry's warming up, so I think he's probably had his 2 overs and taking himself off in a minute.
150 up for Essex, as this one's flicked into the leg side nonchalantly by Snater. I'll just take a single here. 151 for 7. Got to get that scoreboard ticking over it. There's so many wickets down, it's pointless trying to block it out. There will be a ball with your name on it. They've got to start getting some runs on the board. Here comes Organ again to Richards off the back foot, tries to chop that one away down past third man, but only succeeds in bottom edging it onto the ground, and third man picks it up on the bounce and there's no run.
Yeah, that's the thing in this kind of cricket, isn't it? If you set less than 200, you've got to bowl the opposition out, really. You're going to be very lucky to win it without bowling them out in 50 overs.
Organ flatter this time, and again just off the back foot. Well played by Richards, but didn't quite time it. And cover Fields, trying to work it away square on the offside, but can only find the fielder at short extra cover. Essex 151 for 7, coming towards the end of the 33rd over, and that one's clipped into the leg side. And there's no run. Just the 2 runs again off it so far. Essex struggling as they have done since the 5th to score consistently. Fuller from Organ, and again the man at short mid wicket, easy pick up, no run. 4 dot balls to finish the over. Essex 151 for 7, Richards on 1, Snater on 21.
I would expect Organ to bowl out now on 9 overs for 0 for 20. It's good going, but it will be Scott Curry from the pavilion end, for those of you that know the ground.
So Caroline's been in touch. She says, she's been a bit of a struggle getting on the live stream for Essex, but she's quite grateful given the way the Essex side has batted. She said, my heart sank when I saw the Essex lineup with its lack of batting strength, and so it's proved. Yeah, it's not been a great performance so far.
Okay, Scott Curry, right arm, fast medium, and it's just driven back. I think he just got a hand on that, did he? Anyway, the man from mid-off scrambles across and fields it. Curry's been very effective. He's the top wicket taker in this competition for Hampshire this year. But he is of the younger quick bowlers. He's the one who can go for just a few more runs. So he's slightly more expensive, but he gets wickets. He's a useful little batter as well, coming in at 9.
May not be needed today.
May not be. Maybe not. Oh, that's a swipe, and again, not perfectly timed and fielded. The man at mid-off is right on the ring, which I'm sure most of you will know, or perhaps can even see if you're watching the live stream.
If Essex can somehow get it up to 200 from here, then at least they've got something, no matter how small it is, to bowl at.
Yeah. Curry in again. Right arm over, and chooses the other side and takes a single. Safely fielded by the man at mid-on running in, but no attempt to do much there. The umpire's suggesting to Scott Curry that he's encroaching a little bit on the business area, which
didn't seem to be happy with the footmarks either.
Yeah.
Very dusty down there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Carolyn, we will get to your email at the end of this over to finish it off.
I guess it's more to Essex's advantage if we scuff up the pitch at this stage of the match. Curry in again, bolts, and a heave, an inelegant heave, which from the body language of the bowler and the wicketkeeper suggests we're not quite in line here, suggests that that was not far from the off stump. Richards on one not out, deciding to get on with it.
I think it was a combination of a slower ball and possibly a slight bottom edge. It just trickled past the off stump.
Here he is again, Curry. And I don't think he knew much about that really. He's sort of playing a defensive shot to the ball just short of a length really, which got up a little bit. Took a hand off the bat. It went out on the leg side. There was no particular danger there. They're now pushing the man out to cow corner really, and bringing third man up inside the ring and offering Richards a single off the last ball because they'd rather bowl at him. And he takes one, which is okay for Essex. They get another run, and obliging in terms of Hampshire really. That's very kind. So it will be Richards to face.
I suppose if you look at the state of the game in general, no, just give us a nice run. That's kind of you. Yeah, Essex are 153 for 7, limping along here as they try and build some sort of total here on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. We're on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent online. And if you've downloaded the BBC Sport app as well, you can listen to us on the go. And obviously, there's the live streams as well. Got it all covered.
We're almost everywhere.
Right. Sorry about this, Carolyn. We'll get to the end of your email now. So she said it's all very well playing attacking cricket, but surely someone could impress on the impulsive like youngsters the need for common sense in their approach. That one's just played out into the offside. This is Organ's last over. Yeah, it is. 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 20. He's been very, very economical. Bowled really well today. I suppose the only thing he might be slightly disappointed, he bowled a few wides. Yeah. That's the only thing that he might go away and have a think about. He's coming round the wicket to the right-handed Jamal Richards. He's in and he bowls. That's flicked off the pads. That's going to run down towards short, fine leg for a single. 4 men outside the circle are fine leg, deep mid-wicket, long on and deep. Well, man, just in front of point on the offside. Essex 154 for 7. Snater 22 off 23. He's on strike. Jamal Richards 2 off 14 so far. Snater, the right-handed batsman, plays that to the man at mid-on as it's half fielded by the bowler. Coming round the wicket to the right-hander. Again, Caroline, apologies. We will get to the end of your email eventually. Organ swings in again, bowls. That's off the pads. There's a pill for LBW. That's going to be optimistic. He's bowling round the wicket.
It's got to straighten a bit, hasn't it?
Yes, yes. And there's no run. 154 for 7. Difficult to pitch in line. The Snater's opened up his stance to try and find some gap on that leg side. As this one's down the leg side, that's going to be called a wide. No, I think it might be his 4th or 5th.
Certainly 4th. There were 3 in the first over I saw. So yeah.
155 for 7. Organ in again, clipped off the pads. This one down towards deep backward square leg for a single. 156 for 7. Caroline says she takes our point about the money available for those who play in the 100. She said, but to my elderly mind, it's nothing more than a hit and run Mickey Mouse cricket, such as that played on the beach. Caroline's opinion, not the opinion of those of us on the BBC. As
really?
Organ bowls off the back foot. This one's punched into the offside, and there is a single to the total. 157 for 7. That's the end of the 35th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent. So just finish off. And if we have the T20, why do we need the 100? Well, that's been a question posed for a long time. I'm afraid the ECB's organisation, as to the importance of the sport, is on a par with the British Horse Racing Authority. I'm not a horse racing man myself, which I'm sure one of my colleagues, Paul Newton, would verify. And she says she's with Ken on this, who is one of our previous emailers. Thanks very much, Caroline. Yep, we'll hopefully, from an Essex point of view, try and make a game of this.
Is there any consolation, Carolyn? I'm an independent, so Curry coming into bowl, and that's just chopped down to gully. The man at point actually runs around and picks it up. So yeah, I've adopted a policy with Kevin now where I just don't talk about the 100 anymore. I get upset and then other people get upset as well, and I'm not one for upset really, but
it's like Fight Club.
Yeah, but
first rule of Fight Club: don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, but I'm not miles away from Carolyn there, so and I am genuinely independent, so that's okay. Right, in a little bit of sunshine, Curry comes in and bowls, and that's just pushed forward defensively to the man at short extra cover really. He's 1, 2, 3, he's 4 strips away, and prevents a single, so we're still 157 for 7.
Can Essex get to 200? That's the big question.
They can, yeah. I think one reason Curry, he tried. He was in two minds there really. The ball was too close to him really to cut or chop. It was almost a chop rather than a cut. It goes through to Brown and not on the up either. It was dropping away again. I think they can. One of the reasons would be that even though there was that strange change from the start, which I didn't see, to the middle of the innings, the ball will now be getting softer, which is harder to hit, but it's harder also to bowl effectively with it, perhaps. And he just uses the pace of the ball there and turns it slightly backward of square out to the man sweeping at square leg, and they take a single. So, I think given that they don't have to do anything that reckless to get to 200, 15 overs, 4 and over, they're going to get past it. So I think this is the way to play it, really. If there's a really loose ball, wallop, but otherwise, like that, was just a bit short on off stump, pulled away to mid-wicket. But again, just a single. But they'd be content, really, I would have thought, with 5 and over from here. 75 more. Well over 200. So
5 Live Sports Extras just left us. Nothing to do with you, Dave.
No, because they suddenly discovered I'm independent. We're not having him on. That's all right. Curry bowl's very full, and it's a push drive really up to the man at mid-on, who has to go a little bit wider to pick it up, and they take a single. Curry waves to the dressing room, which suggests he either wants a drink or he wants somebody to spell him. He's now bowled 7 overs, 2 for 25, and the score 160 for 7. Well,
the importance of the rest of this Essex innings is put into context by the fact that Derbyshire are looking in even worse position than Essex. 77 for 7 after 30 overs. I mean, I don't know if the pitch at Derbyshire is playing all sorts of havoc.
Chesterfield, isn't it?
Yeah, so it could well be.
Could be.
Yeah. So again, it may not all be over for from an Essex perspective there just yet, but Derbyshire in deep trouble. 77 for 7.
Mind you, I did upset Kevin James a couple of weeks back when I reminded him about a game that they played at Chesterfield that I saw years and years and years ago now, and Rollins scored a double 100 for Derbyshire. And I went on about this a bit, and then Kevin turned around to me at some point. He said, "You forgot my 100 then." And I had to be honest.
He's a man who knows his figures.
Yeah, there were a lot of runs there.
Ian Holland coming back out. He bowled beautifully this morning. What's he on? 1 for 23 off 6. This is his 7th over, and he starts off with a ball delivered outside the off stump, and that's cracked into the ground, fielded at short extra cover, and there's no run. Keeper up to the stumps for Holland this afternoon.
He's got the best economy rate of any of the Hampshire bowlers. He hasn't played in every game because he's been off playing for the USA. But he's got the best economy rate. He's bowled very nicely.
Holland trotting in up to the stumps bowls, and that's guided down towards third man for a single. Jamal Richards moves to 5, and Essex go to 160 for 7. Richard's been in touch, so we will get through all these emails. There's some quite long ones as well, so I'm trying to read them as I'm trying to commentate at the same time, but I will get to them at some point. Fielder goes out for Snater, deep mid wicket. There's a deep backward square, a long on, and a deep point. There's a mid on, a backward point, a third man, and a fine leg inside the circle, as well as a short extra cover. Here comes Holland again. That's pulled away into the leg side. Deep mid wicket comes into field. It will just be a single. I think you're quite right. They're quite happy to take no risks and just milk the singles where possible at the moment.
Yeah,
161
I think it's really wise. Really wise. And I'm just listening to that Yorkshire score. I'm assuming that will take them up to 8 points. If you win this one, you'll be on 9.
9, that's right.
Yeah.
But Yorkshire have got a game in hand.
So they've got to lose their last one.
They're playing you Tuesday next week. As that one's defended into the offside. Backward point, no run. 162 for 7. Always say Scarborough is probably one of my favourite grounds.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful up there. It's like being taken back in time.
Yeah.
Holland just flexing his shoulder there. His left shoulder, so it's not his bowling arm as he moves in now. Right arm over, bowls to Richards. That bounces a little bit, but Richards gets over the top of the ball and guides it down towards third man for a single. 3 runs off the over so far. Essex are 163 for 7. Richards been in touch. The ECB had decided years ago that the T20 wasn't marketable enough without trying anything like putting it all in the summer holidays or promoting it in the way they like the way they have for the 100. Holland, 22 on his back, runs in now, bowls full, pulled away into the leg side by Snater, but it's along the ground for a single, and again happy to take the single. 4 runs off the over, and the way Essex has been going, that's a decent return really. 164 for 7, 37 overs gone.
One of the things that makes me sad about the 100 is that an example from us is Joe Weatherly is in the 100 squad for Southern Brave. He's missed quite a bit of this season after a terrific start. Where he got a big 100 in the first championship match. Then he got injured and missed quite a bit. He's now travelling around with Southern Brave, hasn't played a game, but because he's contracted to them, he's not allowed to play here. So we get to September and he's played a quarter of the season. I think that's bonkers.
Yeah,
I just don't get that.
Stanley was making the same point earlier, actually. Yeah. Too many players potentially sitting on the sidelines twiddling their thumbs when they could actually be playing competitive cricket elsewhere.
Yeah.
See this first delivery and then I'll get back to Richard's email.
They've changed and they're bowling the man who's currently my special favourite. Left arm over, pace, and a lot of bounce in that one, as there is in quite a lot of his balls actually. Very tall man, Jack Campbell. A lot of bounce, and Smetter tries to pull it around on the leg side and misses it, goes through to Brown. He's my favourite man because I can't remember if I mentioned earlier. Yes, I did. I'm a Portsmouth man, so that's where I was delayed this morning. I had an event on in Portsmouth just before lunchtime and got here. And Jack Campbell is also born in Portsmouth. Leg side, turned away, 2 men chasing, and it's the man sweeping on the square leg who comes in, and they run very well for 2. I said earlier, if they get singles, they'll get beyond 200. The occasional 2 will help them, so couple there. And Jack Campbell is the first Portsmouth-born man to play cricket for Hampshire for 17 years. So I go on and on and on and on about it, David, but I'll shut up now. I'm very pleased to see him here. And he comes from the pavilion end. He bowls and goodness me.
Where's that gone? It's gone nowhere.
Oh, it's gone nowhere.
It's dropped at his feet.
Yeah, I thought for a moment that the guy at Gully was rushing in because he got a top edge and it had flown up in the air, and I couldn't see it. But actually, he tried to hoik it a ball, a very almost Yorker length, on about off stump. Tried to hoik it through mid wicket, and as you will gather from our conversation, he didn't. And no run as a consequence of that. Campbell 2 for 26 in his 6th over, and that's a more conventional hoik, which goes up to mid on and is slightly misfielded. So I suppose it's another kind of debit point against Hampshire's out cricket.
Yeah, they really haven't been as sharp in the field as they would have liked. I think there's a bit of frustration out from all the fielders there. They're not really on their game in the field. I think it could have been a lot worse for Essex had there been.
Yeah. But that also makes you wonder whether there really is something in the pitch, doesn't it? So, the bounce is a bit inconsistent, I think, from what I've seen. That again from Campbell gets up. Although Campbell is very tall, and he does have that. His physique, if you're listening on the radio, his physique is not dissimilar to somebody like Reece Topley, really, and he bowls at a very high.
That is a great.
arm.
He looks exactly like Reece Topley, doesn't he? He's got that broad shoulders, very tall.
Which,
left
of course,
arm as well.
Both counties would. Well, we didn't see a lot of Reece, to be fair, but we've seen him on the telly bowling.
Neither did we.
Then he comes again and bowls, and that's another attempt to hoik the thing, and I think it just done for pace there. And Jack Campbell is having a really impressive season. He's topping our averages. He's not quite the best economy, the second best economy behind Holland, and the best average in terms of wickets and runs. 6 overs, 2 for 27. Essex 167 for 7.
Anyway, to finish off Richard's email, what was particularly nauseating was hearing Andrew Strauss essentially saying on Sky that we should all be grateful to the ECB for their genius, with a comment on comment about how they and the 100 have successfully promoted women's cricket through the double headers. He conveniently forgot to mention that the ECB scrapped the Kia Super League after it was just starting to grow, and the double headers were never meant to happen, but COVID forced the ECB to make them happen. Here comes Holland, continuing from the hotel end. His 8th over, that's guided out towards the offside. There's no run there as backward point picks up on the bounce, and Jamal Richards is sent back. 167 for 7. We're at the start of the 39th over on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Salute. Myself, David Brett, Dave Allen and Stanley Marissa will be back in about 6 minutes' time, as Hampshire look to keep their foot down on the necks of this Essex batting lineup. Here comes Holland in again, worked off the pads this time down towards deep mid wicket for a single. 168 for 7. I don't have any issue with players taking the 100 contracts. This is Richard emailing, but the way the ECB weakens the counties after years of complaining about players leaving for the IPL is beyond hypocritical. Does he have a point there, Dave? No comment.
Am I? Yeah, I'm allowed. I could talk forever about it, I'm afraid. But,
here comes Holland, clipped away down towards long on for a single. 1 to the total, 169 for 7.
I'll say one thing about it. A few years ago now, I wrote a book called Forever Changes, and it was me tracing a history of county cricket since I first watched it in 1959. It stopped before the 100 was mentioned, okay? But it was called Forever Changes for a very deliberate reason. So I was suggesting
Holland into Snater, who works this one down to long on. They try to take a second run, but it's not there. Fielding's good this time. Throw comes in. 1 to the total, 171 for 7.
So I was suggesting that I've lived through 60 plus years of watching and loving county cricket, and it just changes endlessly. So my view is that whatever they come out with next week, or when they finally release all this stuff, within 2 years it will be different again.
That's very true.
Yeah. So
here comes Holland. Bowls back of a length. Oh, that almost beats the defences of Jamal Richards, who slammed the bat down on the ball, and that almost castled in there. Got the bat just down in time.
I think in a championship game he'd have played a conventional back defensive to that, wouldn't he? But he was just trying to work out a way of squeezing it out on the offside, and he got away with that.
Yeah, just cramped him up a little bit there.
Yeah.
But importantly, got the piece of timber in the way before it crashed into the stumps. 170 for 7. Here comes Holland, full this time, clipped off the pads down towards deep mid wicket for a single. Essex grinding their way up towards 200. 171 for 7. Still a long way to go. One ball left of the nope, that's the last ball.
Yeah, they've given him a single off the last ball again. But he's doing okay actually, Richards. I mean, he looks all right to me.
So Nick's email back, he said he's not against the 100 per se, I just don't like franchise cricket. I'm going to get back to that point in a second. I'm an Essex fan first and foremost, and do not want to see any game involving a mixture of players. On today's game, Essex have missed probably 20 runs by not taking singles and turning ones into twos. That's going back to Carolyn's point of view as well. Maybe too much hitting and not enough innings building.
I think they're doing it reasonably well now. These two, actually, they are getting singles where they can. Here's Campbell again, left arm in.
Oh, that's got to be a wide.
Yeah,
no ball.
and therefore it's a no ball. It's an odd decision in this competition, isn't it? If the bouncer is so high, it's not called a wide. It's called a no ball. And,
Nick longs for a Foster and Tender Scarter. Anyone who watched Essex back in those days, they loved a good quick single, quick two, even when you didn't think there was going to be one.
Campbell in and bowls, and that's just pushed out square on the offside. It evades them at that point, and the sweeper comes in, and they take one run.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or Stan Marissa 85 on Twitter. Trevor's been in touch. Unfortunately, this is a shame. Wife and I won tickets for today's match, but unfortunately his wife came down with COVID-19. Well, I hope she gets better. I'm really sorry to hear that. So he's sitting here with mixed feelings and mixed G&Ts, just like us. No, it's just like us.
A bit like us. Yeah. I'm very sympathetic. Campbell bowls, and that's walloped up to mid-off. Flamboyant shot, but just a single from Snater, who's into the 30s now. I'm very sympathetic to that because the last championship match here, which is my particular love, I missed all 4 days with COVID, which was not fun. I mean, I just sat at home feeling miserable watching the live stream and listening to Kevin, so which made me feel much better, of course. He might be listening, so I've got to say that. Campbell comes round the wicket now, which is interesting, and fairly well up there, just pushed gently to extra cover for no run.
Keith spinning touch, just talking about Organ, who did play beautifully today. He pulled out all the stops. Yeah, he's bowled really well, Organ.
Yeah.
I should have got. Yeah. I don't think he got a wicket today, did he? But
no,
he tied up one end.
Yeah, 10 overs for 21, I think, something like that. So, yeah, I'm glad he's back in, actually. So that's driven to the man at mid-off. There's a chance if he hits, which often they don't, in fairness. He only had really 1.5 stumps to aim at, and they do get through for a single. It's fielded by the man backing up on the other side.
Kevin's been in touch, watching county cricket and 50 over as a life member at Chelmsford. It's hard not to speculate that in 20 years' time, when this generation of retired spectators has passed on, whether either of these formats will be sustainable.
Yeah, I think I feel like that. Campbell's gone back over and he's bowled a slower ball, which is helped round by Snater, but it's safe. It bounces in front of the man at backward square leg on the boundary, and they just take a single. Yeah, my great fear is, but I won't be here, I don't suppose, or at least I won't be sane enough to know what's going on if I am. That in some period of time like that, cricket will be played by franchise teams, and I have a real problem with that. I don't identify with that, so that's driven up to mid-off. And there's no run, end of the over. Yeah, so that's a big issue for me. I don't care about a team called Southern Brave, you know, and I go to places like Chichester and Hove, which is supposed to be Southern Brave territory, and I think they care even less.
Yeah, we finishes off. Is there another generation of life members and members likely to come through?
Yeah.
But if they're fed franchise cricket,
I think he's asking a good question. And you know, will there be members of franchises? Because this county, this club, Hampshire, is an interesting club, because they're no longer a members club in any sense. You know, unlike Essex, you're a members club. You can have an AGM and you can complain about things that are going on and vote. We're not, and we might be a model for the future in that respect. So we had a members committee here that had no longer any power in terms of what was played and who was captain and so on and so on. But that's been dissolved as well now. So it's an interesting question. What I'm a life member. What am I a life member of now? Not quite sure.
Holland continuing from the hotel end. That's played back to the bottom. There's no run. I'll do one more over and then Stanley will come back in. Ken's last email about the 100 for today, at least, he says, and it's a question for those who say it brings new followers to the game. What proportion of the crowds who attend the 100 matches can honestly say they have never been to a game before? This does not include babes in arms who cannot know what they're in for.
I don't know. Yeah.
Holland. Right arm over to the right-handed Snater, whips that one away down towards long on for a single. One to the total, 178 for 7. We're in the 41st over.
I chat away to some very, very committed Hampshire fans on a couple of little Facebook groups, and we're talking about 8-10 people, you know, and these two groups, you know, but they are very, very committed. People who went down to Nice to watch Hampshire on Friday, for example, and most of them follow the 100, which intrigues me because I don't. But again, we know about that, and I don't talk to them about it. It's okay. I just keep out. They know that I'm a grumpy old, very old bloke, and so we don't talk about it, and that's fine. But they are the same people, so that's interesting.
Here comes Holland. That's outside off stump. Richards trying to cut that one away. It goes through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. So just flipping it back towards the franchise. Can county cricket survive without it eventually flipping towards a franchise system?
It might become two things. People have really enjoyed this, actually.
I love this competition.
Was it Carolyn earlier who said she was disappointed with some of the youngsters? But actually, you can enjoy those kids, you know.
Here comes Holland, and that's turn Jamal Richards around. There should have been a run out there, but the throw from third man is wide of the keeper, who has to tumble to his left-hand side. A throw on the stumps, and Snater would have been gone by at least 2 yards, I reckon.
And the man who threw it kicks the ground in disgust at himself there because, it's another example of some not the tightest out cricket.
No.
I think there will be some words about that at the end of this innings.
It's not been good in the field from Hampshire yet. Essex are still 179 for 7. Here comes this next delivery. That's pulled away into the leg side down towards long, and it will just be a single. Oh, there's another misfield, and they'll get back for a second run. Yeah. And it's one of those things that breeds in the outfield. Once one catch goes down and one misfield goes down, it spreads around all the fielders. A second run picked up there, 181 for 7. Yeah,
that was poor. I think in both of those cases you would think to yourself that the top local league clubs would expect better than that, really, and so the county certainly should, which is a shame.
Last ball of Holland's over. Here he comes full. That's again pulled down towards long on. Can the fielder do better this time? He can. He picks it up on the bounce, and there's just one to end the over. So it's 182 for the 7. I'm going to bring back Stan in for commentary, and I'll leave you with that franchise point. Can it survive? Can county cricket survive without it becoming franchised? I think it's possible. You see that the two things could be organised in parallel in some way. Because I think that there are, I mean, even today, where the weather wasn't terrific, there's a pretty decent crowd in again, and there have been some really big crowds for some of these games, despite the fact that we're playing without many of the Hampshire stars. I mean, if you look at our championship side, we haven't got the three guys, the three top pace bowlers. We haven't got James Vince, we haven't got Liam Dawson, we haven't got Joe Weatherly, and yet people are turning out and they're absolutely loving the performances of Toby Albert and Fletcher Middleton and so on. So I think the two things could survive in parallel, but I'm not sure for how many years. That's the truth of it.
That's the question, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah. It's me, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. Campbell again. Left arm over this time, and it's driven up to mid-off, and they take a quickish single, but mid-off doesn't threaten. So Snater's on 38 now, and Richards on 12, and Essex pushing up towards 200 at 183 for 7 with 8 overs to go. They certainly should get to 200 now, and I think probably 220, unless there's a sudden tumble of wickets. Campbell gone round the wicket now to Richards, and he just fields off his own bowling. So it's all very tight, isn't it, Stanley? But it's not looking like people are about to take a wicket any moment.
No. I've been impressed with these two batsmen actually. Shane Snater and Jamal Richards have been pretty good. You know, they lost Nijar at 134 for 7. So this partnership's been, I guess, what Essex needed really.
1 off 50. And this is it.
You say that.
In fact, it's 4. Hoyt over the man at mid-on. 4 runs, very good shot, and I reckon that's the 50 partnership. It'll probably come up on the screen and confirm it. 53 runs, so well played.
Yeah, really good stuff from these two actually, and pretty much showing the top order and the rest of the batsmen spending a little bit of time at the crease. They haven't played any reckless shots and just sort of knocked the ball around and got themselves in a decent position. So impressive.
Yeah. It's Campbell again, and that was pretty much Yorker length, and again it's very tight, and I'm not sure that was a throw where he really thought that he was going to knock the stumps out of the ground, but well, he didn't anyway, and they complete a single.
He didn't look like he let it go. I'm slightly concerned about the body language out there from the Hampshire players. It looks a little bit like it's. See, there've been a few drop catches, a few misfields, but.
Somebody said to me about Nice on Friday when they first lost their first game after 13 consecutive competitive wins that they looked tired. Campbell in and bowls, and that sits up and it's just going to clear the man at mid-off. It wasn't timed. It sits up and he has a slash at it, and they complete 2 runs. Almost a catch perhaps, but that would have been a batting error. It was a slower ball that was through the shot. Yeah, somebody said to me that they felt at Nice that they just looked a bit tired really, and I guess that's entirely possible particularly for these young guys, who's suddenly playing a lot of top level cricket, one after another, bang bang bang. It might be the same today. Campbell bowls us That's quite beautifully bowled. It almost yorks him on leg stump. It doesn't, and sadly it then scuttles along the ground, beats the wicket-keeper Ben Brown, and goes for 4 byes. So it was a terrific ball and a good result for Essex. So they're on to 194 for 7 with 8 overs to go. So David's concerned about 200, absolutely fine. There's a message here as a Hampshire member. I've followed and been to a few of the 100 games. I follow it in the same way I follow the IPA and other franchises without supporting any particular team. And he says that's the way to do it, which is interesting as a Hampshire fan because, of course, there are more of our guys playing for London at the minute than there are for Southern Brave. So he says, I think, this is Adam Smith. Not the Wealth of Nations man, I don't think, but I think county cricket can survive with the 100 because there's a connection between fans and their counties, which I don't think franchises will replicate, as the Royal London Cup shows. I agree absolutely, Adam.
Yeah, fair
Completely
point.
agree with that.
Fair point.
People do care about this, yeah.
And you can tell with the crowd that's come in, and the consistency in the crowd performances so far. So they want to watch their sides play and perform well. So yeah. I think it's right, and it's just a matter of whether younger generations go on having an identification with a county. There are some counties that are stronger. I think Essex is a county with a strong identification. I'm not sure Hampshire is. Yorkshire obviously are, Lancashire. I'm not sure Hampshire is in quite the same way, but I might be wrong about that. As Ian Holland comes into Jamal Richards, who pushes out towards offside, and attempt for a run out at the bowler's end. Shane Snacer had come down the wicket actually and got sent back. There wasn't a run in there, I don't think, and the throw came through from Fletcher Middleton, but managed to get himself back into his ground. Shane Snater, who's played well and has moved on to 40 as Jamal Richards faces up to Ian Holland, who comes in from the hotel end and pushes that one out into the covers, and they trot through for a single. Good fielding from Fletcher Middleton as Essex move on to 194 for 7. So a bit of a topsy-turvy innings, and they started really well and were 44 for none at one point, lost 3 quick wickets, and then slumped down to 112 for 6 when they lost Grant Rulofsson, who was batting quite well, as Ian Holland comes in and bowls to Snacer, who pushes this in, and they potentially might look for 2. Richards comes back and pressed, throws into Holland, chance of a run out again. Lots of pressure on these fielders, and I guess that was good running, I guess, in the end, Dave, would you say?
I think he was home, but actually Holland tried to take it one-handed and break the stumps, and in fact he lost control of the ball. The ball ran away from him, so he wouldn't have got it anyway. I think he was home, but again, it wasn't quite
clinical, was it? Yeah. Ian Holland comes into Shane Snacer, who pulls into the leg side. They're going to push for 2 again. A lot of pressure on Narendra. Donald throws. There's a chance of a run out here again. They scamper through for 2, and they've been really good in terms of running well and pushing these fielders. So the Hampshire boundary fielders have got a decision to make, whether they come in maybe 5 or 10 yards to try and stop those 2s. But again, that opens up the opportunity for the ball to go over your head if they do play the big shot. So Essex trying to get things going again for themselves as they get towards the back end of this innings, as Holland comes into Snater and bowls a full ball outside of stump, which is cleaned up by Ben Brown. Well bowled.
I did observe that last week we didn't fly through the business of getting 180 odd to beat Lancashire. It was a terrific partnership from Middleton and Albert after some wickets fell. Well, this is going to be a bigger target, so it's not necessarily going to be an easy chase.
It won't, as Ian Holland comes in again to Snacer, who pushes that into the leg side. And I think that's for just a single, as the score moves on to 200. And warm applause for this partnership that's taken themselves into the 60s, actually, this partnership, and they're batting really well, and that brings Essex's 200 up at the end of the 43rd over.
I mean, a run a ball from here and the target is almost 250. So that won't be
easy.
Thing. I think I'm gonna go and rush. I came on rather quickly. I haven't got any of my records, so I'm going to take 1 second.
No problem. I'll take over as there's a bit of a looks like a small break as the Essex batsmen maybe grab a drink and maybe tile themselves down as they've been running a lot of twos, and they just maybe get some refreshments, get themselves ready for these next 7 overs.
Yeah, Hampshire have only in this competition they haven't always had to, but they've only scored 250 once. Now, when they did that, they made 396 for 5, but that's the only time. Otherwise, their best is 247 for 8, which they did win by 2 wickets at Derby. It's Campbell who bowls, and Snater just gives himself room there, bounced and. It's not that far out off stump, but he just gives himself room, dabs it down between keeper and gully, down to the man at third man for a single. Yeah, so, and I mean, there have been other scores. There was a 199 all out, which they won against Northampton, 186 for 8 last week, and against Glamorgan 2-8 for 9. So. I can't be sure about that. That one sits up a little bit in the pitch and is pulled away by Richards. It's going well.
Yeah,
that's mid-wicket for one.
That would have been sort of the interesting part on the Essex side if they had been sort of keeping track of Hampshire's performances so far throughout this tournament. Maybe giving themselves a chance just to look at 250 as maybe instead of looking at 300 as an initial score, just to get themselves into this game, give themselves something to bowl at.
That's right.
For a lot of these Hampshire players, a few runs needed really.
Is Campbell, and he gives himself room there and drives that out on the offside. It evades the man at short cover, and it's going to go over the boundary at extra cover for 4 runs, and that brings up Snater's half century from 51 balls, 50 from 51 balls. Terrific, really excellent effort by him.
He's batted really well.
Yeah,
batted really well and came in at a tricky position. And
I'm just looking, His list A record this season before today is 21 runs at 21, so he's obviously only been out once. I think he might have batted a couple of times, but so he's exceeded that by some distance, and that's a super little dab, although it actually is going to be just cut off by the man that's finally he dabbed it through first slip, but there wasn't one, so he's able to come back for a second run, and it's a nice tumbling stop. Yeah, but he's certainly going now. This could be his, I don't know, this could be his best list A score ever.
Could potentially be. That was good work from Scott Curry, who came running.
I will later on check also, because it might be pressing towards a best list A 8th wicket partnership for Essex against Hampshire, but we'll have a look later at that. That's a bit of a hoik by Snater this time. He just takes a single out to square leg, but they've done very well. Interesting too that Hampshire's opponents, I mean, in the last game, of course, Hampshire's opponents scored 229 for 3 and won the game very easily, and would have probably gone on to make more than 300 if they'd had to. But actually, nobody this year has made more than 246 for 9 against Hampshire. So that's not quite timed, but pulled out to the man at mid-wicket for one more run for Richards. Yeah, so the scores haven't been huge on either side this season, and this is going to be quite a good one.
This will be a big test. It will be a good test to sort of see how this young Hampshire side, who, like you say, have sort of not stumbled, I guess, across the line. They've had some really good wins, but again, that convincing win on the batting side and the chasing side is still something that's eluded them. But they'll be keen to make a good performance here, and a few people short of runs. So we had a tweet actually from Ralph Brooker, who did say, "Morning all, really hoping that Anaya and Donald has some luck and gets a big score today." So he's one that's probably short of runs this tournament.
He's got 66 in 6 innings so far, and didn't do much in the T20 either, both of which are disappointing because he's seen as a stroke player.
Yeah, that's this format. So hopefully today he can get some runs. Obviously Ben Brown, who be interesting to see if he opens the batting again today. He's slightly short of runs.
Yeah, he's opened twice in the last 2 games, scored 1 and 2.
Exactly.
So and he's having a terrific championship season.
Oh yes, definitely. As John Turner comes in from this, and the hotel end as Jamal Richards pulls that one away towards deep backward square leg, and they trot through for a single.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's one or two of the more experienced guys from the championship side, Brown, Donald, Organ, haven't been scoring runs in this format. Gubbins has been pretty fine, really. He's made 117 and 93 in 2 of his innings, but those 3 guys haven't been getting runs. It's been the younger men, and it'd be good if they did today.
As Turner comes in past the umpire and bowls to Snater, who pulls that one in towards the onside, and Scott Curry at deep mid-wicket cleans up and throws it on the bounce to Ben Brown. Yeah, it's almost, I don't know if it's a change of format or just maybe a different side, and I guess the championship side is so settled that maybe Ben Brown and Felix Organ fully know their roles, and they've got all the other players around them, so they know what their role is. So as Turner comes in to Jamal Richards, who pushes that one back, and Turner does the fielding off his own bowling.
Today gives a bit of a lie to it, the Essex start, but generally speaking, in list day stuff this year, with a harder ball, it's been difficult batting at the top of the order, and so I'm really delighted with the form of Albert and Middleton, but in some senses they're coming in a bit lower down and batting against the softer ball, and people have said, well, maybe one of them should open, but then it's like, well, if it's not bust, don't fix it.
No, definitely is. John Turner comes in and Richards pushes out to the offside, and a quick single taken, and 44 and a half overs gone, and 212 for 7.
Be a test for them, because if Yorkshire win easily today, the run rate difference between the 2 sides is not significant. It would leave Yorkshire on 8 points and Hampshire on 10, with playing each other in the last game.
Turner comes in, Richards flat bat. Sorry, Shane Snater flat bats that one towards Tom Prest, who cleans up at long on and throws that one back in. Impressive fielding. That was John Turner put the ball into the pitch, and Snater flat bats that one hard, and they run through for 2.
I was wondering whether this was Snater's best list A score, so thank you to Gary Smith, who's tweeted in, and Gary from Broomfield to confirm that it is, and said that these 2 guys are doing well.
Turner comes in full toss actually, and potential no ball it is, and it's gone for a boundary as well, so he's got that one above waist height, and Snater squirted that one through the offside, and he might have a free hit here. Will there be? Oh,
The umpire is saying something to Gubbins there, isn't he?
And he is. One warning,
it is a free hit.
I think that's the first warning for John Turner.
Yeah.
Above waist height, so it'll be a free hit here for Shane Snater, who's got a boundary. So this will be useful, handy runs that Essex are getting towards the back end and this lower order.
There was
Sorry. No, you carry on.
There was a famous occasion here a couple of years back when Kyle Abbott produced record bowling figures for Hampshire, and he was then elected Essex Player of the Month because it almost ensured Essex winning the championship. I'm thinking I might be Commentator of the Month for them at the minute.
That's free hit and no damage done as Shane Snater came down the wicket, and that ends that over. So 45 gone. Essex clawing their way back to posting something challenging here. 221 for 7. Shane Snater on 60 and Jamal Richards on 22. Decent partnership from these 2.
Yeah, I think when I came in it was about 140 for 7. So I reckon 81 for naught since I've been on commentary. And I just have to apologise to all my Hampshire loving friends who are out there. They're probably all going to, this is a reverse kind of version of the curse of the commentator, really, isn't it?
Yep.
But,
we're going Greg Gun, still you turned up there.
There we are. I'm very fond of Essex. I've been to Chelmsford, it was all right. I've been to Romford as well, actually. I've got a bit of a history with Romford, but we don't need to go into that now. So.
No? Over some lunch in a bit then.
It goes way back, but I do. Richards is going to face, he's on 22. Snater is a non-striker's end on 60, and as we say, he's now going at better than the runner ball, and as Gary said, it's his list A best, and I think this could well be a list A 8th wicket record. It's the first ball of a new over from Curry, and it's chopped down to wideish third man. The man had to run round and get it, so they come back for a couple. Richards comes back for 2. Curry in his 8th over, 2 for 27. Turner's been more expensive, 7 overs, 1 for 52, but probably if that's well, it is the case. He doesn't have to bowl out, Turner, because Gubbins bowled 2 of himself.
He
So
did.
somewhere he can lose 2 overs. He gets Curry again, right arm over, fast medium. Bowls. That's driven up to the man out on the boundary at long on, who returns it to Ben Brown, and they take a single.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff from these two, and they continue on their merry way. And I think at the moment Essex will be quite pleased with the position that they find themselves in, and hopefully
I think they will.
Yeah, they will be.
Yeah.
If they can finish well, they might give Hampshire something towards that 260 mark.
Here's Curry again, and it's pulled out to the man at a fairly straight mid wicket. He's not quite mid the 2 wickets. He's closer to the bowler's end out on the boundary, so they take a single. There are 2 men out on the boundary on the leg side. That man at mid wicket parallel with the bowler's stumps. It's Curry bowls. It's outside the off stump, but too far outside the off stump, and it's another wide. Curry did bowl quite a lot of wides in the game against Lancashire, I think. I haven't seen one previously today. Yeah, 2 men out on the leg side on the boundary, one at that sort of straight mid wicket, and one at long on, and then 3 men on the offside, long off, deep point on the boundary in third man, and way up in the air, and there's a man underneath it who spills the catch. Now, it was a very difficult catch. The long on was coming in with a decent sight of the catch, and the man running back from the cover position didn't really have a decent sight of it. It was coming over his shoulder. It was one of those that would have been a great catch if you could take it, but in these circumstances, again, you just got to say, it's another moment that's less than sharp from the Hampshire fielders. Curry bowls, and that's dabbed towards the man at Curry, Gully, who couldn't stop it cleanly, and comes off his shins, I think, in the end, down to third man for a single. So it's just looking a bit sloppy.
Yeah, just a little bit ragged, and it was one of those ones that that catch was, it sort of fell in between both fielders, and Gubbins was running back, and obviously Tom Prest was running towards. You'd like to think that the person running towards might have the better view, so he needs to take charge of that situation and call it.
Curry bowls, and that's through him, and through to Brown, and there's no run, so that's at least a dot ball there. So 2-8 for 7. The run rate is exactly 5, which means I ought to be able to work out exactly how many overs have been bowled, because that's. Oh no, it hasn't disappeared. I do beg your pardon. It's 46. So 4 overs to go. 2-8 for 7. Okay, run a ball, going to take them to past 250. I think really Hampshire need to wrap this up now.
It is.
It's become a bit cloudy as well, hasn't it?
It has. Clouds come over as John Turner runs in from the hotel end. Bowls to Shane Snater, who misses that one outside the off stump. So good depth length there from Turner as he tries to close these overs out. 4 overs remaining, like you said, Dave. 2:28 for 7. Essex have moved on to, and they'll actually be really happy with this position that they've got themselves back into this game and given themselves a chance, most importantly, as Turner runs in past the umpire to Snater, wide of off stump again and playing a miss. So good start this from John Turner with 2 dot balls. I think Scott Curry will be wondering what he's done wrong today at deep mid wicket as he reflects. I think it's 4 drop catches of his bowling, so
is it?
Things could have been a lot different for him. But it's just one of those things that happens, I guess, as Turner runs in to Snater, who waits and pulls it high up on the bat, and there's potential chance again. No, this one falls, luckily for the fielders, in between the short fine leg and the deep backward square leg, and they run through for a couple.
I mean, we know that Hampshire are going to go. We know that Hampshire are going to play at least a quarter-final in the rest of this competition. But it would be a bit sad if they run out of steam at this point, having lost at Neath, and then they just got an away quarter-final and couldn't pick it up again.
As Turner runs into Snater, and this one up in there. This should be out. Gubbins underneath it, takes the catch. Shane Snater disappointed with himself. Back of a length bowling from John Turner, and he's bowled that into the pitch. And Snater can only get the top half of the bat, and that spoons, and that is a pretty simple catch. Hampshire would have been disappointed if that one had gone down. And Essex 230 for 7 now. Oh, 8, shall I say.
Turner has bowled well in this over. Those few balls there, he's done very well. But Snater, good applause that you can hear there. Well-deserved applause for a very fine innings. Very fine. And there's an interesting challenge now, isn't there? Because, I mean, we've been saying that Essex would probably get to 250, but you don't know, do you? When numbers 10 and 11 come in, there have been 1 or 2 occasions this season with Hampshire's batting where 10 and 11 have managed to score 0 and 0. So, if that were to happen, a target of 230, you'd go in and think, OK, maybe we just pulled it back.
Definitely. But at one point there, you're probably looking at, like we said, 260, 250. So that's that. Yeah, they need to be clinical here. And
I mean, I've no idea about just seeing who's coming in. There's a man called Allison coming in now. I did my best with the notes last night, but I haven't got him anywhere, so I don't know about him. But we might find something out.
I'm guessing he's not in the team for his batting if he's batting at 10.
I'm sure that's right, yeah. So,
but he'll be looking to make, I guess, maybe try and bat these overs out and see where they can end up.
So, and Porter's playing. Okay,
Porter
right,
will be in number
so
11.
Ray Toole, who played in the last game, is not playing, for example. So, yeah, okay. No, I'm fairly sure he's not in for his batting.
No. John Turner 2 for 54 of his 7.4 overs, so slightly more expensive, like you said, and he's probably been one of the most, if not, I think the most, second most economical seamer of Hampshire this tournament so far. So he'll be looking to close out these last overs as he comes into Allison, who gets in behind that one and pushes that into the offside for no run.
There's no doubt, is it? Curry, Campbell and Turner have been very impressive as a bunch of young seamers. How much cricket they can see in the future with the senior guys in the championship side, I'm not sure, but they've done a really fine job overall.
As Turner comes into Allison, who pushes that one into the onside, and they look for 2 potentially. Oh no, Jamal Richards was looking to come back on strike and wisely denied the second. There's good work there from Tom Prest, who got that in. End of that over, a good over from John Turner, just the 3 runs off it, and a wicket too of the big wicket of Shane Snater as Essex moved to 231 for 8.
I guess Richards was wanting to keep the strike really with just 3 overs to go, and couldn't manage it. Well, I reckon that would have been run out unless
definitely
some crazy error of some sort. So Curry, there are 2 overs to be bowled from the pavilion end, and Curry's going to bowl the first of them, so I should think he bowled the second. And then there is 1 to be bowled from this end, which might now be bowled by Turner. Actually, he might end up with 9.
Definitely after that last over, he bowled that one well.
Yep. And the field now, there's 3 out on the leg side now. There were 3 on the offside previously. There's now 3 on the leg side. There's a long leg, and that's struck on the pad. Straightish ball, plays across it. Curry asks, it's not given. It just runs out on the offside, and there's no run.
It's not the worst shout in the world. He looked like he did walk across his wicket, slightly, and might have just been tailing down the leg side, but quite close.
Yeah, I think it was adjacent for sure. It's Curry again bowls, and that's driven straight back into the ground, bounces up. Thought it might be a crowd catch for a minute, but it wasn't even one of those. It was just nicely enough fielded. And actually Jack Campbell's limbering up down in front of us. I was told actually on I have a little blog about Hampshire cricket history, and I was told that Jack Campbell's now been given number 11, but he hasn't got it on his shirt yet.
So he's got a number now.
Here he comes, and Curry bowls, and that's again, it's not timed really. It's hit into the ground, bounces its way up to a spot just behind where the bowler would run in. That's fielded, and they take a single. So Richards has a strike on 26, and he has a strike with 3 balls of Curry's over to go, and 2 overs after that. Field closes in a bit on Richards. Curry's in. Oh, and that bounces quite slowly, and Richards has to wait for it to come through and dab it down to third man, where Jack Campbell runs round, fields it. One more single, 233 for 8, with 2 balls of this over to go, and then 2 overs after that.
They'll be happy with that, Hampshire. Not many boundaries off the last couple of overs, so ideal situations really.
Yeah. This could end up being one of those thrillers, couldn't it? It's not too big a score, but it's not too small a score either. That's quite nicely dug out on the onside by Allison, and they're coming back for 2. Actually, that was rather nicely played, because it didn't hit it hard enough, and so it took some time to get to the fielder, and they came back successfully for 2. So Allison's gone on to 4, and that's 235 for 8.
The Essex running between the wickets has been really positive today, and they've pushed those boundary fielders. Obviously it's a big playing surface, so those 2s are available, but you still have to put those fielders under pressure and make sure that you are running hard.
It's Curry, and he falls over, and Allison has a swipe. The ball hits the pad, nobody appeals, it runs out on the offside a few yards, and it's the end of the over. So fairly tight over really, 2 to go. They could still, if they have one wild over, they could still get to 250, but 235 for 8 with 2 to go.
Definitely, and I guess at this point in time both sides will be relatively pleased with how things have gone. I think Essex at one point would have probably been looking at quite a big score when they had that fast stop, then Hampshire pulled it back, and then with that partnership with Snater and Richards, Hampshire would have been looking at maybe potentially chasing 260.
Yeah.
So I think at the moment both camps will be reasonably happy, but still a long way to go in this game. So we see a change of bowling on this end as Jack Campbell comes in. Will he be left arm over the wicket or around the wicket? I think it looks like he's going to be left arm over the wicket to Jamal Richards. The fielders on the boundary. We've got a deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Mid on is in the circle as Campbell runs in, and Richards dabs that into the leg side. They could potentially push for 2, and they'll come back quite easily. Good running again from the Essex batsman.
It's another case, isn't it, of just not pushing it too, not hitting it too hard. You know, so the fielders have a lot of work to do and don't get there.
Definitely. Yeah. And it's good awareness from Richards to actually have noticed that and actually be then implementing that game plan, I guess, as Campbell comes in from the Ageas Hotel end, and he runs past the umpire, and again dabbed into the leg side. Will they push for 2? No, it looks like it. No, Jack Campbell's done well as he's run after that and done the fielding off his own bowling.
Fielding at cover on the ring, Jack Campbell, as well as bowling. That's hard work. He's earning that number when he gets it.
He really is. He really is. But he's been phenomenal and continue to impress really with the way he's bowled and picking up wickets regularly.
I wonder whether who chose 11 for him, because he does, as a batter, he does look like a real number 11. His scores so far, naught, did not bat, naught, did not bat, did not bat. And I don't think he's yet touched the ball, actually. I'm not sure, with a bat in his hand. So.
Here he comes, though, with what he does best at bowling, and he bowls to Ben Allison, who comes down the wicket, and he's put this one over mid-wicket for 6.
Cool.
Wow, what a shot that was. And I think that's the first maximum of the innings really we've seen. Wow, pretty impressive. He's just come down the wicket and popped Jack Campbell over deep mid-wicket. Really impressive stuff, that. And a much needed boundary there for Essex as they moved 244 for 8. So handy runs these are, down lower down the order. Jamal Richards and Ben Allison continue to try and push Essex to potentially that 260 mark that we did speak about. So impressive stuff as Campbell comes in halfway through this, the 49th over. Allison again and pulls this one towards deep mid-wicket, and that just falls in between the deep mid-wicket and the deep backward square leg, and another couple of runs for Ben Allison.
Perfectly placed, bisected the fielders. I'm sure it's exactly what he was going for.
Exactly, and he's done that pretty well. But yeah, impressive hitting from him. Have you seen him bat much, or?
No, not huge amounts. No, he looks like he likes to give it a bit of a swing, doesn't he?
Good striker, and he'll look to do that for the last couple of balls. And this, as Campbell comes and Allison down the wicket and playing a miss as that goes through to Ben Brown.
I mean, I can't believe that we're looking at Essex getting 250, where at one stage it looks as if it was going to be a struggle to get to 200, and it sort of speaks to Carolyn's email earlier on that maybe if some of the batsmen were a bit more circumspect earlier on, it could have easily got up to 300 just by nurdling the ball around, which is what Snater and Jamal Richards did for so long.
They did it so well as well, just to show, like you say, just show those batsmen what could have been really, as Campbell comes in for this final ball of the 49th over and bowls a slow ball into the pitch and totally baffles Ben Allison as that goes through to Ben Brown, and that ends that over. 246 for 8 with 1 over remaining.
So Essex will be looking to get that 250 mark, which, as we were just saying, seemed a long way away when they were 150 for 7 midway through the 35th over. But one more to go. So the 8th wicket was a partnership was a record for Essex versus Hampshire in List A cricket. So congratulations, Snater and Richards. Keep the emails coming in. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. We'll get to anything you send during the lunch break once we restart. So this is the last over before the lunch break. Keith's been in touch as Curry comes in from the pavilion and carved away through the offside, but there's a fielder down in the deep. It'll just be a single to Richards. He goes to 31 off 53, Essex 247 for 8. And keep the puns coming, Keith. He says, Curry serving up some hot stuff. Yes. Yes,
I like that.
Yeah, 9.1 overs, 2 for 37. He's been bowling beautifully today. So bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. And we'll get to you after the lunch interval. 5 legitimate balls to go. Here comes Curry in again. That one keeps low, and there is no run. So Allison on 12 of 12, Richards 31 of 54, Essex 247 for 8. Clouds have rolled in again. That blue sky that we had midway through the Essex innings, all gone. It's now completely filled in. And it was Stan Marissa 85.
That's it, yeah.
God, memory's still there. Just about. Here comes Campbell. In again, right arm over, bowled, and that's pulled away in the air. That's going to interest the fielder, but it's gone sailing over his head, pulled away by Allison, who's showing a lot of heart out there and a lot of technical skill as well. He's middling these ones, and that's another 6 for the tail ender. And Essex's 250 is up. A huge 6, leg side, pulled over long on. And Essex, well, they're giving their bowlers something to defend.
Definitely, that was really good striking again. I think at one point the long on must have been thinking that that's coming straight down his throat, but it just sailed over his head.
It's the slightly shorter of the boundaries out there. Campbell's got to be wary of that. Allison is 18 off 13 as Campbell went again. Big swing and a miss through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. And Allison swipes the bat at the ground, feeling aggrieved. Didn't get any bat on that whatsoever.
That was in the slot, as you'd say, but yeah, you'd be disappointed he didn't get anything on that, the way he's been striking them so far.
And he's given Essex a chance. 253 for 8. 2 balls left of the Essex innings. Who would have thought that I got this far? Campbell In again, bowls to Allison. Swings up in the air. I think that's going to fall short. The fielder who comes diving in almost takes his teeth out as the ball rolls out towards the boundary, but it doesn't go over the rope, and he'll take 3 runs. Essex get to 256 for 8 with 1 delivery left. A brave effort from the fielder there.
It was, yeah, Tom Prest, who probably hasn't had his best day in the field, and he went to, I guess, try and complete the catch there, but it was one of those ones that you kind of have to make the decision whether you're going to go for the catch or maybe pull back, and luckily for him, Gubbins cleaned up behind him and it wasn't too much damage and saved an extra run.
Last ball, what's happening here? Umpire's just conferring. Nope, nothing's happening, so they're going to let Campbell bowl up to the stumps. Bowls to Jamal Richards, a swing and a miss. They're going to go through for a single though, as they sneak one through right at the end of the innings. So Essex get to 257 for 8. Incredible, bearing in mind they were 7 down with barely 150 on the board. Stan, does that give Essex a chance?
I think it definitely does, and I think from the position they were in, when you say 112 for 6 at one point, we were sort of thinking that they'd do well to get to 200. So to get to 257 is definitely a big plus, and enough, as we say, runs on the board, so you never know what's going to happen.
Yep, Shane Snater and Feroz Kushi doing most of the damage. Jamal Richards with 31 off 55 unbeaten at the end, and Ben Allison, an important innings, 21 off 15 to get Essex, heave them up over that 250 mark to 257 for 8. We'll be back in 30 minutes time here at the Ageas for the Hampshire innings, as Essex look to try to defend 257. Hampshire will be chasing 258 for victory. We'll see you in about half an hour. And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl for the second half of this game between Hampshire and the Essex Eagles. Essex put on 257 for 8 in their innings, having won the toss and elected to bat. At one point, they were 112 for, well, at one point they were 44 for nothing off 5 overs. Then they were 112 for 6 off around about 35 overs, and somehow they managed to get themselves up to 257 for 8. So score looks a little bit light, though not as light as it might have been, and depending on the way you look at things, it looked as if the pitch might have been doing a few bits towards the middle to latter half of that Essex innings. But so they've got something to defend, 257, 258 to win. Gubbins on strike along with Brown at the non-strikers end, and Porter bowling for Essex. That's whipped off the pads by Gubbins down towards fine leg for a single off the mark with the first ball. Myself, David Brett, and Stanley Marissa is standing next to me. Stanley, from a batting perspective, what should we expect from Hampshire? Who's in form at the moment?
Oh, look, I think, you know, Nick Gubbins obviously has led the way, was captain of this side and batted really well in the last game, and he's scored a century and 93 in the last. So it'll be up to him, and I think what they will probably want is just a solid start up front. I think with all these sort of totals, if you can get a good start, and try and not put as much pressure as we have on our middle order, and try and maybe do the damage up front. But
Porter bowls right arm over to the right hand. Brown, who just tips that away into the leg side, fielded it square leg by Das, but they can't prevent the single. 2 for no loss.
Yeah, but definitely, like I say, a few players in there that could do with some runs. Ben Brown being one of them, and Nara and Donald as well, not quite hitting the straps to the levels that, you know, we've sort of seen from them. Tom Prest obviously is in decent form. Toby Albert's been pretty outstanding with the lower to middle order, and yeah, managed to rescue Hampshire out of some tricky situations.
Porter in again to the left-handed Gubbins, who whips that away through the leg side. There's at least 2 here. The ball's rolling out. There's 2 fielders in chase. Can they stop it from going over the boundary? Jamal Richards slides and carries it over the boundary. You heard from the ironic cheers. Couldn't prevent the 4. And Hampshire already 6 runs off the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, really good there from Nick Gubbins as well. Jamie Porter's sort of hovered on that leg stump line, and Gubbins, if you've watched him play a few times, that's his kind of get-out shot where he just clips the ball quite nicely off his hip. So Porter might just have to readjust his line.
And he's in now again. Gubbins on his toes this time, just pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Brown at cover. And there's no run. Yeah, so topsy-turvy innings from Essex. Lightning fast start, almost going at 10 and over at one point. 3 quick wickets. The 2 openers and Wesley falling on 3 consecutive overs really pegged them back. And then they rumbled along for the best part of 25 overs, not scoring very many. Then fell to 112 for 6, and then accelerated towards the end of the innings. Amazing what you can do if you tip and knock the ball around. That one's defended down at his feet by Gubbins, and there's no run. Yeah, there was a feeling, certainly amongst the listeners, that Essex were playing too many shots, and with the big boundaries should have been looking to build an innings instead. But certainly those batsmen or batters that are coming lower down the order certainly show the value of taking your time and building a partnership. Essex's 8th wicket was the highest against Hampshire in List A games. Here comes Porter, tipped into the leg side this time. Oh, it's a misfield by Snater. Oh, they think about coming. No, yes, no, no. Not going to go for it, and that's the end of the over. 6 runs off it, and Hampshire are 6 for no loss, chasing 258 for victory.
Yeah, decent start there from Hampshire and Nick Gubbins. That's all they, I guess, kind of want. You want to just get your side off to a quiet start and have no initial scares, and it looks like it's going to be Shane Snater from the hotel end to open up with Jamie Porter. Batted extremely well, so he'll be full of confidence, and he'll hope that some of that confidence can come through for his bowling. Ben Brown will take strike. Pretty short runs throughout this tournament, going really well in the championship, but not quite got quite the results that he would have wanted in this List A tournament. Initially was batting in the middle order, but then got pushed up to open the batting, but hasn't scored that many runs opening the batting, so he'll be keen to make an impression as Snater comes in past the umpire and bowls. Brown hangs his bat slightly out there and gets an outside edge to go through the vacant gully region and picks up a single.
Yeah, not much of a shot that was there. Just literally hung his bat out there and it took the edge of the bat and ran it all the way down to third man. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us about anything. Stanley Marissa 85 on Twitter. And Dave Allen will be joining us in around about 25 minutes time.
Pretty good conditions out there actually when we were walking over for our lunch. Nice breeze as Snater comes in, bowls to Gubbins, back of a length, who pushes that one now to mid-on where Jamal Richards does the fielding. Yeah, nice sort of temperature down there, not too warm. What you'd probably say is ideal cricket playing conditions.
Ideal for spectators as well. Not that grueling heat that we've had throughout most of the summer. It's very temperate out there. It's very, very nice.
Yeah, definitely. And
shorts and t-shirt, but not too warm.
It's perfect as Shane Snater runs in past the umpire. Nick Gubbins waits, plays that and plays and misses outside the off stumps. Good bowling that from Snater. Looks like he's found a decent area. Gubbins comes down and pokes the pitch and does a bit of gardening.
Yeah, looks as if that lifted off a length a little bit. Be interested to see how Luke Benkenstein goes on this pitch. Morgan was getting a bit of turn out there. Be interested to see what the leg spinner can do.
I think from our view up here, the pitch looks quite sort of, I guess, quite dry, but at the same time it looks like it's played all right. So Snater comes in, Gubbins again pushes out towards mid-wicket and no run. So it'll be interesting to see how this pitch does play. It looks like initially at the beginning with Kushi and Robin Das, they were hitting the ball quite nicely and the ball looked like the brand new ball was coming on quite well. So it could be that it's a pitch where the brand new ball is where you have to sort of try and cash in, and then maybe as the ball slightly gets older and maybe it starts becoming a little bit too pacey, you then have to get into your innings and be a bit more circumspect as Snater comes in and Gubbins waits and plays that one outside off stump and nudges that to deep third man and comes through for a single. Hampshire move to 8 for none.
Yeah, that seemed to kick up a little bit at the batsman, but he played it well. Soft hands. Yeah, we had a walk around the perimeter of the ground at lunch, and there's is that a club ground, a practice ground out the back of the left-hand side?
Yeah, it looks like it's a sort of the second team ground.
Oh,
so
God, it looks...
and the nursery ground, yeah.
Yeah, it looks absolutely terrible in terms of grass.
Snater comes into Ben Brown, who leaves this one outside his off stump and safely negotiated through to the keeper. 8 for none.
Looks like it's not seen water for a few months.
Very dry conditions.
Yeah, I believe the sports venues are special dispensation in terms of watering pitches, etc.
Yeah, with hosepipe bans and all that sort of stuff, you always wonder what happens with, I guess, these places that need to use water on a regular basis, I guess.
So, Porter starting the third over of the Hampshire innings, bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside, fielding at cover, and there's no run. So Hampshire 8 for no loss, 258 is the target. And you listen to us on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent. Myself, David Brett, Stanley Marissa and Dave Allen will be with us shortly. And Essex have given themselves a total to defend. Here comes Porter, wide outside the off stump, full as well. Gubbins comes down, it's a misfield by Brown, and they'll get through for a single. Shouldn't have got a single there. Again, just carrying on that theme from the Hampshire innings, where the outfielding wasn't the best, and Brown there giving up an easy single when it should have been a dot ball. 9 for no loss. Gubbins moves to 7. I need to tidy that up. Just the one slip in, sort of a wideish second slip position. Fine leg coming inside the circle, which means we've got a third man down the back. In fact, fine legs going back, and deep backward squares coming into a mid-wicket position inside the 30-yard perimeter. Here comes Porter. Bowls to the right-handed Brown, and that's just tipped off the thigh pad into the leg side. It's going to be a single. Is it leg byes or nope? Came off the inside edge of the bat, and Brown goes to 3, and Hampshire are 10 for no loss.
Yeah, big innings this for Ben Brown. He'll be keen, like we said, to get himself into this innings and try and support Nick Gubbins. And so far, so good for these Hampshire openers.
Porter moving again, right arm over to the left-handed Gubbins, who takes a step back and then drives into the offside, but fielded at cover. That's Robin Das down there, and there's no run. Oh yes, one of our emailers very early on asked about Josh Rymore. I can confirm that Josh isn't injured. It's just all about team selection today, so not injured, just not in the team.
Looks like we might have had a front foot no ball there, and a free hit coming from Jamie Porter.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
12, so 2 for the front foot no ball and a free hit to come as well. What can Gubbins do with this? Waits for Porter to come in, up to the stumps, and he bowls and swings away, and it's over the slips, top edge, and away for 4 runs. 16 for no loss.
Yeah, he's gone hard at that one. Obviously with the free hit, he's had full license to throw the kitchen sink at that, and he did manage to get a top edge on that, and it's flown over the slip and the keeper, and that goes through for Nick Gubbins' first boundary, or second boundary, should I say.
Porter ready to come in again. A bit expensive so far, 13 off his 1.4 overs. That's whipped away into the leg side, and there's gaps out there. There's a chase on here for Jamal Richards. He's not going to get there though. That beats the man coming in from fine leg. Played out away through deep backward square. And at the moment, Jamie Porter not finding his mark. 1.5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 17.
Yeah, we spoke about Nick Gubbins and where he's strong as a left-hander. He's always probably looking for space on the offside, but at the same time he's really good off his hips. So that's, I guess, really a free shot for him, and he's cashed in a couple of times. So he's off to a good start here. 15 or 14 balls.
Yeah, 20 for no loss. Coming to the end of the 3rd over. Porter coming in from the pavilion end, right arm round this time to Gubbins, and that's pushed out into the offside, and that's a dot ball to finish the over. So Hampshire 20 for no loss, chasing 258, and Gubbins on 15 and Brown on 2. So let's have a look at the strength of the batting lineup for Hampshire. So Albert has 237 runs at 59.25, so it looks like the pick of the batsmen so far.
Yeah, definitely. He obviously bats in that middle order, and he's had a couple of not outs as well, so that always helps the average. But he's been sublime in terms of shepherding Hampshire over a few tricky totals, and yeah, really batted well. And Tom Press, like we spoke about, he's had a big 180, I think it was, against Kent.
Yeah, he's 271s at 45.
Yeah, so he'll be keen to obviously kick on as we get to the back end, as Shane Snater comes into Ben Brown. Bowls outside of stump, a good line and good length, and Ben Brown watchful as he lets that one go through to the keeper, Rulofsson.
Not a huge amount else though. Middleton 171 at 34s, and Curry, who's bowled superbly today, 101 at 25s.
Yeah, as we spoke about, Hampshire haven't had many big totals or many sort of high scoring games. Obviously they had that big total the second game against Kent where they scored 390 odd, I think it was, as Snater comes into Ben Brown and down the leg side and a wide, and they managed to scamper through for a single as Rulofsson actually fumbled that one. So slightly wayward from Snater.
Yeah, not the greatest wicket keeping that time from Rulofsson. He really should have taken that. I think he just got a little bit ahead of the ball and took it with the palm of the hands and pushed it out.
Yeah, so like we spoke about, this will be Hampshire's biggest chase so far in this tournament, so it will be interesting to see how they get on. Essex will be looking to put pressure on this top order. Snater comes into Gubbins and back of a length and pushes this one out just to mid-on for no run. 22 for none, 2 balls into the 4th over. Nick Gubbins on 15 of 16 balls, and Ben Brown quietly on the other end at 2 on 2, and Shane Snater looking to get that breakthrough. One slip in place, point, cover, mid off and mid on, mid wicket, short fine leg and a deep backward square leg. As Snater comes in to Gubbins, who waits and edges, and it's
Oh, what a
caught!
catch.
What a catch! What a catch! Gubbins pushed towards that and got us outside edge, and that's flowing through. I'm not sure who's that. That's a first slip, but
I think it's Kushi.
it looks like Kushi, and he's taken an outstanding catch. And it's a big wicket because that's the man in form. Nick Gubbins has to go. Hampshire lose their first wicket, 22 for 1.
What a stunning catch that was. That was low to the left. It was going wider as well, and Kushi threw himself. I think he actually got two hands to it in the end, but it looked like it was flying away and suddenly just plucked it out of the air. A stunning catch from the youngster, and it really has been his competition this year with 300s, plenty on the board, run rise, and now a fantastic catch. You'd have been happy with that one, wouldn't
Oh,
you,
that was
Stan?
excellent. That was really, really good. And it was one of those ones that, you know, we obviously from where we are, we've got a good view of it, but it just looked like it was sort of, like you said, tailing away from him, and he's just thrown his body at it and managed to get both hands and completed a really smart catch and a really big breakthrough for Essex.
Well, I hope those of you watching on the live feed managed to see that. That was an absolute stunner. Congratulations, young man.
Yeah, fantastic. And that brings Tom Prest. We've spoken at great length about him and how he's done so well in this tournament. Probably at the beginning, maybe just sort of tailed away as the games have come thick and fast, but he'll be keen to make a good impression here as that highly, highly talented young man and full of talent, and it's a perfect opportunity for him to showcase his skills here. 22 for 1, and Shane Snater, who batted so well in that Essex innings, has just come out and brought some of that batting confidence into his bowling and managed to get a great breakthrough for his side. So now we have a slight change to the field. Tom Prest is greeted with 2 slips, and the 2 fielders out of third man and fine leg as Snater comes bounding in from the hotel end and bowls full of a length to Tom Prest, who pushes that one back, and Snater does some pretty smart fielding off his own bowling. So well, a man with lots of confidence.
Yeah, we were speaking to one of our colleagues up in the media centre, weren't we, during the lunchtime period, and he reckoned next 2 or 3 years Shane Snater could be one of the best cricketers on the planet, bat, bowling and fielding.
Yes, he seems to do everything and do it quite well, so good prospect for Essex, and they'll be wanting a little bit more as well from him today as he comes in past the umpire. Tom Prest waits and full of a length again, found a decent spot and no runs. That's pushed out into the covers for no run. 22 for 1. Essex will be looking to make some inroads into this Hampshire side, or his Hampshire batting order that, like we say, not so many of them scoring regular runs, and they'll be keen again to try and get their side over the line. Tom Prest and Ben Brown and Naren Donald to follow. And Snater comes in to finish this, the 4th over, and pushes out Toby Albert outside of his off stump and edges that one down to third man to get himself underway. 23 for 1 after the 4th over.
Yeah, good start for Essex. Excellent bowling from Snater. I just wonder, he just needs to put on an extra yard of pace, I reckon, and he'll be really dangerous. But yeah, he's looking good out there at the moment. A fine catch from Feroz Kushi. He's bringing out his left hand there. I presume that's part of the issue with taking the catch so low down, but superb stuff from the youngster. So, Porter looks like he's going to be a bit expensive so far. 17 off his 2 overs to date. Got that cloud cover coming in. It's very mild out there. It's Porter. Light blue shirt, dark blue trousers, bowls, edged! Oh, and he's dropped an easier one. Or has it bounced just in front? It was hidden from us. Feroz Kushi's taken one on the leg. Couldn't see whether it's carried. It was definitely edged. Oh no, it's bounced in front of him. Yeah. And he's taken a nasty whack on the calf, it looks like. He's just still down, sitting on the floor, trying to rub some feeling back into his calf. That's going to be dead for a bit.
Yeah, that's not what you want with that brand new Kookaburra ball.
Oh, he's got to get his concentration back now, because Porter is running in, bowls, and that straightens up the batsman, who defends into the leg side. Prest, there's no run.
Yeah, he could be in action actually, because Tom Prest tends to play that sort of dab shot down to third man, which seems to be his sort of get-out shot. Plays the ball quite late, so Kushi and whoever it is, I'm not quite sure who's a backward point, but they could be in business. And it looks like the backward points actually come round slightly, so good awareness from Essex in terms of what Tom Prest's strengths are.
I think that's Shane Snater at backward point, as that's defended down towards third man, and there's no run. Yeah, quite right. They've put probably their best fielder in that position. Correction, sorry, that's Robin Das. Sorry, there's two people who wear the actual full sun hats. That's Snater and Das. So Das is at backward point, Snater's at mid-on.
Yeah.
$23 for 1. Prest on 1, Brown on 2. Prest on the strike. Right arm over to the right-handed bat. One slip in, and he bowls. And that's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. 24 for 1. Can't afford to be too loose, Essex. Not got huge amounts of runs on the board. LucyEssexCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. We're in the midway through the 46th over. 46th over, what we're talking about. Midway through the 5th over. Yeah, 46th over. Essex will be laughing. 24 for 1. Here comes Porter in bowls. Wide of off stump and a front foot drive from Prest. That's fielded by Wesley at mid-off. 2 ducks in a row for Wesley in the competition. Will he get another chance? Well, we have to wait and see. Essex need to win this game first and hope that results go their way, which we'll check in on at the end of the over. Porter, past the umpire, bowls outside the off stump, and attempted cut by the batsman. It goes through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no edge and there's no run.
Bit of half and half there from Tom Prest. The ball looked like it was slightly closer to his body. He didn't really go through for a full cut shot, so it's quite a dangerous shot. We saw him come out, we saw him get out actually through the drag on last week, so he'll be conscious of that and try and make sure that he tries and plays in front of his stumps and plays a bit more with a straighter bat.
Well, there's a game developing at Derbyshire, I can tell you that. Here comes Porter in again, bowls, and on top of the bounce, it's guided down towards third man for a single. Score goes to 25 for 1. So Derbyshire, having posted 109 all out in 42.4 overs, well, Yorkshire in response are 25 for 3 after 9.1. So
Ooh.
Quarter of the way to the total, but also 3 wickets down.
And I'm guessing Essex need Yorkshire to lose that game.
It'd be preferable from an Essex point of view were they to lose, because probably the odds at the moment are on Hampshire to win this game. But yeah, a Yorkshire loss would do Essex favours in whatever sense.
Yeah, a Yorkshire loss and an Essex win would probably be the ideal situation.
Ideal. And bearing in mind, Yorkshire have got a game against Hampshire at Scarborough on Tuesday.
Yes, as Snater comes in to Tom Prest, who drives nicely through the offside, and that runs away towards the groundsman's area, and that's Tom Prest's first boundary. So it's a little bit of width offered out there by Shane Snater, and Tom Prest pounced onto that and played that really nicely for his first boundary.
Yeah, guided away beautifully. Nice stroke. I do like the really bright yellow pads and helmets. They really do stand out.
Definitely, as Snater comes into Tom Prest, who waits and pushes that one out into the offside, and no run this time.
Especially against their navy blue kit. I fully approve.
Yeah, they've always had really nice kit, haven't they, Hampshire? It's always, like you say, that yellow really stands out, and I think this crowd certainly will appreciate it, because last week, like I said earlier, Lancashire were here and they were playing in full navy as well, so it made it really difficult. But Essex with their light blue tops and Hampshire with their yellow pads, it's quite nice to see as Snater comes into Tom Prest. Back of a length, he just nudges that into the onside for a quick single, and Ben Brown comes through and moves the score on to 30 for 1. Appreciated by this crowd, and not quite as big as last Sunday, but still a good helping. We saw a number of Essex fans actually, or Essex fans in the hotel rooms, on the balconies, and that was nice to see.
Yeah, nice little weekend away that. I presume they came last night, maybe staying tonight as well. Sit on your balcony, watch the cricket.
Nothing better. Snater comes in and Ben Brown tucks that one off his hip and pushes the first one, runs that hard and says no to the second, but gets himself to the other end, and 31 for 1. We move on to, yeah, like you say, we were just talking about it at lunch, and how lovely it would be just to wake up in your hotel room and roll out and maybe have a cup of coffee and watch some cricket, really, and just in the comfort of your own room. If you get a bit bored, you can go in for a nap, but it should be quite exciting. So don't think anyone will be napping as Snater comes in to Tom Prest, who nudges that into the onside, and no run. Ball thrown back into Grant Rulofsson, and Hampshire pretty happy with the start so far. Nick Gubbins, their captain, unfortunately the only man out, but out to a really good catch by Feroz Kushi at first slip, diving to his left off the pretty inspirational Shane Snater, who batted so well earlier and now has come and made that breakthrough for his side. So pretty even as we stand, and Hampshire will look to press on as Snater comes in to finish this 6th over. Past the umpire, bowls to Tom Press, who drives nicely down to Jamal Richards at mid-on, should I say, and no run. 31 for 1.
Yeah, 6 runs off the over. 258 required. 31 for 1. And just wonder what the chat was in the dressing room. Well, I mean, obviously Essex will be pleased to have got to where they've got, so they've probably been quite positive once they got into the change room. I just wonder if there was, you know, a chat between Hampshire where they may have let things just get a little bit loose towards the back end of the Essex innings. It's up to Essex to try and continue their momentum into this one. Well, they've got the early wicket of Gubbins. Great catch by Kushi at first slip, as this next delivery from Porter's just dabbed down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, interesting that, and I'm not sure which side would have been the happier at the half-time break, and I think Hampshire, from the position they had Essex in, would have been slightly disappointed to let them get to 257, and I think Essex, on the other hand, from the start they would have been disappointed to be 112 for 6, but then again, happy that they managed to get themselves to 257. So I think it's all to play for. I think the middle overs will be quite interesting to see how the spinners go. I'm waiting for that.
Porter full, that's dug out by Brown, straight to Snater at mid-on, and there's no run.
Like I say, Aaron Nijar, the slow left arm, and Luke Benkenstein with his leg spin.
Yeah, I think that might be the game there. Once the spinners come on, if Essex can really grind them down, take wickets obviously at the same time, then we'll see exactly how good or bad this pitch is.
Yeah.
If Hampshire can keep wickets in hand, keep that score ticking over, because where Essex got themselves in a bit of bother when they went 3 wickets down, suddenly they just stopped scoring. Yeah. As that's defended into the leg side, there's no run. I think it was 44 off 5 overs, and then the next 25 went for about another 70. So that's something that Hampshire can't afford to happen.
No. Which is perfectly fine what Essex did in that situation when they had lost those 3 wickets. But we spoke about it on air at the time, that if you have a situation where you have to grind, what you can't then do is grind for a certain period of time and then lose your wicket, because then you heap so much more pressure. That's the situation they found themselves in.
Which makes it even more incredible how they dug themselves out of it again, as that's defended into the offside. There's no run.
I think
112 for 6, 257 for 8.
Yeah, I think Snater and Richards came in and they showed what can be done when you take no risks. They hit the ball on the ground and hit the gaps, and with such a massive playing area, there's no real need to hit the ball in the air, because the value for that shot, you have to make sure that you've struck it really well. So what you want to do is hit the sweepers, hit the gaps, and make sure you run hard and put the fielders under pressure, which is what they did.
Porter in from the pavilion end, and he bowls, and that's defended into the offside as well. Just building a bit of pressure here for 5 dots in a row. 31 for 1. Still plenty of time to go from a Hampshire perspective, only towards the end of the 7th over. target 258. It's be interesting to see how this pitch starts to react. So it was those first 5 overs where the 2 openers found it very, very easy, and then it started to get a little bit trickier. It's gone dark as well, some dark cloud coming over. Hopefully the rain stays away. As Porter bowls, that's through the batsman. Did it take anything? No, it didn't. I don't think the keeper caught it either. That's the end of the over. A good one from Porter. It's a maiden, and that almost cleaned up Ben Brown, who got cut in half. The ball just evaded the off stump, and there's no run to finish. So 31 for 1, requiring 258 to win. 7 overs gone.
Yeah, impressive stuff that from Jamie Porter. And I think with Ben Brown, what you'll probably find is that he sometimes gets stuck a bit on the crease. Last week he was out bowled, I think it was, and then in Neath he was out LBW as well. So that's a good length, that sort of testing length where the batsman is neither forward or back. So really good stuff, and got away with one there, Ben Brown. But Shane Snater will continue from this, the Hilton end, and bowling to Tom Prest, who hit a lovely boundary in that previous over. So looks like there's been reinforcements in that area. There's a short catching cover and a point as Snater comes in to Prest, and Prest drives again this time and throws his hands through that, and pretty much in identical fashion carves that ball through the offside. So a little bit of width being offered here by Snater, and Tom Prest is thankful for it. So he moves on to 11 now.
Yeah, just a bit too wide from Snater there. It was there to be cut, and Prest just tucked in, gave the fielder absolutely no chance.
Yeah, like we say, there has been reinforcements in that area, but when you're timing the ball that well and you're striking in that amount of width, it just needs it to be a couple of yards either side of that fielder. Snater comes in, tighter line this time, and Tom Prest looks to guide that one down to third man, but luckily for him gets nothing on it.
They've beaten the bat a few times at the start of this Hampshire innings.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like there's too much movement through the air at this moment in time, but if you can get the ball on a decent length, there might be some sort of sea movement as well. As Snater 2 overs into his 4th over, 1 for 15, as he bounds in to Tom Prest, who waits and clips this one through the onside handsomely again. So good signs this for Tom Prest as he picks up his 3rd boundary. So slightly erring in length and line from Snater, this time on the onside, and an impressive shot by Tom Prest. He clips that one through mid-wicket for 4.
And suddenly the scoreboard starts ticking over again. 2 boundaries in 2 balls. Sorry, 2 boundaries in 3 balls. And he's found a bit of rhythm.
So Snater comes in looking to rectify things, and he bowls back of a length again. Tom Prest plays that one with an open face and pushes that one down to third man for a single. That get out, sort of get to the other side shot for him. He plays it so well. He plays the ball so late underneath his eyes. Just pushes that down to third man for a single. 40 for 1 Hampshire have moved on to. So pretty much identical to the Essex innings, where runs coming quite freely at the top. Maybe with that new hard ball coming off the bat a little bit quicker as Snater comes in to Ben Brown, who pushes that one out into the offside for no run. Shane Snater has a look at the pitch. We saw that area being swept up and prodded, and I don't know if they brought that hammer thing that they normally have, pound the crease, and it looks like he just had a quick look. Maybe not quite as comfortable with that landing foot, but he's going to continue here. And nice long run up, actually outside the 30-yard circle, so quite a long run up as he comes in with a beautiful action past the umpire and bowls to Ben Brown and jags that one back in, but no run, pushed out into the offside. End of another over. 8 overs gone. Hampshire 40 for 1 after 8.
Stanley, you've earned yourself a nice little break.
Perfect.
Dave's going to come in. We'll see you again in about half an hour's time. Stanley Marissa, if you want to get in touch, Stan Marissa 85 on Twitter. Or if you want to get in touch with us on email, it's BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. So here, they still require, what's it? It's 258 is the target for Hampshire. So another 218 needed. They're 40 for 1 in the start of the 9th over. Porter going to continue from the pavilion end. Just waiting for fine leg to go back to the boundary. Third man's back as well. One slip in, as this one's clipped away into the offside by Prest. No timing, and it's fielded at backward point, and there's no run. Dave, welcome back.
Thank you.
Well, you made it the start so far from Hampshire.
It's okay. It was a terrific slip catch, wasn't it? But it's okay. Ben Brown is clearly just struggling to get into some kind of rhythm at the minute. He'd started this competition with a 47, but apart from one innings of 16, he's not got into double figures since then. So he just needs to dig in a bit, I think.
Porter in Fuller, and Prest just defends out into the offside, and there's no run.
Prest has played 2 sparkling cover drives, which is encouraging. When he's good, he looks very good. He scored for the first time ever for Hampshire. He scored a 100 last year. Actually, you were talking about that ground over there, which is the nursery ground.
Yeah.
He scored it there for the second 11. First 100 ever for the second 11 out there. It's also the academy ground, Hampshire's academy.
It's seen better days from what I can tell at the moment as Porter bowls. Yeah. That's again defended into the offside. There's no run. It
was the first ground opened here in 2000. We played a couple of games on that the year before the whole place opened properly. It opened properly in 2000, right at the start of 2001 in May, with a one-day game like this against Essex. It was the first game ever, and not a ball was bowled.
What was here before this was all built?
It was a farmer's field there were 2 horses running about in it the first time I saw it. It was on a slope. It was a complete mess.
Porter bowls back of a length, cut away, slashed down towards backward point by Prest. It was there to be hit, but he had to deliver, cut it hard into the ground and past the fielder at backward point for 4 runs.
Yeah, we had a first visit here back in the late-ish 90s, I reckon 97 probably. Brought Robin Smith, Mark Nicholas, Sean Udall over, and the committee came, and we all stomped about in this rutted, farmer's field, which actually belongs to an Oxford college, but I don't really know a great deal about that part of it.
Porter in again to Prest. He squares up Prest, who defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. 44 for 1.
So the second 11 played quite a lot over there on nursery ground. Of course, it is a terrific asset, really, to have that nursery ground for international games, for instance. The days before the international sides play a test here, they can get out on a proper ground, and there are nets set up over there as well, and it's a real asset. But it is the grass is very brown at the minute.
Yeah, needs some water. Here comes Porter full this time, and Prest drives, but no timing. Mid-off fields, and that's the end of the over. So 9 overs gone, Hampshire 44 for 1.
I have a feeling that cricket over there is probably nearly finished now. I'm not sure how much second 11 there is. There might be one more game to come. The academy are playing in the Southern League, so they played there yesterday, beat Lymington yesterday, and they're doing very well, the academy, this year in the Southern League. It's not a priority for them to win the league, obviously. The priority is to bring players through, and quite a number of the guys playing here today, Prest, Albert, Middleton and so on, are recent graduates at our academy side, but they probably satisfied themselves with watering this main ground and actually just leaving that alone apart from the square. So bowling change, and we have
Ben Allison.
I was going to say it said Jamal Richards, but it isn't, is it? Obviously. Scoreboard's not helping me, but it's Ben Allison. From our end, down the leg side, that will be a wide. He's right arm medium fast, I guess. It's my first sight of him, and I said earlier I made notes about Essex in this competition this year, as well as I could last night. And when Ben Allison came into bat, I said, I don't know anything about him. I hadn't written him down. I don't know if it's his first game in the list this year.
No.
Okay.
He certainly played last time. Certainly played when I was watching last weekend.
Okay. That's on leg stump and whipped away quite nicely by Ben Brown, but just down to long leg for a single.
Yeah, Essex have seemed to have gone through their whole roster. Bearing in mind players have lost the injury, the 100, etc.
I had a guy called Ray Toole down, and Aaron Beard played earlier in the year. You've had 2 keepers as well. Will Buttleman kept at one point, didn't he?
Yep.
Has Adam Wheater completely finished now?
I believe this. Yeah. Well, if not completely finished this season, I believe he's retiring at the end of the season.
Yeah. Okay. Here's Allison then. Medium fast, probably. I don't know. That's just steered very simply down to third man. Thrown in for one single. Thrown in on the bounce, which is the fashion for as long as you can get away with it. Just soften the ball up a bit. Sometimes the umpires take a dim view of it. Sometimes they let them do it. If it was me throwing it in from there, it probably bounced 3 times now. But, it's 47 for 1 in the 10th. Ben Brown facing, and he's content to play that defensively out to cover. No run.
So Yorkshire moved on to 37 for 3. Their target is 110 to win. But as we were saying before, it's potentially on a tricky pitch.
Sounds like it. It would suit us. I don't think it would affect you really, would it? You've just got to get 9 points and hope they only get 8. I think that's right, unless there's rain about, but there probably won't be. It would suit us for them to struggle there. That's just played off his hip by Ben Brown, and long leg runs in, picks it up, just a single. Simply because at the moment they're on 6 points, we're on 10, and we're through. We know we're through, but whether we'll finish first, second or third depends on all kinds of things. And first or second means you get a home game next, either a semi-final or quarter-final. If Yorkshire were to win today and we were to lose, it would be 10-8, and then if Yorkshire beat us at Scarborough, it's 10-all, at which point it comes down to run rate. Now at the minute, our run rate is reasonably better than theirs. It's about 0.75 better, but if they improve theirs a lot today and we drop away, and then push to cover, no run, and then that continues with a Yorkshire win on Tuesday, they could end up with a better run rate than us, both on 10 points. In which case we end up with an away quarter-final against whoever finishes top of Group A. So I think we'd be very happy to at least get a home quarter-final. One more game here. Here's Allison, 4 off the over so far, 1 ball to go. Oh. And that turns him round, and it's a bit of a leading edge. It loops up, but reasonably well short of cover. But he will take some courage from that. Might just got a little bit of movement away off the pitch there, I think. And Ben Brown doesn't play that with great confidence. So end of the over, 48 for 1. You, on the other hand, just want them to lose.
Yes, yeah, we need Yorkshire to lose both games, and Essex preferably to win this one just to make it safe. But long way from that so far. 48 for 1. Keith's been in touch. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. He's come with a few more puns. Will Big Ben ring the changes? Well, he's battling out there, I'll tell you that. Is Tom pressed for time? Well, what is he at the moment?
Not yet.
Not yet, no. He's 21 off 27, so he's making hay while the sun doesn't shine. And can Porter carry Essex to victory?
Very good.
Well, he's bowling all right. He was quite expensive for his first 2 overs, but his next 3 haven't been so expensive. Last 3, just 6 runs conceded, and Maiden involved in that. So it's going to be Brown on strike as Porter running in. Bowls right arm over, and Brown cuts away into the offside, but Robin Das there fields at cover, and there's no run. Plenty of games of cricket going on around the concourse. Always good to see. Keep the kids entertained. Must be coming up to the end of the school holidays now, surely. Seems to have gone on for ages. Mind you, they've had a fantastic summer weather-wise, haven't they?
Yeah. When I was a school teacher, which was a long time ago now, they never seemed to last long enough. But I know what you mean.
Porter in again, bowls back of a length, and carving away into the offside again. Robin Das employed on the bounce, and there's no run. When did you go? So the kids, let's say, went back after 6 weeks. Did you go back after 4 or 5, or were you prepping already in between?
Yeah, prepping, and I did 2 postgraduate degrees when I was a school teacher as well, so there was a lot of that sort of thing. And
you just loved to study, didn't you?
I did, actually, seriously. Yeah. In the end, I ended up as a university lecturer, so it got me there, which was nice. But
Porter Fuller this time, that's a beauty. Just moved away off the seam, beat the outside edge of Bounds Bratt as he prodded forward and through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 48 for 1.
But in fairness, school teaching, there was a fair amount of free time in the summer, really, as a school teacher, much more than as in my life in university, although I ended up as head of department. And of course, the thing in university is what's happened this week with A-level results, and you're preparing for that, and then you're dealing with that for a week, 10 days afterwards, really, on the phone to people, getting people in, interviewing and so on. So that can be busy.
Porter in, bowls back of a length on his toes. Brown cuts away down towards deep point for a single. 49 for 1. Was it also a slight pain that you sort of had to take your holidays during school holiday time?
Well, that could be true. I mean, it would affect me sometimes around cricket as much as anything. If we suddenly got a midweek semi-final, I mean, I can remember there's a famous midweek semi-final when Mike Proctor took a hat-trick and blew us out of the B&H Cup.
Porter up to the stumps, bowls and defended into the offside. There's no run. And
I arrived at 4 o'clock having taught all day, and it was on BBC, so I was able to watch at lunchtime. We bowled them out for about 180. We'd never been to Lord's final at that point, and I said to somebody, I reckon we'll do that, Richard's Greenies and so on and so on. And I just jumped in the car straight after school, didn't check the score, got here, well, it wasn't here, it was Southampton, of course, but Gateman said, as I walked in with my ticket, well, I won't bother coming in here, mate. And I walked in there, it was about 20 for 4. I despaired, So, but I missed a lot of the day because I was teaching.
Porter full, bit of a skewed bat, that one from Press trying to drive away through the offside. Thick inside edge, no run up to mid-on. End of the over, just the 1 run off it. So Essex just keeping a tight tie on Hampshire at the moment. 49 for 1, and we've had 11 overs. 258 is the target.
On the other hand, I mean, you certainly couldn't grumble about holidays as a teacher. That would drive other people nuts, really, wouldn't it, if you did that? And if we played at Portsmouth, for example, one of my school teaching jobs, and then my university job, round the corner from the old Portsmouth ground, United Services ground. So there was always a lunchtime or an after school where you could just nip round and get a bit of the cricket in. And I never really complained about it. It was what it was. Okay, Allison to bowl, 1 over so far, 0 for 4. It's bowling to Ben Brown, 6. Scored 7, maybe more than 7 actually. Might even be, no, not, yes it is, it's his first, I'm pretty sure it's his first boundary. That will take him up to double figures, which will make him feel better. He hasn't managed double figures in the last 3 innings, so Ben Brown goes on to 10, and it was nicely flicked off his hips there. Not quite Gordon Greenwich, but not miles away from it. And Hampshire's 50 comes up.
Looked like a very awkward dive out in the deep. I think that's Shane Snater out there. It's obviously, with the ground being so dry, sliding across it is, you don't get the usual glide that you would get.
It's just, even this outfield has just begun to brown off recently. And again, that's at his hip, and it's flicked off by Ben Brown, who runs the first one very quickly, looks for a second, can't come in for a second, but that's okay. The run rate is perfectly fine. I mean, it's not a huge run rate that they have to worry about, really. Duckworth Lewis, for what it's worth, is 46. It gives you a kind of indication. I mean, there are a lot of clouds about, but I think I'll be... And like I said, it did rain in Portsmouth this morning, which is unusual. Really, Portsmouth's a lot drier than here, funnily enough, but I think I should be surprised if we get any rain here, to be honest. Allison bowls. That's short down the leg side. It's taken by the keeper, but it is a wide.
Yeah, so the rain didn't follow you. Can we ask what you were doing down in Portsmouth earlier?
Well, it'll amuse you, or baffle you, I don't know. I was at the Guildhall, where they've got a taster day for all the things that go on at the Guildhall, arty things, music things and so on and so on. And I lead a 25-piece pensioners skiffle orchestra.
Oh, wow, okay.
So it depends how much you know of skiffle, really, because often people look at me utterly bewildered. Alison Bowles, that's just pushed out on the onside and they scamper a single. Yeah, so...
skiffle song between jazz and...
Yeah, jazz, blues, folk,
Yeah.
that kind of thing, really, yeah. And it was huge.
What do you play?
Well, I'm the front man, really. I'm the singer now and
Okay.
play a bit of percussion. I used to play guitar, but they didn't need me because there really are 25 of us with guitar. And so I'm kind of conducting and counting in and all that sort of stuff and emceeing. And we're all pensioners, and some of them have never done it before. So it began as a sort of social, cultural thing, and it just blew up into something where we play every month, and it's pushed down. It just needs to get that line a bit closer to off stump, I would suggest. Really, he's going down long leg for a single. So it was a taster day today, so we did a half an hour to people who wouldn't normally come and see us, but we play once a month on a Tuesday lunchtime at the Guildhall, and we get a decent crowd. I mean, it's obviously mostly retired people, but
So what's the aim? Headline Glastonbury, play...
yeah,
Royal Albert
do you know
Hall?
how I reckon we'd be? Well, I have played at Glastonbury in a different but kind of similar band 25 years ago. Ooh, just as a nibble outside off Stumped Alison there, but
Wasn't status quo, was it?
no. But I had a band that was like a kind of proper, well, I don't know proper, but regular players. Playing kind of blues, old acoustic blues and skiffly type stuff, and we did a couple of Glastonburys, which disappointed me at the time. And I read a piece about Glastonbury in the Radio Times this year, where they were reviewing the 50 years of it. And is Alison again in bowls, and that's just too. He's straying onto that leg stump and allowing him to push that single down the long leg again. And they were just talking about the highlights and lowlights of 50 years, and they got to 1997 and said maybe this was the wettest and muddiest, and then they got to 1998 and said, oh, maybe this one was. And the 2 years I played at Glastonbury were those 2 years, and it was awful. I mean, it was just horrendous. We played in a big marquee. We didn't on the main stage or anything, but we played in a kind of roots and blues and folk marquee, with the usual kind of stuff that was going on there. And I mean, it was great fun. And that was a similar sort of thing, yeah. So that's what I was doing at lunchtime, and it was good fun. And then I had to
Hotfoot it here.
rush over here. But that was fine. I'm very happy to be here.
So Porter going to continue from the pavilion end. He's into his 7th over. 12 overs gone in the innings. Hampshire 58 for 1. 200 more required for victory, as that's off the toe end of the bat down towards third man for a single. It's confidently played by Prest. 24 to him, 59 for 1.
You were talking, I know, with Stanley about the spinners, and one of whom is Benkenstein, which interests me, of course, because his dad was here, and he did actually play for our seconds, young Benkenstein, but he bowls leg break and googly, is that right? I've not seen him.
He bowls leggies, and he was very, very good last weekend. Here comes Porter again, bowls back of a length, cut away, straight into the ground. Das fills at backward point, and there's no run.
Because there was some evidence that, of Gubbins exercising some control in that Essex innings with slower stuff, wasn't there? But you've also got an Ageas to bowl slow left arm, yeah?
Yep, absolutely. They bowled brilliantly as a pair again last weekend. But at the moment, Captain Wesley's reluctant to go to them. Hampshire trotting along nicely. I mean, DLS at the end of this over would be 48, so if that's a guide, they're well ahead of that. That's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. Midway through the 13th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, myself, David Brett, Dave Allen and Stanley Marissa, who'll be back on in about, 10 minutes time.
Yeah, you feel that I mean, it's an obvious point, really. The fielding side would always like a wicket, but you feel just at the minute that they would like to get one of these two, really, before they get really settled. The target now below 200.
Still got a slip in, 4 men outside the circle. That's guided round first slip down towards third man. Just going to be, oh no, they come back for a second run. That's good running between the two of them, and gets a nice hearty round of applause as well from the Hampshire faithful. And Brown moves on to 14 off 27, 61 for 1. Is 14 off 27 just the kind of knock Brown needs, or
Yeah, oh yeah, today, absolutely. I mean, as I was saying, you know, he started with a 47 in this, and he's been terrific, Nick, in the championship. I mean, as good as anybody in the championship. But here, his other scores have been 2-16, 3-1, 2. So
Porter bowls, and Brown trying to carve this one down the ground. A thick bottom edge into the ground, and there's no run.
And the other thing to say about that is that he's only just been opening in these 3 games now, so his 1, 2 and today are his 3 opening slots. Before that, Donald was opening 16, 21, 7, 4. So if Gubbins wasn't getting runs at the top, and he was in some games, he's had 190, but if he wasn't getting runs at the top, we were quite often 25 for 2, say. So
Porter in again to Brown, and that's turned away into the leg side. There's a bit of a gap there. It's going down towards deep mid wicket. They'll come back for a second run, as the man at square leg has to run all the way around to do the fielding. A couple of runs to finish the over. Hampshire are 63 for 1, 258 at the target. Brown on 16 and Prest on 24.
I would suspect he's playing absolutely to orders out there at the moment, and they know that Prest can push on. And actually, Donald, if he gets going, can certainly score fairly quickly. So I think Brown is the classic ankle roll in 50 over cricket, which you don't tend to get in T20s really, but
so we're going to see Nijar come on, and obviously Wesley's a third spinner if needed.
Right.
Depends, I suppose, whether Nijar's going to get any turn out there.
Is he a big spinner?
Doesn't spin it a huge amount, but he's very accurate.
Yeah.
Obviously they've got everything in the Essex side. They've got an offie, a leggy and a left armour.
Yeah, good. Yeah. So the men out are at long off and just backward square leg on the boundary. Those are the only 2 men he's got out. First ball just about on the dot, and it's an inside edge by Prest, who tries to drive at the ball that just goes backward a square.
An utterly terrible throw in from Porter.
Yes.
Went down the middle of the pitch. Yeah. Keeper just stood there looking at him.
he had at least 20 yards to throw it. Yeah, lovely. Nijar again, and that's fairly straight, really accurate. Brown pushes it to men at short mid wicket, one of those fielders. There's a man at extra cover quite close in, certainly saving one. Man at just backward of point on the offside. That's the extra cover who fields it there. Backward point on the offside, just about out on the edge of the circle. And the man at short third man and short fine leg. Now he's sent long on and long off, both out. And that's just nudged by Prest. And they scamper a single. I think they'll be quite content to do that for an over or 2 at the spin and just have a look.
Yeah, I'd be, if I was captain, but I'm not, I'd be tempted to squeeze the field up a little bit here.
Yeah.
Just try and put pressure on the batsmen, see if they're willing to go for it.
Yeah. That was shorter, going off towards leg side, and it was interesting that Prest pushed that round the corner where it went to the man fielding just in the circle, so they couldn't get a run, and he just looked fed up with himself there, as if he didn't place it quite carefully enough, and takes it out on the ball now with a fierce drive up to long off, but in fact they only get 1. He's very promising, Prest. He doesn't get runs every time, but I mean, he got that 181 down at Beckenham, where he wasn't far short of James Vince's highest ever score for Hampshire in List A, as well as that 300 last year. Of course, captained England under-19s in the World Cup during the winter, which was televised. Bowled quite a bit there as well. He bowls off breaks, but his one... well, he bowled just that one time, actually at Beckenham, which was a heck of a good batting pitch, and he took 1 for 42 in not many. And they haven't turned to him since then, but he can do that as well. And Slip's coming out. He did get a real bash, didn't he, with that second one that you thought might have been a chance and didn't carry, and it hit him on the shin, I think. He's just slightly limped as he went out.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit numb for a bit. So Porter continuing from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's guided down towards third man for a single. 67 for 1 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, online as well. And if you want to download the BBC Sport app, you can listen to us on the go. And of course, there's the live feed, so you can watch all the action with our commentary over the top, either via the Hampshire or Essex websites. I can tell you, Yorkshire have stepped up a gear. They've just lost a fifth wicket, but they were 70 for 4, having been 20 off for 3. They're now 70 for 5. Porter bowls full, driven back towards the bowler. Porter sticks out a mitt, and it sticks, and there's no run elsewhere. Not that it matters so much to this game in particular. Middlesex finished on 256 for 9, Gloucestershire 57 for 1, so very similar to what's going on here.
Yeah.
And Warwickshire 275 for 6, and Durham 62 for 1. So again, the other two games very similar to this one. Porter running in, bowls to Brown, and drives on the up, out to the offside, deep cover coming in. It will just be a single. Snater with the throw. One more to the total, 69 for 1, midway through the 15th over. Target is 258. Still plenty of people in the ground. This number of people at Essex, it would feel really packed, but obviously on a big test match ground, looks a little bit more sparse. Porter turns under cloudy skies. Breeze starting to pick up as well, and he bowls back of a length and turned into the leg side by Prest. Fielded at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Might be, I can't really see very clearly, but often people migrate to this end during the afternoon because it's bright, the sun is brighter at this end. It's mostly shadow there, but there really isn't any sun today. It's kind of silvery grey up there. Don't think it will rain, but it's a bit overcast.
Here comes Porter, bowls full, driven by Prest, but picks out the man at extra cover, and there's no run. Rather worryingly, I've already got a traffic alert for my way home. Planned road closures, so I'm probably going all around the houses tonight on my way home. But we'll see how that.
You go through the tunnel eventually.
Well, yeah. Eventually, yeah.
You'd normally hope things to be reasonably okay on a Sunday, I guess, but who knows.
Porter, attempted pull into the leg side. Comes with a thick bottom edge down towards deep backward square.
Didn't time that, did he?
He didn't at all, no. And there is just one run to the total, and that is the end of the over. So we've had 15 overs of the Hampshire innings. They're 69 for 1, chasing 258 for victory. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Dave Allen, and welcome back, Stanley Marissa.
Thank you very much, David. The current run rate is 4.6, the required run rate is 5.4, so I think Hampshire will feel entirely comfortable about that. And the longer that this goes on without a wicket falling, the more comfortable they will feel about it. They're not going to consider that there's any great pressure at the moment. Referred to the Duckworth-Lewis, that's 56. Would change, of course, if a wicket fell, but it's 69 for 1 is the score, and 56 is the Duckworth-Lewis target. And he just bowled that one over, and he's off. And it's Richards who's bowling right fast medium, I guess. My first sight of him, and it's just slightly short of a length outside the off stump, and Prest slashes it away down to a squarish third man for a single.
Looking good so far, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it probably is, Stanley, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Switch you on, mate. Sorry.
I'm not on.
He said it was looking good, and it is, yeah. Welcome back, Stanley.
Thank you.
So, here's Richards again. That's a straighter ball, which Brown plays out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And again, that comes in on the bounce to the keeper. And I think actually at that point, the umpire did choose to have a word and say, I think you could throw that in on the full, please. I'm not sure, but he was certainly gesticulating in that direction, and there weren't many other people there. So they do sometimes just say, no, don't keep doing that.
Just a little reminder.
Yeah, here's Richards. And it's just that's one of those very, I think of as very modern shots really, where it's almost a backward defensive, and it's just nudged through gully, and it brings up with a single, brings up the 50 partnership. Brown has scored 17 of them and pressed 30.
Yeah, good from these two. Good timing actually. 50 off 72 balls, and after that loss of Nick Gubbins quite early on, they've sort of rebuilt things quite nicely, and Ben Brown is looking good, and Tom Prest has looked excellent in some of the shots he's played.
That's much fuller, and it's nicely driven, but straight to the man at cover for no run. Yeah, I think it's good that Ben Brown's just working himself into some nick there, but Prest does look good when he's going, doesn't he?
He does.
Some days he gets out early and you're disappointed, but there's some talent there.
Yeah, it's the way he puts his hands through the ball, and it looks like he's so comfortable, and not a lot phases him. So
no. I think there's an interesting moment coming up in September when we've got those 3 crucial championship matches. That's just shorter of a length, and he goes up on his toes, plays it out to deep cover man again, who still throws it in on the bounce, so I don't know. And again, the umpire walks across and seems to me to say something, but maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, I think there's just an interesting moment coming up really, because one or two of the top order batters for Hampshire, when they reassemble their championship side, have not been in perfect nick, or the specialist batters I should say. And yet there are these kids coming through, Albert and Prest and Middleton, who must just be pushing them a little bit. There's just pushed out defensively on the offside there. And I think the decision in the end will be almost certainly down to the pressure on the side, because they are in contention for the championship. I think if they were comfortably 6th, they'd give those kids a go.
Definitely.
You know, but they might not risk it.
No.
So there we are. End of the over. It's 73 for 1.
But I think as a unit, that's what you want, isn't it? Really, you want those youngsters pushing everyone, and as a squad, I mean, to see the way that some of the youngsters have played in this tournament, it's just pleasing to see that there's so much depth in that squad, that if it did come the point that they needed to maybe step up, they're ready for it.
That's one of the great advantages of this, you know. I mean, I resist discussing the 100 too much, because I'm not a big fan of it and so on and so on, but one of the great things about it is actually that these kids now get to play in front of big crowds in a proper competition.
Exactly. As we see Aaron Nisha coming on from the pavilion end to Ben Brown, who pushes into the covers, and they sneak in through for a single, a slightly wayward throw there. We've seen a couple of those actually today from the Essex fielders, so it doesn't look like the keeper at any point, if the ball is not anywhere near him, he's not scrambling across to try and make it. He's going to make sure that they know that throw was not good enough. As Nisha comes in to Tom Prest, he cuts fine, gets a slightly thickish outside edge, and that races away down towards us, down here by the hotel end, and Tom Prest picks up another boundary. So a little bit of width given there from Aaron Nisha, and Tom Prest has thrown his hands as he has done to anything that's been slightly wide, and he picks himself up another boundary as he moves on to 34.
I wonder if it was Nijar's decision to change ends. You know, he bowled that one over and then perhaps said to the skipper, actually I fancy the pavilion end, I don't know. But
yeah, it's strange, because he did just bowl the one over, didn't he? He looked quite good in that first.
And Organ bowled it from this end, didn't he? So
he did. As Nisha comes in again to Tom Prest, slightly flatter this time, and Tom Prest pushes this again out towards the offside. No run this time. We've got a lone seagull at the moment. It just seems to be flying in front of us on its own.
Backwards and forwards, it's really having fun.
As Nisha comes in flatter again this time, pushed down the leg side, and he was going to have to re-bowl that one as it umpire calls that a wide.
I live almost right down by the, I don't know, you might not know Portsmouth, but right down almost by the harbour mouth and the fishing village and so on and so on. So we're surrounded by seagulls who squawk all the time.
Oh, see, you're well aware as Tom Prest pushes in and they come through for another single. So good rotation of strike again from Hampshire. Chipping away at this total, 257 for 8 Essex ended up on. So Hampshire sitting on 80 for 1 at the moment, with Tom Prest on 35 and Ben Brown on 21, going quite nicely as Nisha comes in and bowls to Ben Brown, who pushes down the ground for a single.
I mean, it does seem to me, having arrived when I did, just at the point where maybe for 3/4 of an hour or an hour, wickets have been tumbling like mad after a decent start. It seems to me that apart from that little interval, it's been a decent day to bat.
It has.
There was just that odd hour, really.
There was. And Nisha comes into Presto, gives himself a bit of room and cuts through the offside to the sweeper, Shane Snater out there, who does the cleaning up, and that ends Aaron Nisha's second over. None for 12, his figures are off, his for 2. Hampshire 82 for 1 they've moved on to, so going quite nicely. 17 overs gone and 175 required to win, 176 required for victory. A victory that will be much needed after that slight slip up from them against Glamorgan, but like the message was, nothing to panic about.
Yeah.
A bad day at the office, you just dust yourself up and go again. And luckily with these games, they come thick and fast, don't they, Dave?
Yeah.
So not too much time to dwell on the
I think
negatives.
that's right, especially with youngsters. I think you just say, forget about that. On you go. First ball of the next over, driven out to cover. That's from Richards, whose first over went for. Yeah, I think with these youngsters in particular, you just encourage them. Say, okay,
definitely
didn't go well that day. We didn't do this right. We didn't do that right. Learn from it, but
for sure,
get out there and make it right. Which they didn't, obviously I didn't see the whole thing. They didn't quite do that in the outfield today, did they? Although I think there was some decent bowling, and they are perhaps now doing it with the bat. Is Richards looks quite quick. He's not a fast bowler, but his action is not massively dissimilar. It's a bit tighter, but it's not massively dissimilar from Fidel Edwards, obviously. But he's not as quick as him, for sure.
Yeah, he sort of scurries in, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Rushes in. Yeah, but like you were saying, obviously Hampshire would have probably been disappointed with their fielding effort today. I think they do pride themselves on that. So to drop, I think, 6 catches it was in the end, and a few fumbles on the outfield. So
Richards bowls. That's given him a bit of width, which he again, it's that fast hand movement that's talked about a lot today. I don't remember people talking about it 50 years ago, to be honest, which is not to say nobody did it, but I just don't remember the conversations about it. But that's what we see now, but it's cut off at point, so there's no run.
I think back in the day it was more sort of the technical side, wasn't it, getting your foot towards the ball?
Oh yeah.
Whereas now it's these youngsters, they just throw their hands at it, and
that's how I was taught. Yeah, which is a shame really. Richards bowls, and that's driven straight back to him. And I often look back at my days as a school kid when I was being coached in about 1960, and there was what you now think of as the kind of dead hand of the MCC coaching manual. So I was absolutely taught to get the front foot forward, and there was an ex-Yorkshire player who used to coach up at some school up there, and he would say to these posh public school kids, "Sniff it, sir, sniff it." And now it re-hit it.
Yeah.
And again, there's some width there, and a nicely fielded at backward point there, just a diving shot. So Prest possibly a little frustrated now, and maybe Brown might just go down and say, don't worry, we can put up with an over where there's not a lot of runs if they don't come. He's on 36, Prest from 52, and Richards has 1 ball left to make this a maiden. And he succeeds. It's driven to cover. There's no run, and Richards has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4. Yeah, so there was never any sense in those days that actually you were learning to smash the ball around. It's just that some of the kids were naturally talented, but smashing the ball around really meant playing a perfect cover drive.
Definitely.
Yeah. So
again, I guess
I'm quite envious of kids today who just sent out and so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't make test players, but I think they might have a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's it. I was coached again. I'm 36, and when I was getting coached was probably, 30 odd years ago.
Yeah.
And sorry, as Nisha comes in to Ben Brown, who drives nicely actually and pushes that one towards the sweeper, to the right of the sweeper, and they pick up 2. So nicely placed. As Ben Brown moves on to 38. He'll move on to, Hampshire move on to 84 for 1. Like I was saying, yeah, so when I was coached, I was definitely coached in a way, I guess what I would call the traditional way, and the shots and the getting your foot towards the ball. And as Nisha comes in to Ben Brown, who plays this one to the onside, no run. And it's weird how it's all changed, and
really changed.
And I think all the youngsters do like hitting the ball these days. As Nisha comes in to Ben Brown and bowled him. He's gone straight through the defences of Ben Brown, and that's the breakthrough that Essex were looking for. Almost.
It's very difficult to work out why he missed that. Actually, it still is, having watched it on the replay. It's interesting actually, because he played the very shot you and I are just talking about.
He did,
and somehow didn't hit it.
We spoke about that defence shot, but he's just missed it completely. I'm not sure if he was trying to look for that gap in between cover and point.
Yeah, maybe.
That potential, just trying to get himself off strike, but missed that completely. And Aaron Nijar, who started off from the Hilton end, moved over to the Pavilion end for his second over, and he's got the breakthrough in his third over, and a big breakthrough that, because Ben Brown was just starting to look like he was finding that form that we know he's got. He'll be disappointed with that, unfortunately.
It didn't look as if it turned a lot, but maybe it just, I don't know, maybe it did him in the flight slightly. Very hard to work that one out.
Very hard, but what that does is it brings Nyren Donald to the crease. A player of high talent.
He is terrific when he's going well, but again, he's a man who needs to get some runs. You know, his last 4 innings, 7, 4, 11 and 7. Today's a really perfect day for him to make a score.
Yeah, he is, and he's just got to get himself in and get himself and give himself a chance.
Yeah.
And try and work partnership here with Tom Prest. We did speak about the spin and how that could potentially be a game-changing moment in this game, and Nisha started well, and the pace comes off the ball. It looks like it's a new ball pitch, because initially when Essex were going so well at the beginning, Dave, it looked as though that brand new ball was coming on quite nicely, and I think we saw at the beginning of this Hampshire innings that Gubbins was sort of timing that brand new ball quite well, and then as soon as that ball gets slightly softer and the field can be spread, it's not as easy, but a perfect opportunity this for Donald as he comes in mid-on and mid-off up, so Essex in a slip in place, so they know that he's a man searching for runs, so they're not going to give him any easy singles to get him going. So this is good stuff from Tom Wesley. And
there's only one man out, isn't there, at the moment? Square leg.
Nisha bowls to Donald, who pushes this out to cover for no run. So
almost 10 overs from each end from the 2 balls that are being used, so it will be getting a bit softer.
So Donald goes forward and gets an outside edge, a thickish outside edge, as it races down towards us again at the Hilton end, and Donald is off the mark with a couple, so he'll be pleased with that. Slightly streaky, but runs nonetheless. So Aaron Nijar just settling into his spell, and a decent breakthrough for him as he looks to close out this over. His last ball as he comes into Donald and bowls back for length, and Donald pushes that into the onside, and mid-wicket runs, and deep square leg comes in and does the cleaning up to end that over. 87 for 2, Hampshire after 19 overs. Pressed on 36, and Nyren Donald new to the crease, just replaced Ben Brown on 3.
Seems to vary his pace quite a lot, but the one that did Brown wasn't, that last ball he bowled was quite quick. The one that did Brown wasn't that quick, so maybe that's partly what works. I noticed that Yorkshire have lost another wicket. It's a game that's important to both Essex and Hampshire fans, but they only need 26 now at a run and over. They've got 6 down, but they only need 26 off 26, so you'd be surprised if they manage to lose that.
Stranger things have happened, haven't they, Dave?
Yes,
you never know.
They have, yeah. So Donald on 3 not out is facing. Prest is watching from the far end on 36. I think the important thing now, Hampshire's point of view, is they don't lose another one quickly, and Donald is just forward with again one of those kind of classic defensive shots, really, and Richards continues to bowl a tight line. Just the 4 runs off 13 balls so far. I think the cloud has lifted slightly. It's a very quiet afternoon. There's no movement in the trees in the distance, a lot of them. And Donald just up on his toes this time and plays that to cover.
Yeah, it did get dark about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, but yeah, seems as though the cloud has lifted and it's brightening up, so good conditions here at the Ageas.
David just confirming that Yorkshire score, so 84 for 6 in the 24th over. I don't know if anybody's hit. Well, it turns Donald round and just comes off the pad out on the offside and run. So Hill is 15 not out, and Lowton, about whom I know very little, I have to confess, has just come in to join him. 84 for 6. Connors has 4 for 23, but 1 over left to bowl, so he's obviously doing the damage. But 1 over left to bowl, he probably needs to take a hat-trick, which might not happen. The next ball, and again Donald quite comfortably but defensively plays this out just on the onside. It's fielded on the straight really. Hampshire 87 for 2. And what did that Duckworth-Lewis change to? Yeah, Duckworth-Lewis with the fall of the wicket is now 85. So Duckworth-Lewis is in a sense confirming what we can see with the naked eye, which is that this is very evenly poised, could go either way. And that's a very full ball, which Donald doesn't drive quite as he would like to out towards mid-off. It comes rather, skews around slightly on the leg side, runs up to mid-on. There's no run, so once again Richards bowling very tightly here. He's just went for 4 runs in that first over, and he's coming to the end of his 3rd over and hasn't conceded any more. Just turns around now. He's wearing 87, which is Kyle Abbott's number.
Yes.
And Donald again defensively out, so that's 2 consecutive maidens from Richards. So this attack at the minute then is really pretty perfect for Essex. If you've got Nija at one side, one end taking wickets fairly tightly, and Richards the other end bowling maidens, Essex are beginning to pull it back round from that big stand.
Yeah, they are. And we spoke about Richards and how he's bustly and he runs in and he's just hit a good spot.
Yep.
And managed to bowl a couple of maidens, and that's just ideal for Essex at this moment in time, with obviously Nija picking up the wicket of Ben Brown in his previous over. To follow that up with a maiden is just absolute gold dust, as Nija comes in from the pavilion end past the umpire. Tom Prest on strike, who pushes out to cover, no run. So slightly starved of strike, Tom Prest, recently. So it'll be good to get him back into his flow. He's looked pretty good so far for his 36. As Aaron Nija makes 1 or 2 changes to his field. Short 3rd man point as he bowls. Tom Prest, who pushes down the ground nicely, too long off to get himself over to the other end, as Feroz Kushi does the cleaning up. So it'll be interesting to see what field they revert to, with Anara and Donald back on strike. So again, it looks like it's just the two fielders on the boundary, a deep cover point and a deep backward square leg, mid on and mid off up, as Donald pushes into the covers. So asking him to go downtown if he wants to get that field pushed up, so he has to take a risk. So all the pressure on him at this moment in time, as Nija bowls to Donald, who plays that off an inside edge, plays forward, slightly thick inside edge, and the ball squirts into the onside for a single. 89 for 2. Donald moves to 4.
And Yorkshire have lost another.
Oh goodness.
88 for 7. So they still need 22.
Wow, exciting, as Nija bowls to Tom Prest, who goes back and cuts, but that area is nicely protected with 2 men behind square, with your backward point and your short third man. Crucial areas for a left-arm spinner, really, as Nisha comes in, tries to close this up. Tom Press gives himself some room and hits that over cover. Delightful shot. Should come back for a couple. This should be cut off, and as Kushi comes scurrying across and does the work, but nicely played by Tom Press. Gave himself a little bit of room, and that ends that over. 89 for 2, or should I say 91 for 2 after 21 overs.
Beautifully placed. Not quite perfectly, in the sense that if it had been perfect it would have gone across the boundary, but very nicely placed. And he's on 39 now. So, can Mr. Richards concede a run, or can Hampshire score a run off Mr. Richards? Rather, he won't want to. But, it's going to be an early finish at Chesterfield, but there must be some excitement there, I think. Richards in, he bowls, and there is a run. Donald gets up on his toes, pushes it out on the offside square, and they come through for a single. It's the first run that Richards has conceded for 2 and a bit overs. And he's got 3 men out now, and he's got the sweeper on the cover boundary. He's got a long leg, it's fairly square, and a man mid-wicket who's about 10 yards in from the boundary. Not a lot of evidence that Hampshire are looking to clear the boundary at the moment, and that's dropped. It looked as though Prest had been done slightly in the timing, and he just hit the ball up to a diving mid-on.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that for Oz Kushi. He's fielded so well, and he took that stunning catch earlier, but he's just dived, and I think it's one of those ones where it was kind of quite low, and he might, I'm not sure if he caught it and then maybe bobbed out of his hands, but
there was a gesture from Richards that looked greatly disappointed there, and he's now looking at his hand. The next ball, Prest has just played back defensively, and Richards has fielded off his own bowling. He's in the walls a bit though, isn't he? He got hit on the shin by a ball that looked as if it was a chance in the slips, and we don't think, well, it's Kushi that I'm talking about now. And now he's at mid-on, and that's gone down, and I think he's just hurt his finger a little bit as well. Richards is in, and that's played out on the offside, backward of square, down to third man for a single. So a life for Prest. It would have been another really, really good catch if he'd held it, but probably one he feels he should have held, I think.
yeah, and I think at this level, I think as soon as you get yourself to the ball and you get your hands to it, you're hoping that you catch most.
Slightly difficult from where we are because his back was to us, but
Yeah.
I think he did get to it for sure. So here's Richards to Donald, and Donald nudges it out on the offside, scampers a single. There's a throw at the stumps which just misses, and Kushi
More trouble for us, Kushi.
yeah, has to stop the overthrow, which he parries rather than stops decisively, and he's just rubbing that right shin again, or at least adjusting his trousers perhaps, and then rubbing his finger. And I'm feeling rather sympathetic. I think somebody should get him off, put some ice around some of those bits, and get a sub on. Richards bowls, it's outside the off stump, and it's flayed out on the offside by Prest, but it's only a single. Nice diving stop out in the boundary, and they just take the one. So a less successful over for Richards, although he was unlucky. He might have had a wicket in that, and it's he's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8, and Hampshire are 95 for 2 after 22 with 28 remaining.
Yeah, definitely would have felt like he deserved a wicket the way he's bowled. He's bowled fantastically so far in his 4 overs. Kushi obviously with that drop catch. So it's funny how cricket's a sort of game where the ball kind of follows you in the field, doesn't it? You know, I haven't spoken about anyone else really in the field as Nisha comes in and he bowls to Tom Prest, who just pushes this one out into the offside and gets himself over to the other end for a nice single. Shane Snater out there in the deep cover boundary and does the cleaning up. So yeah, as the field again comes in. So mid-off, mid-on, all in the circle. The two fielders out on the boundary of the deep backward square leg and the deep cover point. As Nisha bowls to Anarian Donald, who comes down the wicket, trying to show a bit of intent, and Nisha bowls that one into the pitch. So probably saw him coming and just held that one back a little bit. A little cat and mouse game going on as Nisha comes in again to Donald, who defends this time again, slightly slower this time. So really good stuff from Aaron Nisha as the mid-off goes back to long off. As Kushi goes down, as Nisha comes in again and bowls to Narian Donald, who pushes this into onside, no run. So a little bit of pressure being built here.
He does bowl it quick quite often, doesn't he? He does, you know, there's not a lot of air and quite a lot of pace on it.
So he comes in, 2 balls left, and this the 23rd over. Big heave from Narian Donald, who's gone for almost a slog sweep, but not convincing. Not convincing at all. And it's that pressure that we spoke about, that struggling to get off strike, and he just needs to try and find that single and get himself to the other end as Nisha comes closing out this over and bowls to Donald again, who pushes into the onside. So another good set from Aaron Nisha, who's finished his 5th over. He's got 1 for 22. Hampshire 96 for 2.
Yeah, it's just tightening up, isn't it? The required run rate has got up to 6 for the first time in the game, and they're only going at 4.2 now, so they won't worry about that. 6 and over, run a ball, that's okay, but they won't want it to push up too much more than that. And this is a really good period for Essex. These two guys have bowled 9 overs for 30, and it's Richards again to bowl from the hotel end, whatever. We have lots of names for it. Prest plays that down to third man, comes through for a single. It's usually now called the hotel end. It used to be called. Is
that official? Because we were trying to work this out earlier.
Well, I for years I've called it the Hambledon end, and especially this year because the Hambledon 250th anniversary is the first class match and so on and so on. Because Hambledon is just over there, you know. So, but that's just me being the historian. Nobody else seems to want to call it that. So. Hotel or Northern End sometimes it's called, and that's driven up to Kushi, who manages to field that at mid-on without any injury to himself, as far as I can see. Yeah, I think it used to be called the Northern End before they built the hotel.
Okay.
And now we tend to call it the hotel end. So
right. Makes sense, I guess. There is a hotel this end. So.
Yeah, it does really. Yeah. Yeah. But there are groups of supporters down here who call themselves the Northern Enders.
Do they?
And they will sit either side of the sight screen in terms of where the pitch is, what the best view is. So they're probably down there today, yeah. And they come to everything, yeah. There's Richardson. Oh, that's short length, gets up a bit, and Donald just gets up on his toes and nudges it down towards third man for a single. Seagull was passed again. Actually, there are 2 seagulls now. They are. He's found a pal.
Yeah, he's found a It's been joined.
98 for 2 is the score, and we're not yet halfway through. So I mean, I don't think there's any reason for Hampshire to panic about this. I think they just have to weather this tight period, really, and opportunities will arise, I'm sure. Richardson, very full, towards leg stump, missed time, not played where Prest wanted to, out on the onside, and little strangled cry, but the fact that nobody appealed for LBW is almost certainly that it's going down leg side. I don't think there was a bit of bat on it, but the line wasn't quite right. It's very quiet out there. An intense piece of cricket, and again it's just played defensively up to mid-off. So 2 singles off the over, 1 ball to go. Richards 4 overs and 5 balls, 0 for 10. Yeah, so he's certainly done a job for his skipper.
He's been brilliant. Probably deserves a wicket. But
yeah.
He's running hard in for his captain and doing a good job for his team here.
Good test for Prest as well, who likes to play his shots, you know, but there's clearly pressure on him now just to dig in there and get it right. He plays that up to mid-off, tempts him. He does have a throw of sorts, but it's really just to remind the batsman he should be cautious, and they come through for a single. So Prest will retain the strike on 99 for 2, chasing 258, and we've had 24 overs, so this over will be the halfway point, although when not too many wickets have fallen, there's a tendency for people to suggest that if you double the score after 30, you get about the right idea of a final total. Not sure how often that actually proves to be true. I think it was almost exactly true in the Essex innings.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and you know, they recovered really well. We spoke about that at quite good length. As Dave will be making way for Dave Brett as Aaron Nisha comes in and he bowls to Tom Prest, who skips down the wicket again and plays that shot across over cover and plays that for another couple. So using his feet really nicely and taking Hampshire to 100 of 24 overs. As you can hear, warm applause from this very appreciative crowd, and they're very well aware of what's the situation is as Nisha comes in to Tom Prest, who gives himself a bit of room and pushes that into the covers, and no run. So 100 runs of 24.2 overs. The two men out, Nick Gubbins, who fell on 22, who's looking quite bright, as Nisha comes in and no run again. And the other wicket to the other man out, sorry, Ben Brown, who was bowled by Aaron Nisha when the score was 84. So Nyren Donald and Tom Prest looking to get things stable for Hampshire as Tom Prest drives again down the ground, and Feroz Kushi does the work at long off. Good afternoon, Dave. You joined us. How are you?
You're right, Stan. Yeah, it's been far from easy going, isn't it, for Hampshire? They're just crawling along at the moment. They're just up with the DLS rate.
Yeah, I think we spoke about the slower bowlers and that sort of middle phase being where the game is, and it looks like that's sort of panning out as Nisha comes in and bowls to Donald, who gets on one knee and slog sweeps handsomely for 6. He tried that in the previous over, didn't quite get there, but this time he's got all of that, and that's gone sailing into the crowd, and a nice release shot for Nyren Donald, who moves on to 13.
Yeah, dropped in the crowd, poor that, waist height, should have taken it. Yeah, Essex really do need to win this game now, because Yorkshire looks as if they're going to creep over the line. 101 for 7, cry 110 to win.
Donald goes on the sweep again, this time along the floor, behind square, so really good batting this. 6 followed by 4 to put a lot of pressure on Aaron Nisha, who's bowled quite well so far, but that is a really good over. 12, I think it was, from it in the end, so really 13 actually, so just the sort of impetus that Hampshire needed to get themselves going back again in this innings.
Yeah, I'll be a bit disappointed there with the finish of that over. Aaron Nisha. Luke Benkenstein coming on. That's what we want to see, 2 spinners going at the same time. I wonder if Wesley will bowl himself as well. We'll see where we get to. But Essex had pegged back Hampshire just to touch those flurry of boundaries. Just got them going again.
That drop catch might just be a little bit crucial, just in the context of this little situation. If that catch had been taken, new man to the crease, all of a sudden Hampshire would have been 3 down, but not to have been.
Yeah, score's adjusted. Apparently Yorkshire now need... No, it's adjusted back again. 101 for 8. Ooh. Benkenstein bowls. That's in the air. That's going to interest the fielder. But is it between 2 of them? And will it drop safe? It's going to drop safe. Just as the man at long off runs round. It was high. It was up in the air for a long time. It was Feroz Kushi chasing it around. They come back for 2 in the end. Score moves to 114 for 2. But briefly, Kushi, in fact, they've just moved him a little bit wider. He was a bit straight on that last delivery. They moved him wider after that shot. 101 for 8 Yorkshire. Still require 9 to win. That was dabbed out into the offside. And there's no run. 14 for 2.
Bit of grip and turn there for Benkenstein, although from a wideish line. So
Benkenstein in with his leg spinner. Drops short this time. Bit of turn again, but that's slapped away down to cover. And that's the 50 up for Prest. 50 runs off 73 balls, including 5 fours.
Yeah, really good from Tom Prest. Started the tournament really well with a big 100 and then a 50. Hasn't had as many runs of late, but he'll be really pleased to get that score.
Fuller this time from Benkenstein, and the batsman just backs away. It's Donald cutting down towards point. He goes to 18 off 23. Hampshire 117 for 2. 258 the target. We're just over halfway through the innings. Yorkshire, according to my score, still 101 for 8. Needing 9 to win, as that delivery is left alone outside the off stump. It's a dot ball. Game seems to have stalled according to our screens, as that's defended down the pitch and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 4 runs off it. Hampshire 116 for 2.
A good start there for young Luke Benkenstein, who looks like a decent prospect actually. So a battle of the teens out there with Benkenstein are not even 18, I don't think, and Tom Prest just 19 himself. So lots of young prospects out there, and it's just good to see these young players, like we mentioned, having a go in this, the Royal London Cup, and a perfect opportunity for them to test their skills in front of these bigger crowds and showcase all that talent that they've got. And I think we've got a change of bowling from the top end. It looks like it will be Ben Allison replacing Aaron Nisha. Bowled a couple of overs so far in this innings for 13, so he'll look to bounce back and try and put some pressure as Aaron Donald faces up from the pavilion end and drives nicely through the covers. This should be cut off as Shane Snater out in the deep cover boundary, rushes round and cleans up as the ball comes in. So Hampshire move nicely along, actually, a nice little partnership going on. 84 for 2 when Ben Brown lost his wicket, so this is good from Tom Preston and Aaron Donald, who's been short of runs, so this is a good opportunity for him to try and get himself back to the levels that we know he can get to. And Tom Prest will look to make this count and get that big innings as Ben Allison bounds past the umpire from the pavilion end, bowl slightly short of a length and playing a miss from Tom Prest. Luckily for him, no tickle as that goes through to the keeper. No run. How are we looking on the Derbyshire-Yorkshire game then?
Still exactly the same, 101 for 8.
Still 101 for 8.
So if they're dropping anchor at the moment, but I suggest they just get those 9 runs as quickly as they can.
Tense stuff in Derbyshire. Tense stuff here actually, as the game sits on a little bit of a knife edge, and Essex will look to make that breakthrough as Allison comes through and bowls to Tom Prest, who pushes that one out to Robin Das at point, and no run again. So
yeah, the game's certainly not getting away from Essex here, but with Hampshire 8 wickets in hand, you've still got them probably as favourites, but again, just in these middle overs, just grinding to a halt a little bit like Essex.
Yeah, and I think from a Hampshire perspective, it's just maybe riding this little period with nothing, no wickets.
Yeah, different as well as Essex at this stage were about 112 for 6, weren't they?
So Allison comes in and bowls to Tom Prest, who plays that trademark shot of his and dabs it down on the offside to third man and gets himself across to the other end. 117 for 2 with 1 ball remaining, and this is the 27th over. So going along nicely, but like we just spoke about, the game is on a sort of knife edge. So a wicket for Essex, a couple of wickets for Essex that could sway things in their favour, and I guess for Hampshire they'll just look to continue this partnership and try and grind away at this Essex side, but all is evenly poised as Allison comes for the last ball, and Donald just walks across the stumps and just dabs that into the onside, gets himself across and moves himself on to 19 and ends that over. Or no, doesn't end that over. We look like we might have 1 ball remaining. But Hampshire going along really nicely. Aaron Donald on 20. Tom Prest looked really fluent for his 51 so far as he faces up to Ben Allison from the pavilion end. Clouds starting to break and lovely day starting to come through as he comes past the umpire. Tom Prest drives just to the left of cover and to the right of the sweeper, who comes and cleans up nicely, just the one, and that does now end the over. 120 for 2 of 27 overs, Hampshire.
Yep. Yeah, got a little bit brighter over the last 5 minutes or so. Essex dearly love a wicket. Luke Benkenstein, hero of last weekend. Ball in hand, coming in from the hotel end. 120 for 2. As I said, Essex far from out of this game, but they do need wickets. Pressed on strike. He's 52 off 79. Deep backward square and deep mid-wicket out on the boundary. That's slapped down towards long off for a single. Press goes to 53. Happy to just milk the runs at the moment. Possibly taking a leaf out of the tail enders playing for Essex today. They started milking the ball around the outfield and just taking the boundaries as and when the loose ball was delivered. Here comes a flatter delivery from Benkenstein. That's whipped out down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 122 for 2.
Definitely, and all these sides will have their plans on how they approach each phase of the game. So this is that middle phase of the game, I guess, when the field is spread. So what you want to do is try and hit those sweepers and try and run hard and put those fielders under pressure, but rotate the strike most importantly.
103 for 8, Yorkshire. They're grinding their way to that win. Still need another 7. Benkenstein flatter, dropped that one short though, and that's carved down towards deep cover for a single. 124 for 2. Donald goes to 22. A nice little partnership building between these two. They'll want a breakthrough. Essex. It's looking like they'll need a win here. Again, good amount of turn from Benkenstein as as Donald backs away. Can only club it back to the bowler though, and there's no run. Still plenty of people in the ground intrigued as to how this match is going to turn out. Benkenstein again bowls, and again the batsman plays straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. 54 to Prest. Donald on 21. Hampshire 123 for 2. Target is 258. Benkenstein, number 99 on his back, drops shorter as he sees the batsman coming. It's turned into the leg side. It will just be a single. Again, another good over from an Essex perspective, just the 4 off it. The score goes to 124 for 2. And we've got 22 overs remaining. How many of them will get through will depend on how, if and when, Hampshire begin to accelerate.
I'm not sure if we've got a cut-off time where they have to bowl these overs. It looks like it's 6:15.
Yeah.
Can you see from here?
Yeah, 6:15.
Yeah, 6:15. It looks like it.
Oh, Yorkshire on the verge of victory. 108 for 8. 2 runs required.
Do you think that'll be communicated, or the Essex backroom staff will be looking at that, or they're not too fussed?
They need to win. That's all they need to do.
It's Ben Allison bowls to Nyron Donald, who pushes this on 2 mid-on and no run. Jamal Richards does the fielding. It's Hampshire. Nice little partnership going on between these two. 84 for 2 when Ben Brown was dismissed, but they've been going quite nicely. Nyron Donald has got himself a start, which he'll be really pleased about. Didn't look that convincing at the beginning, but that big shot over deep mid-wicket off Nija for 6, and then followed that up with a nice boundary again. That just seems to have got him moving his feet and a bit more relaxed as Allison bowls to Donald, who pushes out into the offside, and a diving cover fielder as they come back for 2 actually. And Shane Snake's a good running that from Tom Preston and Nyron Donald. We saw that earlier with the Essex batsmen, the Essex lower order, when they pushed the Hampshire fielders in those deep areas and a big playing surface. So those 2s are always available. It's just about making sure that you are aware to that and run that first run hard, which these 2 did. As the score moves on to 126, as Ben Allison, sun starting to come through, and Nyron Donald actually gets down on one knee and plays an interesting shot and flicks it to deep, fine leg. Yeah, interesting shot with the man back there, so a bit of a risk, but he got away with that one and gets himself across to the other end for a single. Tom Prest now faces up, 54 off 81 for him. Hampshire will look to him to be the anchor of this innings, and he's looked pretty fluent throughout this short burst from him as Allison comes and bowls a little bit of width, and Tom Prest, as he has done throughout this innings, puts his hands through anything that's been slightly wide, and the throw comes in a slight misfield, and luckily there's good backing up from Kushi, I think it is, who comes in and tidies things up. So a few wayward throws actually we've seen from the Essex fielders today, and Rudolfsson has been kept busy behind the stumps. As Allison, 4 balls into his 4th over, comes in past the umpire from the pavilion end, bowls to Donald, who drives nicely for no run. Picks out that fielder, but starting to move his feet, starting to look and strike the ball like the Nair and Donald this crowd know, and a very knowledgeable crowd, and they're all quite quiet at the moment and intrigued and watching cautiously as they look to cheer their side on to another victory. They stumbled against Glamorgan, but they're looking to bounce back, and they're looking on course at the moment as Allison bowls to Donald, who pushes again and finds that cover fielder for no run, and that ends that over from Ben Allison. 4 overs, none for 21 for him. Hampshire move on to 128 for 2 after 29 overs.
Yeah, no panic from Hampshire. They're quite comfortable going at this rate. Scores are level between Derbyshire and Yorkshire. I'm sure Yorkshire will wrap that up shortly. 2 wickets in hand. So Essex desperately in search of a win here. They need wickets though. 128 for 2. And there is still 21 overs remaining, almost halfway towards the Essex total. 130 still required.
Very much on a knife edge though, this, isn't it?
Benkenstein bowling to Prest, who pulls away down the leg side. It's straight to the man at short, fine leg, and there's no run. There's been a wicket. 109 for 9. Good Lord.
Goodness.
109 for 9 at Derbyshire. So Yorkshire still require 1 to win as this next delivery is punched down the ground. How did that come off? It came off the stumps.
Yeah.
I thought it came off the umpire for a second there, but he looked very calm walking back, so I guess not. Oh dear. So still 1 wicket required. One wicket required and 1 run required, depending on who's going to win that one.
Some game though. Goodness.
Yeah, incredible. On a tough pitch. Essex still in this. That's a skewed pull into the leg side. There should be 2 runs here. Deep mid wickets running round. It's Shane Snater, who seems to be permanently in this game. And a good throw back to the bowling end. And there's 2 to the total. 130 for 2. We're over halfway through now. 126 required to win. I don't think runs the problem here. It's just whether Essex can get the wickets before they get there, and that's a punch down the ground for another single. 1 to the total. Seem to be getting 4s off the over at the moment, which is plenty enough for them for the time being. 131 for 2.
Seems like a concerted effort from Tom Prest to try and be as positive as possible against young Luke Benkenstein, not wanting him to settle.
That one's pulled into the leg side. Not time though. Mid-on field. That's Tom Wesley.
So it could be an opportunity for Essex here as well. If they're going to come after this young lad, it could be a potential mistake.
This next delivery is all caught up in the batsman, and there's no run off the pads. I think that's the end of the over. And Hampshire 131 for 2. Slow going here, but they're still on target with 8 wickets in hand. 258 the target. Still waiting for something to come out of that Yorkshire game. 109 for 9. Need 1 more run to win. Scores are level. Just 1 wicket in hand.
Yeah, tricky stuff, and Not much seems to be happening though, does it, at that ground? It almost seems that time sort of stood still for the last 6 or 7 runs, as Allison will continue to Tom Prest from the pavilion end into his 5th over, as he bounds past the umpire and bowls back of a length to Tom Prest, who just nudges this into the offside, and they scamper through for a quick single. So good rotation of strike from these two, and starting to get into their groove, and a good partnership forming here for Hampshire.
Guessing it must be quite tense at Derbyshire, because there's not been
Nothing's
a run.
happened.
No, not a run been scored, but they're I think 4 or 5 deliveries down since the last wicket fell.
Are they? Well, as Ben Allison comes into Nyron Donald, past the umpire, bowls, and Donald heaves that into the onside. Is this going to go all the way? 1 bounce for 4. Oh no, this has gone all the way for 6 actually. So Ben Allison just drifted slightly into the pads, and Donald, we know he's an aggressive player, and he's just picked that up pretty well, and that's gone all the way for his 2nd 6, and he moves on to 31 runs, and that brings up the 50 partnership with these two. So much needed.
Yeah, they definitely need a wicket now. Yorkshire have just crept over the line, 110 for 9.
Allison bowls to Donald, who's pushing into the offside, and no run. So that result then definitely confirms that Essex are going to have to get a positive result out of this game, which they're not out of at all. There's still a long, long way to go in this game, but they definitely need to find a breakthrough somehow and try and get into that middle order and maybe cause a little bit of panic in that Hampshire dressing room. But at the moment, the Hampshire side and the Hampshire fans will be pleased with what they've seen, and well, hopefully as Donald looks to go for that scoop again and gone past the outside edge this time. I'm not too sure about that shot, really.
Yeah, premeditated. I think he was trying to come down the wicket and pull the bowler down the leg side, and then bowler adjusted, so he had to adjust his stroke and ended up trying to ramp it over the keeper.
Yeah.
Got himself a little bit of a tangle.
It's not really a percentage shot, because if you look at the field that's been set, there's a deep backward square leg and there's a fine leg as well. So if he does ramp it, he's not going to get any more than 1. With mid on and mid off up, I think that his best option is to strike the ball down the ground, which he does, and he runs through. And almost
He's out.
That's out. He's run himself out. That was a direct hit from Jamal Richards, and the umpire had no hesitation. It looked like a tight single actually, and not quite sure why he set off with that. It was a really tight single, but Richards ran in, swooped down, and picked the ball up and threw the stumps down, and that's a handy breakthrough for Essex. That is exactly what they needed.
Yep, suicidal single that. He hit that really well up towards mid-on. Decided to take on the throw. 3 stumps to aim at, and Richards didn't disappoint. Lovely throw, and he was well short of his crease, was Donald. It's a decent 31, but Essex get the breakthrough.
Yeah, unfortunately not what Hampshire would have required from him at this point, just as they were starting to get a good hold in this innings. He had tried to do the flick to fine leg the ball before, and then very next ball he's hit the ball to mid-on and set off for what looked like a tight single, and it turned out that it was a tight single because Jamal Richards came in and effected the run-up. But with that dismissal, Fletcher Middleton comes out to join Tom Prest, another youngster that's batted quite well actually so far in this tournament. 171 runs for him, a good talent. And he's going to have to build something with his good mate, I'm sure, Tom Prest, as they look to get towards that total of 257. So Essex got that breakthrough that they really needed. And I think with the pressure that they've been building, a run-out is always a bonus wicket, isn't it, Dave? You know, and it's just one of those ones when if you can build enough pressure and you can stay alert in the field, you know that an opportunity is going to come at some point. And that was really good work from Richards, who's looked pretty good actually. He bowled well and batted well and then fielded well as well, so impressive stuff.
Yeah, I wonder whether Donald was actually feeling the pressure out there or just thought he'd be confident enough to take on Richards' arm, because Hampshire they're not really in any trouble, to be honest. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. If they could just keep knocking it around for the next 20 overs, next 15 overs, they're still going to be well within reach of the Essex target.
That's it, as Tom Prest faces up to Ben Ellison, who bowls back of a length, and Tom Prest just nudges that into the onside, and no run. So end of a good over for Essex, a breakthrough, and exactly what they would have wanted. Hampshire 138 for 3, so another 120 to win of 19 remaining overs, so all to play for both these sides.
Yep, absolutely. And as we were just saying, Essex need the victory now. Yorkshire have wrapped up victory at Derbyshire, albeit just creeping over the line with 1 wicket to spare. Low total to chase on a difficult pitch. Derbyshire all out for 109. Yorkshire made it with a wicket to spare. So Luke Benkenstein going to continue from the hotel end. There are 19 overs remaining in this game. Match situation is that Hampshire require 120 and Essex require 7 more wickets. As Benkenstein bowls, and that just holds up and turns. It's slow turn though, and the batsman can just drive it down the ground, and Middleton is off the mark. First ball, 139 for 3 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Silent. Myself, David Brett, and Stanley Marissa, and Dave Allen will be back in about 5-6 minutes time. Here comes Benkenstein, gives us some air. Down the pitch comes Prest, drives, but stopped at extra cover, and there's no run. Prest is the wicket that Essex desperately want. They want 2 fresh batsmen, one at either end. Here comes Benkenstein again, and that's off the back foot. Dust flies up as he scrapes his foot back, and that's flicked away through the leg side. It's going to be a single towards mid-wicket, and Prest goes to 60 off 90 deliveries. And the score moves to 140 for 3 as a gull swoops down and around in front of us, and Benkenstein gives us some real thick outside edge, spoons it towards backward point. A tumbling stop by Robin Das down there, and there's no run. 140 for 3, but a full stroke from Middleton, trying to whip that away through that large gap on the leg side, playing against the spin. Oh, that was off the pads. Could be inside edge onto pads and out onto the leg side. No chance of an LBW. It was well outside of leg stump.
It's funny what wicket does, doesn't it? And all of a sudden things start happening.
Yeah, panic just seeping in a little bit. And Prest, the man who's got himself in, stuck down the non-strikers end at the moment. That's cut off the back foot, almost cleaned himself up there. Donald slapping the bat down on the board at the last minute. That's a good over again from Benkenstein. Benkenstein so far 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 13.
Yeah, he's been impressive. The young man looked like a decent batsman as well. So for someone so young of age, and to bowl leg spin, probably the most difficult art to try and bowl, I guess, and to be landing it as well as he has and putting such good pressure on this as we think. I think there's going to be a change of bowling on the pavilion end. Ben Allison's going to make way for Aaron Nisha, and it's going to be interesting to see how Tom Prest continues with his innings. Obviously after that wicket he's been trying to be positive as possible against the spin. Might have to just hold back slightly as Nisha bowls, as he bowls to Prest, who defends. And that looks like it comes off maybe the outside edge. We're slightly obscured. We got the keeper from our view. We got the keeper who's got his back to us, so we weren't quite sure what happened there as Nisha bowls to Tom Prest. Again, good length, and Tom Prest just pushes that one back. No run. So it looks like I've got a tweet here from Paul Williams, which we'll read out in a second. As Nisha comes round the wicket, left hand, and Tom Prest down on one knee. Slog sweep deep into the deep mid-wicket for 6. Really strong shot there. So we spoke about how he was going to maybe hold back, and it doesn't look like he has, as he's got down on one knee and just deposited Aaron Nisha for another 6. So Tom Prest continues on his merry way and moves on to 66. So Paul Williams, I think, was talking about Anira Donald's run out, and I think it, as Nisha comes in again and bowls to Tom Prest, who goes back and pulls this one to Ben Allison deep backward square leg and comes through for single. And Paul Williams was mentioning that it was an identical run out to Friday against Glamorgan, so I think Nyron Donald might have run himself out twice in 2 innings, so not good from him, but an opportunity for Fletcher Middleton to build a partnership with Tom Prest as Aaron comes mid-on and mid-off, have come into the circle to try and put some pressure on the new batsman, who plays back and just pushes this out into cover. No run. Hampshire will be buoyed by the fact that they've got Ian Holland and Felix Organ back into this lineup, so strengthens their batting slightly as Nisha bowls and Middleton cuts nicely to Shane Snater. So like we're saying, with Toby Albert in next, he's been in good form. Ian Holland, as that ends the over, Hampshire 148 for 3 as Ian Holland as well, and Felix Organ. Scott Curry listed to come in at number 9, so Essex are going to have to take a few more wickets if they're going to cause a little bit of panic, and Hampshire will be, I guess, buoyed by the fact that their batting lineup goes quite deep.
Stang, take yourself a break, mate. You've earned it.
Perfect. Thank you.
So you're getting about 30 minutes. Welcome back, Dave Allen. Excellent stuff. Stan Marissa 85 if you want to get in touch with him on Twitter. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us via email. Not long to go now. 17 overs remaining. This next first delivery of the 18th over is of the 34th over. It's played down towards mid-on for a single. 149 for 3. 109 required for victory. Essex needs 7 wickets. Not quite as tight so far as it was for Yorkshire at Derbyshire. Still, as this one's punched up in the end. Now it's gone straight up. Is that going to land between 2 fielders, or is it going to be caught? Oh, it's dropped. I think that's by Tom Wesley running round from mid-on towards the mid-off position. Cushy coming in as well, but Wesley made the call and spilt it. And is that going to be important? The 150 comes up as well as they stole a run off it. But again, Benkenstein bowling superbly. Another full stroke. It should have been a wicket. This next delivery is punched out into the offside. There's no run. That was Prest as well that got dropped. Middleton on 3, Prest on 68. Hampshire 150 for 3, 108 required for victory. Benkenstein bowls again, a cutaway into the offside, and that's running out towards the boundary. Is it going to be 4? There's going to be a sliding attempt, and it's Cushy. Can't quite keep it from going over the rope. A valiant effort out there, put everything into it, just couldn't prevent it from going over the boundary for 4. 104 required for victory.
Crowd getting noisy.
154 for 3. Benkenstein bowls again, punched down the ground to mid-on, and there's no run. Essex whipping through these overs with spinners at both ends. They need at least another 2 wickets. Would be handy. That's carved away down to the point boundary for a single. Sweeper standing out there. 1 to the total. 155 for 3. 103 required for victory. Dave, welcome back.
Thank you. I don't think that was a very wise shot by Tom Prest, really. I mean, at the minute, Hampshire have had partnerships of 22, 62, 54. They don't want to lose another quick wicket after that run out, do they? And hand the initiative back, really.
Take it deep, right?
Yeah, required rate is 6.4, so it continues to creep up, but I don't think they have to panic too much. It's interesting, too, that this pair in at the minute, the 4th wicket pair at the minute, are Hampshire's regular second 11 opening partners. The next 2 guys in are Hampshire's championship opening partners. so there are, there's plenty of batting to come, really, and Curry bats very effectively, even at number 9. So yeah, I think they do need to take it deep, Hampshire.
I think it's just like you're saying with the averages. Not many have had much time at the crease.
No. That is true, although actually these guys have, you see, interestingly, these 2, Prest, Middleton and the next guy Albert, they have had time at the crease. They've all got, before today, around or in excess of 250 runs. So anyway, it's a new over, it's Snater to bowl, and it's Middleton who's just up on his toes, driving out to cover. He's on 8 after 12. I think Prest can have a go at some point fairly soon, but I think it would be helpful if he just makes sure that Middleton gets himself in, and then, okay, somebody might have to take a chance or two. The Yorkshire result doesn't have any good news. It's not good news for Essex, but Snater bowls, and it's just nudged behind him really to first slip, but there isn't one, so the keeper has to come around and they scamper a single. In a sense, the Yorkshire result doesn't have an impact on Essex beyond the win. For Hampshire it does, because it changes the Yorkshire run rate. So Yorkshire's run rate went from -3 to plus 0.9, and that brings it much closer to Hampshire. So if they were to beat Hampshire at Scarborough, they could end up finishing second. And that's just pushed out on the offside, fielded by the man running in from point, no run. If they beat Hampshire finishing second, then they get the home quarter final. On the other hand, if Hampshire win today and at Scarborough they're certain of a home semi-final, if they win today they might well get one if Lancashire don't win their last game.
Still plenty up for grabs then.
So there is a bit, yeah. Lancashire have got to go to Canterbury for their last one. Snater bowls, and that's whipped away on the onside. There's a chase around there for deep mid wicket, and they come back for a second. Bit of a scamper there, but Prest is home and he's on to 70, which is the second best score of his list A season, probably the second best score of his list A career. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's his third time he's passed 50, but on one occasion he went on to 181, which he won't do today for sure. Drives out on the offside, goes to mid-off. They take a single, and Hampshire got up to 159 for 3 with 15 overs and 1 ball to go, and the target is now below 100. So effectively 100 off 15 overs will win it. Essex need wickets. That's pushed out on the offside by Middleton down to third man. Take a single. I was going to say that Essex need to bowl Hampshire out to win it, but I'm not sure that's quite true. Hampshire could finish short, needing 6.5. They could end up 10 short with 8 down or something.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me is just the way the 3 batsmen at the end of the Essex innings just marshalled them up to 260 pretty much, and they made it look relatively easy once they got there. And Hampshire have got far more batting to come than Essex had at this stage. Essex were already 6 down by this point.
I was saying to Stanley that there was that odd hour just before I arrived when lots and lots of wickets fell and batting seemed to be very difficult. Apart from that, it hasn't seemed to be that tough, really.
Just slow scoring more than anything else.
Yes.
So Benkenstein continuing from the hotel end, 5 overs for 20 so far. That's cut off the back foot down towards deep cover. Should just be a single. Good pick up. Had to watch the spin on the floor. That was Allison with the throw in. 161 for 3. 97 required for victory. And still 7 wickets in hand. Essex begging for a wicket. Remember, Prest was dropped in Benkenstein's previous over. This time he clatters that one down the ground. It will just be, they'll come back for a second run. Throw comes in. That's good running actually. Just to the left of Kushi, who had to run round to pick up on his right hand and throw in. And they bet they could get back for a second, and they did. 163 for 3. Prest moves to 73 off 99. Benkenstein bowls again, cut off the back foot down towards deep cover. It will just be a single this time. Again, well watched by Allison. Throw comes in.
It's a more pleasant afternoon as well now, isn't it? It's warmed up a bit, and there's quite a lot of blue sky.
Yeah, it's a beautiful afternoon.
Yeah.
Very nice. Worried that I'd underclubbed on the top. I've only got a t-shirt on, but it seems to be okay at the moment. That's a big punch. Again, that's gone up in the air. Now, is this going to be perished? And it's caught this time by Tom Wesley, who dropped pressed on 69, but he's caught Middleton on 11. A big hoik down the ground, and Benkenstein gets a deserved wicket. He's bowled superbly, bowled forward, looped it up, pressed, trying to pull it away into the leg side against the spin, and Canoni ended up skying it in the air, and Wesley watched it all the way this time, and that's the 4th wicket to go down. 164 for 4, and Essex are still in this.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think it's building up to be a really intriguing finish. Actually, this game, I think both sides have. When I arrived, of course, at something like 140 for 7, it looked like Hampshire were winning it. But since then, it's just seemed to me to be a game that's there for the taking by whichever side does the right thing more often in the end. It may not be a bad thing now that whoever comes in next is Felix Organ, relatively experienced. I wonder whether there was a little inexperience in Middleton's shot there, that he was just fretting a bit and wanted to, not about himself particularly, but just about the team score and the fact that the required run rate is going up to 6.5 or whatever. But I mean, effectively it means a run of ball really, and the occasional 2, 3 or 4. So I don't know that they do need to fret, but there was just a bit of anxiety in it, and also some very good bowling by this young man. He's a teenager, isn't he?
He is, yeah, 17 years old.
Yeah, his dad's coached him proper.
He's bowling beautifully, and he's got his wicket as well. So Essex just about keeping themselves in this, nicking out wickets every so often. They would love to get Prest, who is on strike, which means batsman must have crossed. I thought that had been outlawed, the crossing of the batsman.
I think it depends which competition it is, and it's going to be fully outlawed next year.
Benkenstein bowls, or leading edge from Prest, coming forward. A big lunge, didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but gets it safely along the ground out towards deep point for a single. 165 for 4.
I think it's outlawed in the 100, possibly in the T20. I can't quite remember, but I think next year it will be not permitted.
Benkenstein bowls and punched down the ground by Organ for a single. Score goes to 166 for 4. Yeah, it's a good change, little tinkering with the rules, but absolutely well deserved, because it gives bowlers get someone out, get a chance to bowl at a new batsman.
Yeah.
So 92 required for victory. Essex just about hanging in there.
And
14 overs remaining.
Yeah. Snater, who's bowled 5 of his 10, assuming he's going to bowl 10, he might not, but 5 of his 10 so far, 1 for 25.
Importantly, that run rate's starting to creep up towards 7 now.
Yeah.
That just adds a little bit of pressure.
Here's Snater from the pavilion end, bowls, and it's just dabbed away on the offside by Organ. Of course, I said that the next 2 are the 2 Hampshire Championship opening batters, but possibly not actually. Organ is one of them for sure, and Holland is the other, but it might be that Toby Albert, who we've not seen yet, will come in next. So still fair amount of batting. Some Essex fans will remember an extraordinary innings by Organ in the Championship this year. He whips that off his legs, goes out to mid-wicket, and they take a single. I think he made about 70. It was that crazy game at Chelmsford that Harmer took all the wickets, and then, in fact, Liam Dawson took lots of wickets for us as well, so it was turning. And they just decided to take him on, and some of the Hampshire batters didn't manage to do that, but Organ, who opened the innings, I think he probably made 70 odd, I can't remember, very little time, just attacked, and it was quite effective. Snater bowl, that's pushed out the gully, there's no run, so he can do that. Whether he'll do it today, I don't know.
Suddenly got very, very bright.
Yeah.
Starting to think I might need my sunglasses.
Well, it is partly that the sun, I mean, especially this sort of relatively late August, that sun's dropping at this time of day, but it's always, that's why people will gravitate to the northern end in the second half of games on this ground, because they'll get that evening sunshine. Slater bowls and Organ plays it up to the man at short cover, runs in field, no run.
It's a game of poker at the moment.
Yeah.
Just doesn't look like Hampshire want to show their hand just yet.
Yeah. I mean, Preston's not scoring at a furious rate, is he? His rate is about 73. But he's pretty important to them now, because we know that he can bat long. Here's Snater. And again, that's just played defensively down in front of him by Organ. And there's no run.
Yeah, if he gets out, Essex will be cock-a-hoop.
Yeah.
There'll be two newish batsmen at the crease, but he's already been dropped. I think it was on 69, actually, from Wesley, off and over from Benkenstein about 3 or 4 overs ago. Tough catch, but should have been taken.
I think, Snater bowls. Again, just played defensively out on the onside. So Organ just taking his time there to get in, but it's a good over by Snater, who's 6 overs, 1 for 26, and Hampshire 167 for 4. The required run rate is now up to 7, and they need 91 more, so they're having a conversation in the middle, and I think this will be one of those "this is what we have to do now" conversations, as opposed to "what are you doing tonight," or "what did you have for lunch last night," or dinner last night, or whatever. I think it's one of those proper batsmen meeting in the middle to discuss things.
Good, there might have been, "Oh, and by the way, what are you doing tonight?"
It might have been.
Have you noticed the scores the required rate's gone up to 7, and by the way, what are you doing? Now, here comes a big punch, that's straight up in the air. Where's that gone? And out, down towards long off. And Benkenstein, who's bowled beautifully, has finally got Prest his man. So Prest goes for 76. And Benkenstein, you must admit, he's a fabulous bowler for a 17-year-old. He's landing things beautifully here. That's the second attempt to get Prest, and he's got him at his second chance. And it's Cushy down on the long-off boundary. And Prest knew as soon as he hit it, he was in trouble. And a comfortable take from a man who took a superb slip catch earlier on in the innings. 5th wicket down, Hampshire 167 for 5. And Essex are sniffing a chance to grab a potentially unexpected victory here. Prest goes for 76, and Hampshire are 5 down.
Yeah, I mean, the disappointing thing there, and he is really cross with himself, and I think that's okay. I mean, I know he's a very young man and he's learning and all the rest of it, but he shouldn't have done that, really. 3 runs Organ and Prest put on, and suddenly, I mean, one of the things you do is you look back at that run out of Donald and think, oh, we didn't need that, really, but... Anyway, they've entrusted Toby Albert, who's top of the batting averages for Hampshire this season. He's not quite the highest scorer, but he's scored 237 runs at 60.
I wonder if the run rate had got something to do with that shot, because that was the first ball of the over.
Yeah. I mean, it is difficult because Benkenstein is putting pressure on, and they can't really... allow him to bowl 4 overs and just see him off. You know, I mean, if this was his last over, you'd just think, okay, just play it out and don't worry. But you can't really do that with 4 overs. You've got to score some runs. And I don't think scoring at a quick rate has ever been easy. Maybe it's just not quite coming on as they'd like. People have cleared the boundary occasionally, but some of the other shots not quite so. They
didn't manage to cross either, so Albert on strike. It's turned into the leg side for a single. 1 to the total. 168 for 5. 90 required for victory. Essex need 5 more wickets.
My inclination at the moment is to say that Essex are just ahead now.
It feels that way.
Yeah.
I don't want to put the mockers on it though. So 5 down. Benkenstein bowls again, leading the edge, big LBW appeal, but it's probably pitched outside leg, I would have thought, but difficult to tell from up here. He's bowling beautifully, isn't he?
Yep.
Confidence up as well. 6.3 overs, 2 for 27, Bekenstein. Having got 6 for last weekend, bowls again, and that's defended back to the bowler. And there's no run. He's extracting some turn out of this pitch. He's forcing batsmen to make mistakes. 168 for 5. Organ on strike. A big hit coming down the ground now, but he's kept it along the ground all the way to Kushi, who picks up and throws. 1 to the total, 169 for 5. Barely a wisp of wind out there at the moment. Everyone tense, not entirely sure which way this match is swinging. At the moment, you'd have to say Essex slightly on top.
Yeah.
1 ball left in the over, 2 runs and a wicket. Bekenstein winds up again. Albert on strike, bowls. That's a flatter, just slightly down the leg side, helps along its way. That's his first real loose delivery, but it's still going to cost him 2 runs. Score goes to 171 for 5, and Bekenstein 7 overs, currently at 2 for 30.
I think that's a very good point, that you get used to wrist spinners bowling loose deliveries occasionally. That's certainly true of Mason Crane here, even though he's sometimes very effective. But Bekenstein's not really doing that. I don't know how much he's turning it. It's not too easy to see. To be honest, I can't really see the screen at the moment with the sun as it is. So trust in my eyes. But we're not in line here. So we're watching from about second slip at the moment, as the bowling is from the far end, which is the pavilion end. Snater is to bowl. 6 overs, 1 for 26, so he's doing well. They're both going at 4.3, these two guys, and Hampshire need to get more runs than that off somebody. And that's a very tight run, which is well scrampered by the pair of them. Single to Organ on the onside.
Yeah, nicely judged. Very nicely judged, that.
Bright sunshine now. I put my jacket on earlier. I was a bit chilly, but I'm certainly not now. It's coming off.
It's hot, isn't it?
Yeah. So, and it will drop down here. What's the time? 5:10. Yeah. Late August. Lower sun. And Snater is about to bowl, but they're just bringing the man in from the cover boundary, sweeping on the cover boundary, so they've got quite a tight field here, and Albert can't do much about that. He just nudges it down onto the ground and takes his bottom hand away, as if that ball bounced on him more than he thought, and it's picked up by Gully. No run. 172 for 5. Required rate has gone up to 7.4, so it's just going up all the time really, and probably a little frustrating for the Hampshire, well, and for the Hampshire crowd, I should think. They will be getting a bit anxious.
Ken's been in touch, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. He wants to put the kiss of death on Hampshire, saying you think they'll win.
That's played up to mid-on, and there's no run. Is Ken from Essex? Is he an Essex man?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Ken. Well, I just did the reverse, really. You know, here I am from middle Hampshire all my life, really, just saying that I think Essex are on top. But since I'm independent, I don't have to be objective, do I? I don't have to take a balanced view.
You can be whatever you like.
Snater bowls, and that's flicked away down the leg side. It's coming down very fine on the leg side for 4 runs. So a little relief there for Albert, and they stop and have a conversation in the middle of the two batters, and that will just well, it'll ease the pressure very slightly, not significantly so, but it takes Albert on to 7. 176 for 5, and there are, after this, 2 more balls of Snaters over. There are 11 overs to go.
Well, suddenly all that cloud is completely broken, and it is an absolutely gorgeous evening.
It is. And that's played defensively by Albert, and it's fielded by Snater, and now the field goes out, which suggests to me that they're willing to, maybe they're remembering Organ's innings at Chelmsford and thinking, let's give Albert the strike, because Organ could you know, in a few overs be a bit destructive, which he could, but Albert is very effective batsman. So Snater is in, and Albert is content to play that defensively out. On the offside, there's no run, so the end of the over, 176 for 5, 11 overs to go. Required rate is 7.5, and they need, I can't see, 82, sorry. So
that's all right. Trevor's been back in touch. You might remember Trevor and his wife won tickets to the game, but unfortunately couldn't make it because his wife is poorly. COVID, he says, however, I'm having reservations now as there appears to be been a couple of instances of curse of the commentator during the Hampshire innings. Don't recall any during the Essex innings, so I'd appreciate if you could desist. Well, I'm afraid I'm for the other side, so
I'll try and behave.
Yes. Here comes Benkenstein bowls. That's an outside edge, run along the ground down towards, I think that's Das fielding at backward point. 176 for 5 here. BBC Essex, BBC Radio, Solent, myself, David Brett, Dave Allen, and shortly Stanley is coming back on. Here comes Benkenstein, and that's guide out towards backward point, and there's no run. Run rate is creeping quickly up towards 8. It's now 7.7.
I almost wonder whether they might send Curry in next, because Curry hits a long ball. It's just possible.
Benkenstein in again. That's smacked away down towards deep cover for a single. 1 to the total, 177 for 5. We're just getting that point where those overs are getting squeezed, and the run rate is getting pushed up. Benkenstein bowls again, and that's pushed down the ground for a single. 1 to the total, 178 for 5. So it's BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get involved. Who's going to win this one? Or Stanley Marissa 85 on Twitter, if you want to tweet us. Off the back foot this time, a bit shorter from Benkenstein. He's not happy with that delivery, and the ball goes down towards deep cover. It's just a single though, and the Hampshire faithful getting a bit restless. They thought they should have come back for a second.
They are. Well, you know, if we lose by 1 run, I'll rehearse that moment and say they were right, but I'm not sure.
79 required. Full toss this time. Swept down into the leg side again. They miss out. Just the single. Probably should have been more. Down towards deep backward square leg. 1 run finishes the over. 180 for 5. 78 required. And we've got 10 overs remaining.
Well, it is partly the problem that 2 wickets fell too quickly there. So you've got 2 guys both coming in building an innings. I mean, they haven't got much time to build an innings, but you know, there isn't one guy who's in and going, which was the real disaster of Prest getting out. On the other hand, you know, even these young guys, they play a lot of this cricket. They've all come through, as I said earlier, they've all come through the academy, which plays in the Southern League, and this is what they play in the Southern League on a Saturday afternoon against some very good cricketers. So, you know, they play it, although they don't play it in the second 11 anymore, which is a very odd thing. Since COVID, second 11s have given up 50 over cricket. So I think it's a shame.
You're allowed 5 outside the circle, but Wesley still putting the pressure on. He's only got 4 out, and they're all square of the wicket or behind.
So Richards, who bowled very well early on, and he just gets some bounce of carry there, and it goes through a indecisive kind of nudge by Albert, to be honest. But, Richards has bowled 5 overs for 11. So he's got to go, really. I mean, he could bowl 5, couldn't he? Could bowl out, actually.
Yep.
If he keeps bowling at that kind of economy rate, they might just decide, okay, you can have 5 overs from the pavilion, and in he comes, bowls, and this is played backward of square on the offside, comes down to third man, but again it's just that single, and the required rate is now 8. So
pressure building.
Very tight now. Yeah. Very tight. And there hasn't been that much evidence through the entire day, really, of people being able to score at that rate consistently over after over. just not quite coming on and helping the battle. Although that'll help. That's perhaps the first of Organ's Chelmsford shots, which was a 4 straight back over Richard's head. Straight, absolutely straight back, and fielded by someone in one of the little T20 dugouts, or 100 dugouts, whatever they are. Given back. So 4 runs, which spoils Richard's figures slightly, and takes Organ on to 9. And here's Richards again. In, and Organ hits that quite hard, but up to mid-off, and it's fielded no run. I'm topping up my suntan at least.
Yes.
Even if Hampshire are going down.
It's got very, very warm.
185 for 5. 9 overs and 2 balls remaining. 79 to win. 5 wickets, but Essex might not have to take all 5 as Richards bowls. And that's outside the off stump. It was a bit slower, and Organ almost had 2 goes at that and didn't get it. Goes through the keeper. What we really need is Simon Harmer on now, because he liked charging down the pitch to him. I don't think anybody else wants to face Simon Harmer, by the way. It was just Organ. Is he with South Africa now? I guess he is.
Certainly is, yeah.
But not playing in the Test. I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? He's not a bad bloke to have in reserve. The next ball is leggish, and that was a mess of sorts. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. They've run 2 runs. I'm not sure. What I mean is, I'm not sure if he touched. Well, he did touch it. Okay. Thought the keeper might have prevented it, but perhaps it was just a little wide. And so 2 runs to Organ. At the end of the over, it's 187 for 5, 71 to win. 8 overs is it to go now? Has that changed?
9 overs remaining.
Oh, 9 overs remaining. Okay, yeah.
That's Richard's most expensive over. I'll do 1 more over, and then we'll bring back Stanley Race.
Okay. Yeah, and it's going to be a bowling change. They've taken Benkenstein off. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be Nija.
What do you have? 2 overs left, didn't he? So
He did.
8 overs, 2 for 34. I wouldn't have thought they'd bring him back for the last couple, would you?
Unless they switch him to the
Oh, he
pavilion
might
end.
do that. Yeah, he might do that. Because Nichar has now actually bowled at both ends and is now coming back to his original. You know, he bowled 1 from this end, which is the hotel end. Then he went and bowled a spell at the pavilion end, but got walloped in the last one. Now he's back here.
Here comes Nija, bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side, down towards deep mid-wicket. It'll just be a single. They're going to come back for a second run. Yes, suddenly they're getting their skates on, putting pressure on the field, and then they get back for 2. Crowd are now back involved. 189 for 5. Finding a bit of voice. I think they were wondering what exactly the batsmen were doing, allowing the run rate to creep up. It's still 7.8. 2 runs off the first delivery helps as Nijar swings in again. Bowls, that's pulled away into the leg side. Is that going to be a catch? Oh, it's through the hands of Jamal Richards down at deep back with square legs. It should have been a catch, really. That wasn't the best struck ball in the world, and Richards saw it all the way, and it's burst his hands, and it's not Nijar's day so far. 49 runs conceded, just the 1 wicket and a 4 off that delivery, and the score goes to 193 for 5.
I've long believed that outfielding is generally far superior to anything I've ever seen in the past, but I'm not convinced about catching.
Here comes Nijar again, pulled away again. This one's finer. Has that stopped? Oh, brilliant stop at short, fine leg. So the reason we have to keep asking is because the sun's so bright, once it actually leaves the bat, you can't actually see it.
No.
So you're sort of guessing from the fielder's reaction.
Well, I'm glad you're saying that, David, because I was thinking my eyes are getting older than ever, but yeah, that's right.
It's the sun, you can't really see anything. That's gone swept away into the leg side. That should be caught. No.
Is it bounced?
It must have bounced. Okay, and that's a single to the total, 195 for 5. Yes, apologies. As soon as it comes off the bat, we completely lose it in the sunlight.
And the TV screen is even less visible because it's reflecting everything.
Nijar in. That one is driven, but it's come off a thick inside edge into the leg side, and there will just be a single. So they managed to drive the required rate down off this over. There's been 8 runs off it so far.
It feels to me like almost everything's got to go if possible now, from here on in.
Nijar into Organ. That's clubbed down the ground. It should just be a single. Mid-on comes charging in, and there's a bit of a stumble at the non-striker's end. So that's the end of the over, and potentially the end of my stint. I'll leave it to you two guys.
Thank you.
And Hampshire 197.5, requiring 61, and Stanley Marissa will come in for me.
If it goes your way though, David, I think you should come back probably before the end and replace me. But I mean, it's interesting that that required rate of 8 has now gone down to 7.6. So I think it's just got to go now. Not necessarily every ball. I mean, you don't want silly things with 3 wickets going and over, but we've just really got to push it. The other thing to say about this, of course, is that for most of this season, and not only in this competition, and not only with these players, Hampshire have been winning games from impossible positions. And this could just be the latest version of it, as Richards bowls, and Organ pulls that away on the onside. It doesn't go very far, really, and the man runs into conventional square leg, fields it, and they take a single. So it's all a bit exciting, Stanley.
Lots to play for.
It's a good game, isn't it?
It has been really good. Quality of the bowling's been good.
Yeah.
Some of the batting's been good. I've been slightly disappointed with the fielding from both sides.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I think that's kind of kept this game quite exciting. I guess, all the drop catches, because if those had been taken,
Richards bowls. Albert gives himself room. He gets an inside edge. They'll probably come back for a second. He's going at a real rate of knots there, and he does get back for a second, and the crowd love it.
Yeah, good running from Toby Albert, and I think he's sort of understood the situation, and that anytime the ball goes into the outfield, they're going to have to try and push those fielders and put that pressure on them. So that brings Hampshire's 200 up.
Yeah. Albert going very well. And he's up to 20 now. He's never scored less than 19 all season. He's been, I think, really probably the star, even though Prester's made a couple of bigger scores. Albert has consistently got runs. That'll do for him, won't it? Definitely. Out in the offside, and for sure gets one. Probably won't come back for a second, though. But nonetheless, 3 runs from 2 balls. That would give them 9 and over, so that required rate has probably just come down a little bit again. Albert on 21, Organ on 14, Hampshire 201 for 5. There are 7.5 overs left, and they've got 57 to win.
Exciting.
Yeah. Next ball is in, and it's pulled away on the onside. It doesn't really time it. Dribbles almost alongside the square leg umpire, but again they just come back for a single to Organ, and the strike goes back to Albert, and there's people applauding all the time now for almost everything, and enjoying themselves at this end in particular in the sun.
It's lovely now, isn't it?
Super. Richards is from the pavilion end. He comes in and bowls. Organ gives himself some, gives himself some space, but can only hit it up to mid-off. This time there is no run. Yeah, this is delightful. This is not the kind of crazy heat of a week or 2 or 3 ago. It's just a delightful latish autumn August evening. Man goes out to long on at this point. He's got 2 sweepers on the offside at cover and third man, and 1 at square leg. And he comes in and bowls, and Albert gives himself loads of room, but again he can't time it. I think there's been quite a lot of that, and it's fielded. It's a rolling sort of field by the man at mid on, and that required rate, which came down to 7.6 in the middle of the over, is now back at 8.
Yeah, it looks like it's maybe a little bit difficult to time the ball when it's bowled into the pitch.
Yep.
Which looks like Felix Organ did try a couple of times, and
I think so.
No luck. So we saw 1 over from Aaron Nijar there. Didn't go to plan. Actually, probably should have picked up a wicket, as we saw that drop catch from Jamal Richards in the deep. Ended up going for a couple of boundaries in that over. So we've seen the impressive Luke Benkenstein, who's back in with 2 overs to spare. So this could be a pivotal moment in this game, because he has looked like the most threatening bowler so far on show. And Hampshire have tried to put pressure on him, but at the same time with his leg spin, and here he comes and bowls to Felix Organ, who pushes out into the deep mid-wicket where Shane Snater does the cleaning up, and Benkenstein 2 for 35 of his 8.1 overs, and been the pick, definitely, and picked up the big wicket of Tom Prest and also Fletcher Middleton in that middle period. So a lot of pressure now on these Hampshire batsmen as they try and chase this total down, as Toby Albert plays that one towards Jamal Richards at deep square leg. So just another single again. They've got to find that boundary, so
yeah,
every over they're going to have to look for maybe 1 or 2 boundaries really.
Yeah. 5 singles are fine as long as the 6 balls going somewhere.
Ideally you want to try and find that boundary early on in the over, just to ease off the pressures. Organ sweeps hard to Snater at deep mid-wicket, who cleans up. So another single, so pretty good this from Luke Benkenstein. 3 singles off the first 3 balls, so he'll be happy with that. And Hampshire have to look for that boundary, as Toby Albert been the saviour for so many times this season. Can he do it again as he goes for the big shot? Up in the air again. Could this be out? Just bounces in front of Snater, who does the fielding down in the deep mid-wicket boundary. So Snater and Jamal Richards actually came in, and there was almost a slight collision there, but Snater just seems to have plucked that ball out of Richards' hands really, and they trot back through for a couple. So still just the 5 runs off this over with 2 balls to go. Toby Albert on strike. Can he find a boundary somewhere? He's gone for the reverse sweep, and he's got that. And he has found that boundary. We spoke about how he's going to have to find that release shot. He's gone for the reverse sweep, and probably the first reverse sweep we've seen against Benkenstein, and that's a really good option. Really good option, and he's got all of that, and that's a welcome boundary.
Played that really well, and it was pretty essential, really. So 9 off 5 balls.
That just makes that over look a lot different, doesn't it, as soon as you find that boundary. What's he going to do now then? Is he going to just try and get himself up the other end, or is he going to try and, if the ball is in his area, I'm pretty sure he will go. He's gone for a sweep, gone for a fine sweep. This could be another boundary. Unbelievable batting from Toby Albert. He's gone for the regulation sweep this time, and he's managed to hit that to the right of the deep backward square. So an over that started with 3 singles has ended up going for 12, 12 in the end. So ideal from Toby Albert, and that is excellent batsmanship. The reverse sweep followed by a strong regulation sweep, and that eases the pressure slightly as Hampshire moved to 215 for 5, 6 overs remaining and 43 to win.
And that run rate that was 8.2 at one point in that over is now 7.2. So, you know, another over like that. It also puts a bit of pressure on Tom Wesley, the captain, because he's got to decide about who's going to bowl out now. Is he going to give Benkenstein another over, or is he going to think that those last 2 balls were not ideal? He's got decisions to make there.
He has.
But terrific batting by Albert, the young man.
Yeah, just to recognise the situation and recognise what's needed, and then execute.
It's just 20, Toby Albert, and he's playing some really remarkable innings this season. 2 for sure that won them games. 84 not out at Derby and 65 not out last Sunday against Lancashire. Both winning innings.
So 43 off 36. That equation becomes a bit better, doesn't it, with that, with that good over?
Yeah, it does.
Just buy yourself a little bit of time.
They're just thinking a lot here about the field. There's a man at third man, 1 at cover on the boundary and 1 at long off. So there's 3 sweepers out on the rope. There's 1 out at mid-wicket, and again he's a straightish mid-wicket. He's parallel with the bowler's stumps, not actually literally mid-wicket. And there's a long on. So 2 men fairly straight on the onside for anything going towards cow corner, and Allison is back on to bowl. It's again right arm medium fast, and that was considerably wide. Again, a bit like David, I lost the flight of that ball, but I could see from where the wicketkeeper was moving that don't know whether it was actually full pitch wide, but it was very loose. And the score goes up to 216 for 5, and there are still 6 overs to be bowled. He turns round. Comes again. Is it? And that too was very wide. So obviously the policy is to bowl very wide of the off stump, but he's got to get that right. And Organ gets a bit of bat on it, and it sort of trickles away down to third man. They take a single. And that's a partnership of 50 runs. Organ 17, Albert 32. So I was suggesting that Organ has that capacity to take on the bowlers, but actually it's Albert who's leading the charge once again.
Definitely the man in form and playing with so much confidence.
Yeah.
Hampshire will be hoping that he can see them over the line again.
Sure. Okay, it's Allison into bowl to Albert. And that's another wide. Same sort of thing. So they've got to get that right, really. I mean, it's all very well having a policy and setting a field. I'm not sure he set that much of a field for it, really. It's only a 5-4 field, so it's not as if it's emphatically an offside. It's not a 6-3 offside field. But Tom Wesley's obviously decided with Allison that he should bowl outside the off stump. But Hampshire won't mind if he keeps bowling that far outside the off stump.
No, definitely not.
Proves things. The run rate required is now 6.9, and he's in again. And where's that gone? That's a no ball. I can't even see where that's landed up.
Looks like it hits
it's landed up with the wicket keeper, but it's a no ball. I think
a free hit as well.
Yeah, I think it's above waist height, and so difficult to see what he's doing. But it is a free hit, which Organ will face. Was that full?
It was full.
Yeah,
so it was full.
It's effectively a beamer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
free hit.
He's having a disastrous over. 2 wides, a beamer and a free hit. And he comes, Organ to face. Wallop hits it out on the onside to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket scrambles around and fields it, and they run back for a second. And lots of runs off this over. I can't quite work it all out, really. Wide, single, wide, 2 for a no ball, 1 and 2 for that free hit.
Yeah, so they started needing the over needing 43 off those 36 balls, and now all of a sudden 35 off. And only 2 balls legitimately bowled in this over. So
required rate 6.2, and Organ hits that up to mid off and takes a single. Crowd applauding almost everything now, and suddenly the swingometer has switched back to Hampshire, I think.
It really has.
Yeah. You'd now be a little bit disappointed with still 5 wickets in hand if they make this. It will depend on who Wesley decides must bowl out. Albert cracks that out on the offside. There's a bit of a chase around there, and in fact it's quite effectively fielded. And one of the things that was happening late in the Essex innings when they were batting was that they were hitting things, probably because the timing was so difficult, they were hitting things that were getting to fielders but taking a long time, and they could run too.
Yeah.
1 or 2 of the Hampshire players are hitting, Prest certainly was hitting quite a lot of stuff that went straight to a fielder, and you just got the one.
Yeah.
They might, whether you can engineer such a shot, I'm not sure really. So Organ on 21 not out is facing. And he hits the ball on the offside, but can't take a single. The umpire, I don't think he said anything to the bowler. I think he's just carefully marking out the crease there to make sure there's no.
It's quite a dry surface, ball. Isn't it? So
yeah. So I think this is the last ball of the over. It's a rather long narrative on the scoreboard, to be honest. But here it comes, and Organ plays it again out on the offside to mid-off. They just take a single, but you will tell from the crowd there that they think that was a pretty good over from Hampshire's point of view, and it leaves them needing 32 to win from 5 overs. So, yeah, you probably would feel that Hampshire ought to do it, particularly since they've got a partnership going. They would like not to lose somebody, but they have Holland and they have Curry, so it's not that they don't have people who can score runs.
Yeah.
And Benkenstein, I think, probably has bowled his last now, because Snater is setting the field and having a conversation with Tom Westley and going to bowl from this end.
Yeah, and I think from a Hampshire perspective, what you want to try and do is get those runs required closer to the balls remaining. So 32 off 30 is just ideal. It just allows you that bit of leeway that you don't have to take too much risks as something goes clattering in front of us. Not entirely sure what that was. But all's well.
No, there was that extraordinary game that when Kent beat Yorkshire the other day on Friday. Now, I think they needed 7 off the over, and they got 1 off the first 5 balls and hit the last one for 6.
Yeah.
You'd rather not do that, really.
No, definitely not. As Snater comes into Felix Organ, who pulls into the leg side and shouts of catch, but 1 bounce to the fielder up there. Benkenstein, who cleans up and gets that ball back into the keeper. So it's going to have to be wickets for Essex, I think. I think the way we've seen results going around the country, it's never over. You just have to hang in there. If they can get maybe 1 wicket and maybe squeeze out another, you just never know what's going to happen. But I think they just have to make sure that they, as a unit, believe that they can get something out of this game. Hampshire looking good as Albert faces up to Snater, and he pulls and he's hit it straight to the man at cover. We spoke about it. The Essex just require 1 or 2 wickets to get things going here. And Toby Albert, the man in form, has managed just to pick the short cover out, and he's sort of tamely chipped it in the air.
It was tame, wasn't it? It wasn't a terrific ball, really. It was a bit short, bit of width, could have cracked it anywhere. Looked very disappointed, but he's 20 years old, you know, it's going to happen, isn't it? He's still batted really, really well.
Warm applause from this crowd for that knock of 34 from Toby Albert. Like we say, he's been sort of the mainstay of getting Hampshire over the line, but it's going to have to be someone different tonight, or this evening, should I say. But just the breakthrough that Essex would have wanted.
Well, Ian Holland weighed 63 not out at Nice when everybody else was falling apart the other day, and he's in a bit of nick. He's been playing for the USA in that competition up in Scotland, and so he's not been missing his cricket, and he opens the batting with Felix Organ in the championship, so
they'll know each other well, these two, won't they? So.
And the next one, Scott Curry, is inclined to hit the ball over the boundary if he does get hold of it. He won't always do that, of course. I mean, he was out for 8 in the last game, but probably rather not leave it to Turner and Campbell for sure, but let's hope they can see it home.
Definitely.
But it's just another terrific game.
It is, and this one has actually ebbed and flowed, and we've seen all sorts of different positions. Obviously, we saw Essex get off to that flying start. Hampshire pulled it back with a few wickets, and then had them 112 for 6, and then Essex fought back and managed to get themselves to 257, which at the half-time we thought would be a competitive score. And Snater comes in to bowl to Ian Holland, who drives down the ground delightfully and punched that past mid-off for 4 runs. That's the quality that we know that Ian Holland brings, and he's just pumped that straight down the ground for 4 much-needed runs.
Also, a bit of experience and maturity, which never hurts in these situations. These kids have been fantastic, but occasionally
so important.
A wide old head, maybe.
As Holland faces up again, Snater comes in and bowls. Holland pulls this away. Could they get a couple? They're running the first hard. Goes out to deep, long on, and they're running back. And that's 2 more. So rapturous applause, and much appreciated by this crowd that are fully invested in this game and fully invested in the situation as it is. They know the importance of Hampshire getting that victory today that can potentially set up that home semi-final, which would be amazing for this crowd.
Well, for certain a home quarter-final if they win today. And the run rate is now less than a run a ball.
Yeah,
so
really good.
Essex have got to be careful with this field now.
25 to win, 2 balls remaining, and this is the 46th over. Snater goes short to Ian Holland, and that goes through. He potentially looked at the square leg umpire there, asking for a wide, but that doesn't look like it was that high. Definitely not. I'm not sure if it's shoulder height or if it's head height.
I wondered if it was wide down the leg side, but
it might have gone over his right shoulder from where I am.
Probably. Yeah. There's a few people in the crowd thought it was, but they're probably not objective.
Slight bias, but we'll allow it for today.
Yeah.
As Snater comes in to finish this, the 46th over. 1 ball remaining, balls to Ian Holland, and who clips this fine towards fine leg. They could definitely push for 2. And that's been cut off, but really handy runs from Ian Holland. He's come in and he's gone 4, 2 and 2 to take the score to 235 for 6. Hampshire needing 23 off just the 4 overs, so they'll be pleased with that. Definitely, as this crowd starting to find their voice now.
I don't know whether every county has had all the pleasure from this competition that we have, but watching it from a Hampshire perspective, it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful to see these kids coming in from the second 11 and doing the business, and wonderful to see lots of thrilling finishes in a competition that people keep writing off. You know, they keep saying, oh, we don't need 50 overs in international cricket, it's boring, there are boring passages and so on, and I just haven't found it. I just think it's been an absolutely terrific competition this year. And I mean, I guess if you're at the bottom of the table and you've lost everything, then maybe you're not having so much fun. But anyway, it's the start of a new over, and it's not Allison. I'm sorry. It's
Jamal Richards, I think it looks
it
like.
Is Richards back? Yeah. Sorry, I looked at the scoreboard and thought, no, it's not Allison.
No.
Who had a disastrous over last over, and so a single has been scored there by Organ. And he's gone on to 24. Holland on 8 is facing. And required rate is 5.7, so a singular ball wins it for Hampshire. Although I think they'd probably like it to not stretch that far. So here's Richards again in the bowl. And he flicks that off his hip, back with a square on the leg side. There's a man down there on the square leg boundary. So again, that single that they need.
Just makes a big difference, doesn't it, when you've got a player of the quality of Ian Holland coming in at number 8.
Yeah.
You know, like we say, he opens the batting in the championship stuff, and having him and Felix Organ at the crease at this moment in time will definitely make the Hampshire faithful feel a lot more confident.
They're getting very excited now as well. Here's Richards bowls. And that's a slightly slower ball, but it's gone through. It was clubbed out on the onside, through mid-on, long on, and it's gone through for 4, which is absolutely the way to do it, really. 1, 1 and 4 off the first 3 balls of an over when you want 5.8 to win. And the required rate now is down to 4.9, and I'm beginning to revise my view that this is a game that Essex look like winning. I don't think at the minute I can safely say that, although I'm mindful of the fact that we have at least one listener who doesn't want the curse of the commentator, so I'll say nothing. Richards bowls, and that's played off his hip by Felix Organ down to square leg, and there's another single. So 3.2 overs remaining, 16 runs to win.
Definitely fought hard today, Essex. They have with the ball and with the bat late on.
Yeah, they sure have.
When they probably look at this, they'll probably look at their middle order and probably think that there wasn't enough runs contributed in that period of play where they found themselves 112 for 6 on a pitch that looks like it's not the worst bat for batting. So,
and that's up in the air, and I think it's going to fall safe. It has fallen safe, right behind the wicket keeper, and the 2 Essex fielders there combining to try and help out with what's going on, and the Hampshire batsmen are back safely enough. In fact, they're back safely enough for 3 runs. So 1, 2, 3, 6, 10 off the over. Hampshire really are. Well, Hampshire in a position now where they're going to be absolutely devastated if they don't win it, frankly. 13 to win, 3 overs and a ball to go. and Richards is on his way to finish his over. He's bowled very well on the whole, but that's another single. I said that they needed singles to win. They need less than that now. They need 12 from 18 balls. So Essex have almost certainly, I think, got to pull the field in now, haven't they? And hope. They've got to hope to take wickets, but they need 4 of them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what Tom Wesley does. I think he does look like he's going to go to Shane Snater. We know that Benkenstein's got 1 over left.
Yeah.
Would it be worth a gamble for the leg spinner?
I'd be inclined to say yes, to be honest, and to pull people in, and tempt them to go over the top, because
he's looked the most likely to take a wicket, hasn't he?
But it is kind of desperation stakes for Essex, because with that win by Yorkshire today, taking them up to 8 points, Essex have got to win this to stay in contention. So but I mean, they've actually still got 4 guys out. Well, I suppose they might manage to protect it. It's a very tough call. Yeah. It's easier from up here.
Snater comes in from the hotel inn to Felix Organ, who's played so well so far, and he's pulled that. This is going to be out. That's gone looped up to mid-wicket. He's gone for that pull shot and not got any of it. It's got high up on the bat, and that was a simple catch for Benkenstein, who completes the catch, and yet another potential twist in this game.
Well, it's one of those games that's determined not to lie down, isn't it, really, you know? And I mean, what you have to say about that is it wasn't necessary.
No, definitely not.
They've got 12 to win off 18 balls. You don't need to be heaving a 6 at that point and mistiming it. So there we are. But again, it's much easier from up here.
Oh, it's so easy from up here. This is why we do it.
And he played, that's right. And he played very well.
He did.
Got 30.
Yeah.
Well done, Felix Organ. And he bowled very well as well. I was glad to see him pick today. So
he's had a good game.
But Essex have just got to hope they can do something. The thing for Scott Curry, of course, is that he's essentially a bit of a big hitter, really, and they don't particularly need that now. So Ian Holland has just got to talk him through this and probably say, get me the strike, please.
Yeah, definitely. But then again, on the flip side, if he does have a couple of lusty blows, this could be done. So it's one of those ones.
If it comes off,
if it comes off. But again, we spoke about Essex and how they've fought in this game.
Yeah. And
they just keep coming back. And, Hampshire have had them on the ropes a couple of times, but they still keep getting up and it's been a spirited performance from them.
It has. And those catches, they're not necessarily in the deep, but those catches that are going up in the air and people are either holding them or dropping them, there have been quite a lot of those, and it just confirms that the ball's not coming on, is it?
It isn't, no.
Through those shots.
Yeah, not quite. Even that last one with Felix Organ, just shows that the ball isn't still as easy as the field comes up actually to Scott Curry, who faces up to Shane Snater, who bowls, and Curry just clips this one into the leg side, and they will just trot through for a single. So very clever batting there from Scott Curry, getting the man, I guess the senior batsman in Ian Holland on strike.
I'm gonna wave goodbye to everybody and just let David come on to finish this off. All right. So
thank you so much,
Dave.
Dave,
Pleasure
for your
being
insight.
with you.
It's been fantastic from you, Dave Allen, the club historian, joining us today, as David Brett will join me for the conclusion of this game, whichever way it's going to go, Dave. We're not quite sure, as Snater comes in to Ian Holland, who's played so well so far, and he bowls and he's dug that one out, a Yorker from Snater, no run again. So lots happening.
Yeah, extraordinary really, isn't it? Essex 112 for 6 midway through their innings. Hampshire cruising, 98, 100 odd for 2. And now we get to the stage where they're still favourites, 11 to win off, what have they got, best part of 2.5 overs. But a wicket keeps falling at every point you think Hampshire are going to be comfortable.
It does. And like I said, Essex have fought really hard and just not lie down really. And they should be proud of their performance. Maybe the lower order or middle low order sort of let them down, as Snater comes in to bowl to Ian Holland, who punches this off the back foot towards deep back with square leg and trots through for a single. So 10 needed now off 2 overs and 2 balls, so 14 balls, 10 off 14 as Scott Curry faces up.
Tricky situation for Essex, because they can't afford boundaries, but they also can't let the Hampshire batsmen just sneak singles, otherwise they will just quite comfortably just knock it around and get over the line. Wickets are what's needed.
You almost need to do something that might tempt something.
Yeah, they're just shifting the field around here, so they're squeezing in on the offside. They're going to put 2 close infielders on the leg side.
There's no one out on that deep boundary on the offside, so I think the idea is to go as straight as possible for Snater, as the field would suggest. Mid-wicket, square leg, deep back with square leg, fine leg, and a mid-on the onside. So on the offside we see third man on the boundary, the only man on the boundary on the offside, point, cover and mid-off. So a lot of space. So Shane Snater has to be tight, make sure he doesn't slide down the leg side. As Scott Curry faces up. Goes for the pull shot, pulls this in front of the square and gets that boundary. Much needed boundary. We spoke about how Scott Curry likes to feel the bat on the ball, and a very aggressive player, and he's got one back of a length, a tall man, and that didn't get up as high as Snater might have liked, bringing up the 250 for Hampshire, and only a couple of blows away from what will be a really hard-earned victory.
Well, that was the risk with bringing the extra fielder inside the circle.
Snater comes into Scott Curry, who drives in the offside, and no run this time, as that ends that over. So 48 gone. Hampshire 252 for 7, 6 to win with only 2 overs remaining.
Yep, do you want to keep going with the commentary, because it looks like it's going to be a Hampshire win?
I think so. Well, I'll go for it. Well, we never know, David. We've seen stranger things.
Yeah, it's been an odd game.
It has been.
But it's kept everyone interested, and you can witness that by the amount of people left in the ground. Not many people have sloped off home just yet. It is looking like it will be a Hampshire win, but you never know if Essex can nip out a couple of wickets somehow.
Somehow. It will be Jamal Richards who's bowled actually quite well throughout this innings. Hasn't had the most luck. Had that drop catch early from Tom Prest when he was that good. Again proved to be quite a vital moment, as Richards comes into Ian Holland, who's on 13, and bowls and pulls away. This could going to be 4. Is that wides, or did he get some glove on it? Looks like he's got an under edge on that. So Ian Holland moves to 17, and Hampshire move to just 2 runs to secure another victory in this competition. They've been outstanding so far. They've had to work so hard so far, and they're just 1 blow away.
Yeah, with all the boundary riders on the leg side, Richards couldn't afford to be too straight or too much on the offside. Otherwise, an easy punch over the covers, but he just got it slightly down the leg side, and it was helped along its way by the batsman.
He did. As Richards comes in, the field has been brought up. Ian Holland faces up. He pulls this one in front of square, and that's gone 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. And that is a strong victory for Hampshire. They've been not at their best with the ball and not quite as good in the field, but my goodness, have they put up a good run chase, led by Tom Prest, who batted outstanding for his 78, and contributions all throughout from the lower order. Hampshire get their 7th or their 8th victory in this tournament and move back to the top of the table with that victory. So really impressive work from them. Essex let themselves down. They did fight hard to get themselves to 257, but in the end it proved to not be enough. But they will be reasonably pleased with how they fought, but just didn't have enough runs in the end. David Brett.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 strong Hampshire for Essex. A topsy-turvy match and a topsy-turvy competition for them this year, but they've gone out, having been beaten by the better side today. 112 for 6, a valiant recovery to get to 258 in their innings. Essex having won the toss and elected to bat, but it's just proved just not enough. The bowlers at the end just got carted around a little bit too much, a little bit too loose. They got the run rate up to 8 for Hampshire at one point, but a bit of free hitting from Organ and finished off there at the end. And a word for Prest as well, that got Hampshire through a sticky period. His is a valuable innings, a 50 for him. But Hampshire, they'll go on to the knockout stages. Essex will go out this time a young side. Be interesting to speak to the coaching staff behind the scenes and after the game. as to what they made of the competition from an Essex perspective. But Hampshire go away worthy winners and Essex go out at the group stage. So thank you for joining us again today here at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire go out winners from myself, David Brett, Stanley Marissa and Dave Allen. And well, for Hampshire, they'll see you again on Tuesday at Scarborough. But for Essex, that's it for the one-day competition. It's September 5th, I believe, when they're back in Red Bull competition. Until then, we'll see you later. Goodbye.